Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Harry Potter was born and raised in dark shadows? Part 2. Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original story's link in the descriptions. Please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. It was 5:30 when Harry finally ventured outside of his shared room. He had woken up not long ago and had remained immobile on his bed listening to Ron's snores for as long as he could bear before finally getting up and putting on his glasses. Mrs. Weasley had laid out one of the robes Theo had sent him, altered the night before, at the foot of the bed. Harry had been pleasantly surprised when Mrs. Weasley told him she had only altered the shoulders of the robes, which meant he had managed to catch up to the Slytherin's height during his stay at Grimmauld Place. Once he had them on, Harry had taken a moment to look at himself in the mirror. The dark blue robes didn't look that bad on him and, except for his hair, he looked the part of a respectable wizard. Thank God for Theo, or he would have probably worn some jeans and a t-shirt to the hearing, he thought to himself as he walked down the stairs and entered the kitchen. He had expected it to be empty due to the hour, but it wasn't. When he walked through the door, he saw not only Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, but also Tonks, Sirius, and Lupin sitting at the table. All were fully dressed except for Mrs. Weasley, who was wearing a quilted, purple dressing gown. She leapt out of her chair the moment she saw him. "Breakfast," she said, pulling out her wand and hurrying toward the fire. Sirius took the opportunity to smile warmly at Harry and send him a quick nod across the table. Across from Sirius, Tonks turned to him only to let out a wide yawn in greeting. It took her a couple of blinks to get her bearings back and focus on him. Once she did, she shot a look at his robes before winking at him. "Morning, Harry," she said, fighting another yawn. This morning, her hair was a pastel blue and straight. "Come and sit down." She tried to pull out a chair only to knock it over in the process. "What do you want for breakfast, Harry?" Mrs. Weasley called. "Porridge? Eggs and bacon? Muffins? Toast?" Just toast, thanks," Harry muttered, picking up the chair and taking a seat on it. Those are some nice robes. Didn't see them when we were packing," Tonks remarked, leaning her head on her hand. Mrs. Weasley turned to look at her briefly as she placed a cup of tea in front of Harry. A friend of his from Hogwarts was kind enough to send some over for his hearing. Such a sweet boy. He even told Harry to alter them as needed. "I did my best to maintain their quality, though. You don't see robes like those every day." Tonks grinned at him, looking a lot more awake than before. "Another friend, Harry?" she asked, turning her hair into short, soft brown curls. Her grin turned even wider when he blushed slightly, making Sirius stare at them both in confusion. "What other friend?" "No offense, but all the friends I've heard about are sleeping upstairs," Sirius quipped, earning himself a slight shove from Lupin. "You don't truly believe he only has 2 good friends after 4 years of school, do you?" Sirius scoffed at him. "Well, it has to be a really good friend to send over robes like those without caring for the alterations. The second you touch those stitches, their value decreases an absurd amount of galleons." Besides, he defended himself when it seemed Lupin was gearing up for a second, stronger shove. "I'm fulfilling my Godfather LY duties. That includes knowing what's going on in Harry's life and which third friend of his is sending him high-quality robes like they're sweets from honeydukes. Friendship can't be bought, Remus," he snarked, poking Lupin in the nose before zeroing on Harry, who blinked over his tea. "You do know friendship can't be bought, right? Besides, yours is worth way more than that." "Sirius, it's too early for this," Tonks bemoaned before resting her head on the table. "I'm sure Harry knows his worth. Right, Harry?" Harry was saved from having to answer when Mrs. Weasley placed a couple of pieces of toast and marmalade in front of him. He tuned out the conversation that followed, trying his best to eat, but it was like chewing carpet. Mrs. Weasley had sat down next to him and was gently smoothing non-existent creases from his shoulders. Next to Lupin, who was trying his best to stop Sirius from badgering a groaning Tonks, Mr. Weasley put down the paper he had been reading. "How are you feeling?" he asked Harry. He shrugged in answer. He knew they had all done their best to prepare, but he still felt sick to his stomach. "It'll all be over soon," Mr. Weasley said encouragingly. "In a few hours' time, you'll be cleared. Your hearing will be on my floor, in Amelia Bones' office. She's head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and she's the one who will be questioning you." "Amelia Bones is all right, Harry," Tonks said earnestly, cutting off whatever Sirius was saying. "She's fair. She'll hear you out." Harry nodded, focusing on finishing his tea. Don't lose your temper," Sirius said abruptly. "Be polite and stick to the facts. Let Young handle most of the speaking." Harry nodded again. "The law's on your side," Lupin told him. "Everything is going to be all right." The rest of breakfast went by in silence, and Harry finally gave up on his toast. Mrs. Weasley fussed over his hair with a wet comb. "Doesn't it ever lie flat?" she asked desperately. Harry shook his head at her with a small smile. He really appreciated all their efforts to reassure him and to get him to relax a bit, even if he couldn't get the words past the knot in his throat. Just then, Mr. Weasley cleared his throat to get his attention. "I managed to make a quick stop at Gringotts yesterday, as we discussed, Harry. When I arrived, you were already in bed, so I wasn't able to give this to you then," he said, pulling the money bag Harry had given to him the day before, along with a small black pouch. "They were kind enough to put Mr. Yang's fee in a separate bag, easier to handle." "Thanks," Harry managed to blurt out, taking both pouches from him. The black one, clearly the one carrying Yang's fee, was quite heavier than his regular money bag. Mr. Weasley then checked his watch and looked up at Harry. "It's 15 past 6. I think we'll go now," he said, getting up with a sigh. "Mr. Young instructed us to meet him in my office at 6:45 in order to go over everything with you in person before the hearing." "Okay," Harry answered immediately, brushing the crumbs off his lap and getting to his feet. "You'll be all right," Tonks said, patting him on the arm. "Good luck," Lupin said as he and Sirius got up as well, walking over to Harry's side of the table. "I'm sure it will be fine," he said once he reached him and squeezed his shoulder. "And if it's not," Sirius added, hugging Harry tightly before pulling away slightly to look him in the eye, "I'll see to Amelia Bones myself," he said in mock seriousness, lips tugging in a slight smile. Harry smiled at him weakly and hugged him once more for good measure. The second they stepped away from each other, Mrs. Weasley wrapped her arms around him. "We've all got our fingers crossed," she whispered to him before letting go. "Right," Harry said. "Well, see you all later, then." He followed Mr. Weasley out of the kitchen and through the hall. He could faintly hear Sirius' mother grunting in her sleep behind the curtains. Mr. Weasley unbolted the door and Harry followed him into the cold, gray dawn. "How are we going to get there?" Harry asked him when Mr. Weasley didn't move, choosing instead to inspect their surroundings. "You'll be operating with me since we can't connect the fireplace to the Flu network." "Have you ever operat before, Harry?" Harry shook his head in answer. "It'll be all right. You just need to hold on to my arm very tightly. Now, it's important you know you should only do this with an experienced witch or wizard. Dumbledore gave me his approval if that eases some of your worries," Mr. Weasley said, focusing on him and offering his left arm. "Oh well, if Dumbledore had approved it," Harry thought bitterly. Harry gripped Mr. Weasley's forearm and tried to prepare himself. But nothing could prepare him for the feeling he was about to experience. He felt Mr. Weasley's arm twist away from him and tightened his grip. The next thing he knew, his surroundings turned to black and it felt like he was being squeezed in from all angles. He couldn't breathe. His eyes and eardrums were being forced deeper into his skull. He gulped in breaths of cold, crisp air and dared to open his eyes. He felt like he had been forced through a too thin tube. It took him a couple of seconds to realize they were no longer standing in front of Grimmauld Place, but in an alley of sorts, in front of an abandoned red telephone box. He could hear the faint sound of cars along the streets. "How are you feeling?" Mr. Weasley asked him, once it seemed Harry had caught up with his senses. Harry shook his head before answering. "I think I prefer brooms, to be honest," he said, looking around. Had they operat in a nearby alley for security reasons? Or was this really the entrance to the Ministry of Magic? Mr. Weasley smiled at him before gesturing toward the telephone box, which was missing several panes of glass and stood before a heavily graffitied wall. "After you, Harry." Harry had been expecting a rather more impressive entrance, to be honest. He opened the telephone box door and stepped inside, followed by Mr. Weasley, who then closed the door. It was a tight fit, with both of them in there. "All right then," the older man murmured. reaching for the receiver. "Let's see 6. He dialed the number 24, another 4, another 2. The dial whirled smoothly back into place, giving way to a cool female voice. It surprised Harry when it didn't come from the receiver in Mr. Weasley's hand, but as loudly and plainly as if she had been standing in between them. "Welcome to the Ministry of Magic. Please state your name and business." "Heir Arthur Weasley, misuse of Muggle Artifacts Office," he said, not looking too sure of whether he should speak into the receiver or not, deciding instead to hold it awkwardly to his ear. "I'm escorting Harry Potter, who has been asked to attend a disciplinary hearing." "Thank you," the voice said. "Visitor, please take the badge and attach it to the front of your robes." Harry heard a click and a rattle, and he saw a small silver badge slide out of the metal chute where spare coins were usually returned. He picked it up. It read Harry Potter Disciplinary Hearing. Harry sent a mental apology Theo's way and pinned it to the front of his robes as the voice spoke again. "Visitor to the Ministry, you are required to submit to a search and present your wand for registration at the security desk, located at the far end of the atrium." The floor to the box shuddered, and they began sinking slowly into the ground. Harry watched as the pavement rose until he could see nothing at all, and the telephone box carried on its merry way down through the earth. Eventually, the golden light illuminated his feet and rose slowly, making him blink to stop his eyes from watering. "The Ministry of Magic wishes you a pleasant day," the voice said as the door sprang open and they stepped out of it. Harry's mouth fell open once he caught sight of his surroundings. They were standing at one end of a long and splendid hall with dark floors and a peacock blue ceiling inlaid with gleaming golden symbols that were continually moving and changing. There were people everywhere, and several flying purple memos above all their heads. "This way," Mr. Weasley said, as they joined the crowd. As they passed a fountain located halfway down the hall, the statues right in the middle of it caught Harry's attention. The tallest figure was a wizard, with his wand pointing straight up in the air, and a witch stood right beside him. Grouped around them were a centaur, a goblin, and a house elf, all gazing adoringly up at the couple. Scrunching his nose in distaste at the statues, Harry saw silver sickles and bronze nuts glinting up from the bottom of the pool. A sign beside it read, "All proceeds from the Mountain of Magical Brethren will be given to St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries." Harry decided right then that if everything went according to plan, he'd donate at least 10 galleons. He'd ignore the sick feeling the statutes gave him. Registration at the security desk didn't take too long, thanks to Mr. Weasley hurrying the process along before the security wizard had enough time to process what Harry's badge read. Once they entered a crowded lift, Harry took to staring at his feet to avoid making eye contact with the curious ministry workers around him. It took a while for them to reach the desired floor, considering the lift was stopping at pretty much every level, with a voice announcing the floor in question along with the offices located in it. Mostly everyone had exited by the time the doors closed on level 3, except for Mr. Weasley, Harry, and a witch. The lift juddered upward again, and the doors opened. Level 2, Department of Magical Law Enforcement, including the improper use of Magic Office, Aura Headquarters, and Wisingamot Administration Services, the voice said. "This is us, Harry," Mr. Weasley said, and they exited the lift, leaving behind the witch. "My office is on the other side of the floor. We're early by a couple of minutes, thankfully," he mentioned, stealing a glance at his watch. "Mr. Weasley, aren't we underground?" Harry asked in confusion, as they passed a window through which sunlight was streaming in. Yes we are. Those are enchanted windows," he explained. "Magical maintenance decides what weather we're having every day. We once had 2 months of hurricanes last time they were angling for a raise. Here we are." They had stopped right outside a door, having reached a dead end. The door bore a tarnished brass plaque, reading "Misuse of Muggle Artifacts." Mr. Weasley's dingy office was smaller than Harry had expected. 2 desks had been crammed inside it, and there was barely any space to move around with the overflowing cabinets lining the walls. Whatever wall space was left available was filled with posters of cars, a dismantled engine, 2 illustrations of postboxes, and a diagram on how to wire a plug. Harry's inspection was interrupted by a knock on the door, prompting them both to turn around. "Mr. Young, I presume?" Mr. Weasley grinned excitedly, rushing forward to greet him with his hand extended toward him. The man in question shook it, nodding in greeting. "Arthur Weasley, Young Jong-hoon. Pleasure," Young answered, before turning to look at Harry. Young Jong-hoon was respectably middle-aged with short dark hair combed away from his face and even darker eyes. He reminded Harry uncomfortably of Snape, the only difference being that the man in front of him seemed to grasp the concept of proper hair maintenance, and he was distinctly lacking the hooked nose and overall bat-like appearance. It was the way he carried himself that reminded Harry of the silent behavior of his potions professor. "Harry Potter?" Harry only nodded in answer. "Good, let's begin then," Young said, lifting the briefcase he was carrying onto the desk furthest away from them. "We'll start by running through the events of the night once more." It was almost an hour later when Young finally eased up on Harry, who could feel the blood pounding in his head. Young had acted as a Muggle prosecutor would, questioning everything he said, nitpicking every little detail and correcting him whenever he said anything out of line. He had a follow-up question to every answer Harry gave him, which after a while, drove him to choose his words carefully in order to avoid being called out. The second Young leaned away, a small satisfied smile on his face. Harry felt a deep feeling of relief run through him. He had a good answer to every question Young asked him, didn't deviate from his story, and didn't rise to any bait. He felt calmer than he had in days. He took a moment to breathe and relax while Mr. Weasley engaged Mr. Young with questions about his work in the Muggle world. They hadn't been talking for long when a purple paper aeroplane flew into the room and landed right beside Young. He read with a blank face and checked his watch before addressing them. "They've changed the time and venue for your hearing, Mr. Potter. It starts at 8 o'clock in courtroom 10. We've got 5 minutes to get there," he said, pulling his wand from his robes, and with a wave, everything he had taken out of his briefcase flew neatly back into it. Mr. Weasley scrambled to his feet. "Courtroom 10? Those haven't been used in years," he said angrily as the three of them hurried out of the office. "I can't think of why they're doing it down there. Unless, but no." Mr. Weasley and Young had the advantage of their long legs, making Harry all but run behind them as they spoke. "It doesn't matter," Young interjected as the lift clattered into view and they hurried inside. "They can play dirty all they want. Petty attempts don't decide the outcome." "You think it's sabotage or something?" Harry asked him breathlessly as the lift began to descend. Young spared him a glance before facing forward once more. "I'm always prepared for the dirtiest of plays. It comes with the job." Mr. Weasley was bouncing on the balls of his feet, throwing anxious glances over at Harry. He tried to ignore them as best as he could, clinging to the feeling from before, when that message had not yet disrupted everything. "Department of Mysteries," the lift's voice said, adding nothing more. As soon as the doors opened, the three of them sped up a bare corridor with no windows and no doors except for a plain black one at the very end of the corridor. Harry had expected for them to go through it, but was surprised when both Young and Mr. Weasley turned abruptly to the left, where an opening led to a flight of steps. They reached the bottom of the steps and hurried along another corridor, lined with rough stone walls and torches and brackets. Young turned back briefly to spot Harry looking at the wooden doors with iron bolts and keyholes. "Pay no attention to your surroundings. It's nothing more than an intimidation tactic," he advised, turning back to avoid running into one of the walls. Mr. Weasley was muttering angrily beside him. "The lift doesn't even come this far. Why are they doing this?" They stumbled to a halt outside a grimy dark door with an immense iron lock and a faded plaque with a 10 on it. Young furiously checked his watch before taking a deep breath. "Remember, Mr. Potter, don't speak unless spoken to. Look at me before answering. If it's an unfounded question, I'll intervene," he said, grasping Harry's shoulder in a tight grin. Young shot him a quick smirk before releasing his shoulder. "Now, into the fray we go." "Good luck, Harry," Mr. Weasley wished from behind them, as Young turned the heavy iron handle and opened the door. Harry shot Mr. Weasley a small smile from over his shoulder before following Young and stepping inside the courtroom. He almost stopped in his tracks when he took it in. The large dungeon was horribly familiar. Not only had he seen it before, he had been here before. It was the one from Dumbledore's Pensieve, the one where the Lestranges had been sentenced to life in Azkaban. The dark stone walls were dimly lit by torchlight. Up ahead of him, Shadowy figures were seated in the highest benches he could hardly see. "Take your seat." A cold male voice rang across the courtroom. Harry dropped his gaze to the chair in the center of the room, whose arms were covered in chains that thankfully did not move to bind him when he sat gingerly on the edge of the chair, as he had seen them do in Dumbledore's memory. Beside him, Young took out his wand and with a flick, conjured a simple black chair right next to Harry's and took a seat. Above them, he could see about 50 people, all in plum-colored robes with a silver W on the left breast. In the middle sat Cornelius Fudge, the Minister for Magic. To his left, a square-jawed witch with short gray hair and a monocle. "Very well," said Fudge. "As the accused is finally present, let us begin. Are you ready?" He called down the row. "Yes, sir," said the eager voice of none other than Percy Weasley. Harry looked to him for some sign of recognition, but found none. Disciplinary hearing of the 12th of August, Fudge began, followed by the scratching of Percy's quill, into offenses committed under the decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery and the International Statute of Secrecy by Harry James Potter, resident at number 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. Interrogators: Cornelius Oswald Fudge, Minister for Magic; Amelia Susan Bones, Head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement; Dolores Jane Umbridge, Senior Under Secretary to the Minister. Court Scribe: Percy Ignatius Weasley. Witness for the defense: Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, said a quiet voice from behind Harry, who turned his head so fast he cracked his neck. Dumbledore was striding serenely across the room, never meeting Harry's eyes even as he drew level with him. The members of the Wisengamot were muttering. All eyes were resting on Dumbledore. Some looked annoyed, others frightened. Harry stole a glance at Young, who seemed to be frowning slightly. He wondered if Dumbledore's presence was something the other man had not accounted for. Harry felt a surge of emotion, as reluctant as he was to admit it. A surge of hope had filled his chest like Phoenix song. He turned to try and catch the headmaster's eye, but Dumbledore wasn't looking his way. He was looking up at a flustered Fudge. "Ah," said Fudge. "Dumbledore." "Yes. You, got our message that the time and, place of the hearing had been changed then?" "I must have missed it," Dumbledore said cheerfully. "However, due to a lucky mistake I arrived at the Ministry 3 hours early, so no harm done." As a matter of fact, Young interjected in a sure voice that made everyone turn to look at him. "All 3 of our messages seem to have been simultaneously afflicted with a serious and elusive ailment, considering they had trouble finding us. I'd recommend you take a look into that. Imagine the consequences if sensible information got delayed or lost." The gray-haired woman leveled her monocle at Fudge as he blustered. "Yes, well, I suppose we'll need another chair." Weasley, could you?" Not to worry," said Dumbledore pleasantly. With a flick of his wand, a squashy armchair appeared on Harry's unoccupied side. Dumbledore and Young exchanged a polite nod as the older wizard took his seat. Harry shook his head, slightly dizzied by the slight intersection of the 2 peculiar wizards on either side of him. "Yes, well," Fudge began, shuffling his notes and extricating a sheet of parchment. "Well then, as I was saying, representative for the defense, Yang Jong-hoon. Now, the charges." "Yes. The charges against the accused are as follows: that he did knowingly, deliberately, and in full awareness of the illegality of his actions, having received a previous written warning from the Ministry of Magic on a similar charge, produce a Patronus charm in a Muggle inhabited area in the presence of a Muggle on the 2nd of August at 23 minutes past 9, which constitutes an offense under paragraph C of the Decree for the Reasonable Restriction of Underage Sorcery, 1875, and also under Section 13 of the International Confederation of Warlocks Statute of Secrecy. You are Harry James Potter, of number 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey?" Fudge asked, glaring at Harry over the top of the parchment. Harry turned to look at Young, who nodded gently. "Yes, you received an official warning from the Ministry for using illegal magic 3 years ago, did you not?" Before Harry could turn to look at Young, the other wizard was already speaking. "Forgive me, Minister, but the illegal magic you're referring to corresponds to a hover charm performed by a house elf currently employed at Hogwarts. Is that the only prior you have on Mr. Potter?" he asked politely. "A house elf in a Muggle house?" Surely, you don't expect me to believe that. Fudge scoffed and gestured flamboyantly. The house elf in question is currently in the employ of Hogwarts School, Dumbledore intervened. I can summon him here in an instant to give evidence if you wish. I haven't got time to listen to house elves. Anyway, that's not the only. He blew up his aunt 2 years ago. He admitted to that himself, and you very kindly decided not to press charges on that occasion, accepting, I presume, that even the best wizards cannot always control their emotions, Dumbledore said calmly. As you well know, Minister, the law is not retroactive. If charges weren't pressed back then, that means it may not be considered as a prior for Mr. Potter, Young stated, leaning back on his chair as Fudge glared at him from above. I know very well how the law works, Mr. Young. Moving on then. Mr. Potter, did you conjure a Patronus on the night of the 2nd of August? Harry checked with Young once more before answering. The man nodded at him and made a go-on gesture with his hand. He took it as a go-ahead until Young decided to intervene again. Yes, knowing that you are not permitted to use magic outside school while you are under the age of 17? Yes. Knowing that you were in an area full of muggles? Yes. Why wasn't Young intervening? He thought angrily. Fully aware that you were in close proximity to a muggle at the time? Yes, Harry said, trying his best to rein in his anger. He'd gone over this with Young. He wasn't going to lose his calm. He wasn't going to give them anything they could twist in their favor. Fudge opened his mouth to ask another question, but he was stopped by the witch with the monocle on his left. You produced a fully fledged Patronus? She asked, in a booming voice. Harry turned to look at Young, who nodded at him with a small curl to his lips. Yes, a corporeal Patronus? A what? Harry asked, befuddled. Did your Patronus have a clearly defined form? I mean to say, was it more than vapor or smoke? Harry nodded. Yes, it's a stag. It's always a stag. Always. She asked, raising an eyebrow. You have produced a Patronus before now? Yes, he answered impatiently. I've been doing it for over a year. And you are 15 years old? Yes. You learned this at school? Yes, Professor Lupin taught me in my 3rd year. Because of the impressive, Madame Bones said, staring down at him. A true Patronus at that age. Very impressive indeed. Some of the wizards and witches around her were muttering to each other. A few nodded, but others frowned and shook their heads. It's not a question of how impressive the magic was, said Fudge testily. In fact, the more impressive the worse it is, I would have thought, given that the boy did it in plain view of a muggle. Those who had frowned murmured in agreement, and Percy's little sanctimonious nod made Harry clench his fists in anger. But he wasn't going to give them the satisfaction of a reaction. Young chose that moment to finally speak. All of your questions are very valid, yet I feel we are missing some very important facts to get the complete picture, he said, getting up and turning to face Harry. Mr. Potter, who was the muggle you were in close proximity to? It was my cousin, Dudley. A relative, then. Is he one of the family members you live with? Yes, Harry answered quickly. This had been one of the questions they had gone over earlier. Is this information really necessary, Mr. Young? We already know this, Fudge intervened with a frown. Young turned to face him. It's information I consider important to appear on record. Madame Bones? He referred to the woman with the monocle. Turning back to Harry once, she nodded in acquiescence. Mr. Potter, did this Dudley have previous knowledge of your magic? Yes, they all knew from the moment I came to live with them. Thank you, Mr. Potter, Young said, and began walking around the courtroom. As we all know, when a young witch or wizard is living with muggle relatives, they are subsequently informed about our concealed magical society. Isn't that right, Minister? Fudge floundered for a second before answering. Well, yes. That is correct, and this does not constitute a breach of the statute of secrecy. Am I correct, Madame Bones? The older witch nodded at him. Yes, Mr. Young. Minister, does performing magic in front of another wizard or squib constitute a violation of the statute of secrecy? Of course it doesn't. Then, Minister, would you please tell me why Mr. Potter is being held accountable for breaching the statute of secrecy when the muggle he performed magic in proximity to was not only his relative, but one that already knew of magic? Even if he didn't break the statute of secrecy, Mr. Young, that still leaves the fact that he performed underage magic, Fudge retorted with a nasty smile. So we can conclude there was no violation to the statute? Good, Young said, clasping his hands together. He looked at Harry with a twinkle in his eye. I still think we are missing one very important detail, the motive. Mr. Potter, why did you perform such a complicated spell in front of your cousin that night? I did it because of the Dementors. Dementors? Madame Bones raised her eyebrows so far that her monocle threatened to fall out. What do you mean, boy? I mean there were two Dementors down that alleyway, and they went for me and my cousin, Harry said calmly. I thought we'd be hearing something like this. Fudge smirked unpleasantly as he looked around. Dementors and Little Whinging, said Madame Bones. I don't understand. Then let me explain, Amelia, Fudge replied, his smirk still in place. It's clearly a very convenient cover story, being, of course, that Muggles can't see Dementors, so it's just your word and no witnesses. As I expressed in my letters, Mr. Potter is willing to not only provide memory of this event, but he is also willing to testify under veritaserum, Young added, clearly enjoying the way. Whispers broke out. Fudge snorted. Dementors wandering into a Muggle suburb and just happened to come across a wizard? Oh, I don't think any of us believe the Dementors were there by coincidence. Young shrugged, before turning to look at Dumbledore. Certainly not, Dumbledore agreed lightly. And what is that supposed to mean? Fudge asked icily. Dumbledore looked as if he were about to respond, but Young spoke first. You don't mean to imply that someone has lost control of the Dementors, do you? Could you imagine the consequences of that? He asked incredulously, and Harry suppressed a grin at how fake his concern sounded. The papers would have a fit, I assure you, Fudge interrupted him, quickly and loudly, that the Ministry has complete control over the Dementors. There is no need to panic. Young frowned in mock concern. Well, then why would anyone in the Ministry order a couple of Dementors into Little Whinging? In the complete silence that greeted these words, the witch to the right of Fudge leaned forward so that Harry saw her for the first time. Her appearance was alarming. Her squat, flabby face and wide, slack mouth made him immediately associate her with a toad, and she even had a black velvet bow perched on top of her head like a fly. The chair recognizes Dolores Jane Umbridge, Senior Undersecretary to the Minister, said Fudge, seemingly relieved at her interference. When she opened her mouth, Harry was expecting a croak, but instead of fluttery, high-pitched voice came out. I'm sure I must have misunderstood you, Mr. Young, she said with a simper, her eyes wide and cold. So silly of me, but it sounded for a teensy moment as though you were suggesting that the Ministry of Magic had ordered an attack on this boy. Her giggle made the hairs on the back of Harry's neck stand up. You don't mean to imply that there are, whose sympathizers in the Ministry, do you, madam? Young asked, prompting some of the wizards and witches to stare at each other in alarm. Of course not, Umbridge replied in a shrill voice. What an absurd idea. That is a relief, Dumbledore chimed in. I would be glad to hear that the Ministry planned to make an inquiry into why those two Dementors attacked without authorization then. Fudge stuttered. I would remind everybody that the behavior of these Dementors, if indeed they are not figments of this boy's imagination, is not the subject of this hearing. We are here to examine Harry Potter's offenses under the decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery. Of course we are, said Young. But the presence of Dementors in that alleyway is highly relevant. Clause 7 of the decree states that magic may be used before Muggles in exceptional circumstances, including those which threaten the life of the wizard or witch him, or herself, or any witches, wizards, or Muggles present at the time of the. We are familiar with Clause 7. Thank you very much, snarled Fudge, fiddling with the papers before him. Of course you are, Young replied testily. Then we are in agreement that Mr. Potter's use of the Patronus charm in these circumstances falls under the category of exceptional circumstances. If there were Dementors, which I doubt, you have no idea, Young, of the number of cock and bull stories this boy has come out with, and I haven't even started on what he gets up to at school. Fudge snarled, turning redder by the second. Young made a show of raising his eyebrows in confusion. You'll have to forgive me, Minister. But don't the events that happen at Hogwarts fall under the jurisdiction of the current headmaster? He waited for Dumbledore to nod in confirmation before continuing. Mr. Potter has been summoned for one event in particular. He performed the Patronus charm at 23 minutes past 9 in presence of his Muggle cousin, Dudley Dursley. If you wish to take action regarding what goes on at Hogwarts, I would remind you that would constitute another hearing entirely, preferably one that doesn't require the holding of a full criminal trial to deal with matters of underage magic. I'm sure the ministry's resources can be occupied in better ways. Several of the wizards above them shifted uncomfortably in their seats as Fudge turned an unpleasant shade of puce. As far as I am aware, Dumbledore said, leaning forward, Harry has been charged with a specific offense, and he has presented his defense. All we can do now is await your verdict. Harry glanced sideways at him with a frown, not at all sure that it was wise to tell the Wisengamot that it was about time they made a decision. Those in favor of clearing the witness of all charges? Madam Bones announced. Harry's head jerked upwards. They were finally done whispering. There were a lot of hands in the air, more than half. He tried to count, but before he could finish, Madam Bones had said, "And those in favor of conviction?" Fudge raised his hand, and maybe a half-dozen others, including the toad-like witch on his right. After a moment had passed, he glanced around at them all, looking like he had something large stuck in his throat, before lowering his hand slowly. Very well, said Fudge in a voice contorted by fury, cleared of all charges. Excellent, said Dumbledore briskly, springing to his feet, pulling out his wand and causing the two armchairs to vanish. Well, I must be getting along. Good day to you all. And without looking once at Harry, he swept from the dungeon. No one among the Wisengamot seemed to be paying any attention to him either, except for the Umbridge woman, who was staring directly at him. Well, Mr. Potter, I believe we are done here, Young said, looking a bit put off by Dumbledore's abrupt departure. Unless you wish to have a word with the members of the Wisengamot and stay here for another second? Absolutely not, Harry replied. When they exited at as brisk a pace as reasonably possible, they almost collided with an apprehensive-looking Mr. Weasley. Dumbledore didn't say. Cleared, Harry exclaimed gleefully. Of all charges, beaming. Mr. Weasley seized him by the shoulders. Harry, that's wonderful. Well, of course, they couldn't have found you guilty, not on the evidence, but even so, I can't pretend I wasn't. But Mr. Weasley broke off, because the courtroom door had just opened again. The Wisengamot were filling out. Merlin's beard, exclaimed Mr. Weasley wonderingly, pulling Harry aside to let them all pass. You were tried by the full court? They gave him a full criminal trial, Young said with a frown. I haven't been aware of one of those taking place in more than a decade. Mr. Weasley's face turned grim at that. I don't think I have ever been ashamed of working here, but today's events are certainly making me reconsider it. Young was quick to derail the conversation before it took a darker turn. I don't know about you two, but I always enjoy a coffee after a successful case. Mr. Weasley, was it a cafe I saw on my way in? Mr. Weasley shook his head before smiling his way. Indeed it was, he said, as they began their ascent. They sell coffee and danishes that are to die for. Really? Well then, I propose we celebrate our success, despite our opposition's best efforts, with a coffee and Danish. It'll be my treat. Young winked at them. Mr. Weasley spent the better part of their trajectory trying to dissuade Young from paying it all by himself, insisting he had been crucial to the result of the hearing. Young eventually convinced him that with the amount he had charged Harry, the least he could do was pay for their victory treat. When they walked past the fountain again, Harry made sure to turn his money bag upside down, dumping its entire contents into the water, despite the creepy looks of awe and servitude on the faces of the magical creatures surrounding the witch and wizard in the center. Donations went to St. Mungo's, after all. Chapter End Notes. Your kudos petition for a Young versus Snape face-off, and your comments enjoy the danishes and coffee with Harry and the adults. I hope this chapter meets your expectations. No Theo, I'm afraid. I'm aware of how much everyone is missing him. But worry not. You'll be seeing him soon. I'm currently Googling how to create and properly use a Discord server, so you might be hearing news about that in the next updates. But if anyone has ideas of topics you'd like to be included in said server, leave them in a comment. I promise they'll be taken into consideration. Smiley face. See you next time. Stay safe, everyone. XXX. Riddle me this. Chapter notes. Well, hello there. We're hitting a point in the story in which I need to do some heavy research to get the plot going, plus some things I have planned for the future. So you can expect updates every other week at the very least. Weekly if we're lucky, and the muses grace me with their presence. Has anyone seen The Batman yet? I saw it last weekend. It was so good. As always, a heartfelt thank you to Miss Freya, my amazing beta. Discord server is in process. If there's anything any of you would like to see in it, please let me know and it will be taken into account. Hope you enjoy this chapter. See the end of the chapter for more notes. That letter wouldn't explain what Potter was doing at the ministry earlier today, would it? Theo raised his eyes from said letter, making sure to arch his left eyebrow as high as he could. Blaze was staring at him unabashedly, the teacup in his grasp threatening to spill over. It only took a couple of seconds before the older boy broke. Malfoy mentioned it in his letter. Apparently Lucius saw them exiting the ministry, Blaze mentioned casually, leaning back and saving his tea from meeting the carpet. Well then, if the Malfoys are gossiping about it, then you hardly need my confirmation, right? Theo replied, folding Harry's letter in half and pocketing it. Everything had gone successfully then, he thought in relief. As sure as he had been in Harry's eventual success, it was a relief to know the ordeal was finally over. Theo, you can't leave me with only rumors. I'd never do that to you and you know it, Blaze complained. As true as that statement was, Theo wasn't one to share details that involved someone he cared about. If you're so interested, then ask Potter directly, he shot back, reaching over for his teacup. He ignored the overly dramatic pout his friend aimed at him. You're the worst, Theo, Blaze said, swiping the last cauldron cake on the plate in retribution. I have seniority over Potter, you know? He's barely known you for a year. You and I have been friends ever since my mother moved to England. Theo rolled his eyes at him good-naturedly, as if I'd forgotten about 10 years all of a sudden, Blaze. However, you should know better than to ask me about someone's private affairs. Fine then. What do you want in exchange? Blaze Zabini. We do not bribe in this household. Signora Eleonora Zabini chatished her son as she entered the drawing room. Especially not dear family friends. Theo gingerly stood up to greet, as the woman delicately kissed both his cheeks. She then took a step back and grasped his shoulders, taking a good look at him. My darling Theodore, you've grown so much. I'm so sorry I wasn't able to greet you when you arrived yesterday, she said, brushing his hair back from his forehead. I trust Blaze has been behaving as a proper host should, to the best of his abilities, Theo answered with a small smile, holding back a laugh as he heard Blaze splutter from behind them. Signora Zabini's eyes crinkled as she smiled at him indulgently. I've been the image of an exemplary host. Don't listen to him, Blaze said as he got up to his feet and embraced his mother. Oh, mio bambino. I've told you countless times, the best bribe is a subtle one. I swear, Theodore, it's like what I say goes into one ear and out the other, she said, hugging her son tightly and ignoring his muffled protests. Once she was finally done squeezing the life out of her son, she finally took a seat next to Blaze, prompting both boys to follow her lead. Man Bay, she called for her house elf, who appeared quickly. Yes, Signora? He asked, bowing deeply. Do fetch me an additional teacup, would you? I'll join my favorite ragazzi for tea, Signora Zabini asked, winking at Theo as Manbay nodded and disappeared. Blaze groaned openly from his seat. Mother, oh shush, Blaze. You should show more appreciation for your mother, she replied as Manbay returned, placing the cup in front of her with another exaggerated bow. Now, Theodore, Blaze told me about your interest in rune carving. I trust it is not another one of your passing fancies? Theo hurried to swallow the sip of tea he had just taken in. No, Signora. I've been focusing on it for about a year. I even successfully carved a couple of runes this summer, he answered. When she smiled at him proudly, he could feel his face heating up, forcing him to lower his eyes and stare at the tea left on his cup. You've always been such a quick study, and with such potential, Signora Zabini said, sighing gently as she poured herself a cup with a wave of her wand. If you don't mind, I have a couple of recommendations you might find useful in your studying. Theo raised his eyes and sat even straighter, gently placing his teacup on the table. Blaze laughed from across him. Please, Mother. Theo will never mind having more books to read. His mother briefly patted Blaze's cheek before gesturing with her wand at Theo's cup. Please, he muttered with a nod. The older woman waited until she was finished pouring him and Blaze another cup each before continuing the conversation. Have either of you ever heard of the Galdrabach? She asked before taking a sip of tea. Both Slytherins shook their heads in answer. Signora Zabini grinned at them conspiratorially. It is an old Icelandic grimoire, in which you may find both ancient spells and runic material. There's not many of them left today. Many were burned as heretic books and others were hidden away by their owners to later be forgotten and decay into nothing in some nameless hiding spot. Theo found himself on the edge of his seat. It was not often that he heard something related to rune magic. Even so, it is one of the few surviving black art books that we still have, the woman continued. It's a small book compiled on parchment, consisting of 32 sheets in all. I have an old acquaintance in Italy who might be able to procure you a copy. Bear in mind, Topolino, a book such as this carries a heavy price. That won't be a problem, Theo reassured her. His store is not easy to find, even in the magical district of Firenze. My nonnino used to consider finding it a rite of passage for young gentlemen. I figure you two will rise to the challenge. Blaze nodded at his mother eagerly. Of course we will. We'll make Grandfather Ezio proud, Mother. Theo could only nod as well. He felt like his stomach was stuck in his throat. Signora Zabini finished her tea and put down her cup gracefully. Very well. I'll start you off with the very same riddle he told me, so listen carefully. In a serpent's nest I am born, and out of venom my heart is carved. Forever drifting in eternal mirrors, always aware of your heart's desire. Always open, never closed. Point me, and what you wish for, you shall acquire. Theo blinked at her gobsmacked. Across from him, Blaze didn't seem to be faring much better. I'm sorry, what? Signora Zabini tooted. Now, Blaze, if you need me to repeat it, I'll do so with pleasure. Until then, buona fortuna. Me, Carrie. It was days later that Theo and Blaze found themselves elbows deep in books in the latter's family library. Well, Theo was elbows deep in books and old parchments. Blaze was laying in a nearby table amongst the heavy tomes, bemoaning about the cruelty of riddles. Out of a snake's pit I am born? What is that supposed to mean? That a Slytherin came up with it? He groaned and threw an arm over his eyes. Forget a rite of passage. This is hazing. A staged humiliation. Theo rolled his eyes at his friend's antics. Would you focus? I'm quite sure we're talking about a magical object. Something that will allow us to find the shop. What you wish for, you shall acquire. But what is an eternal mirror? I mean, what kind of heart is carved out of venom? Talk about toxicity, am I right? Blaze joked, huffing when his play on words went unnoticed. After a while, Theo groaned and tugged at his hair. This is useless. You're the worst research partner ever. What I wouldn't give to trade you with Daphne right now, he grumbled tiredly. Even Granger would be better company. Theo shook his head before the thought could settle down. Absolutely not. This was his riddle to solve. Well, and Blaze's technically, even if he wasn't carrying his own weight at the moment. Think, he muttered to himself. Always open, never closed. What was open and never closed? What knew his heart's desire? You know what's always open? A hole, Blaze said as he stretched, pushing some of the books over the edge of the table. Theo just ignored him, rubbing his eyes. They were getting nowhere. A magical object that could point them towards what they desired? Annoying. Riddles aside, has Potter confirmed if he'll be able to meet with us on your birthday? Theo sighed. He insists he'll be able to attend. How? I have absolutely no idea. According to Harry, he was still in the dark regarding any important, or even remotely interesting, information. You're awfully interested in meeting with him, Blaze. I thought you weren't keen on making friends with the Gryffindors. He wasn't able to see his friend's face, but Theo liked to think he was currently wearing an annoyed expression. Blaze scoffed and sat up, his legs dangling over the edge. I'd think the so-called boy who lived merits an exception, don't you think? Well, of course you do, with how enamored you are with him. Besides, consider the situation. The second he felt his face heat up, Theo made sure to look the other way, busying himself with gathering his notes. There'll be no Malfoy to annoy him, and with you there, any residual aversion to Slytherins is bound to decrease. If he gave you a chance, why not extend the olive branch to us? I'd go as far to say we're the silver linings of the Slytherin's soon-to-be 5th years. Blaze finished and leapt off the table, heading over to the other boy and grabbing the rolled-up parchments. Call it a day? Maybe we could ask Mother about the riddle after dinner, once she's had plenty of wine. And have you pinned the blame on me when your plan goes sideways? Absolutely not. We're not getting your mother inebriated, Blaze, Theo retorted, earning himself a shrug from his friend. He made sure to follow after Blaze, who hadn't waited for his answer before sauntering out of the library. I think we may be looking at this from the wrong angle. While the second half is the most tempting, maybe its origins are more important for now. In a serpent's nest I am born, and out of venom my heart is carved, Theo recited, hoping inspiration would strike. It didn't. Whatever. What do you say to a match of exploding snap to distract us? After dinner, we'll go back to the library to research snakes and whatever it is they do with their venom, Blaze proposed as they walked, leading them up to his bedroom. I still think we should be looking into holes, particularly those that do not close. Theo frowned. Most holes do close, though. Wounds heal. Holes in clothing get stitched closed. Well, the older boy answered, but those do not close naturally. Something else closes them. Theo blinked at his Anware, at a loss for words. A hole that didn't close naturally then. One born out of a serpent's nest and carved out of venom. You really are smarter than I give you credit for, Theo teased good-naturedly, gently shoving his shoulder against him. Blaze laughed loudly. Well, I am more than a pretty face, Theodore. But someone has to be the pretty one in our group, so it's the burden I must bear, he said dramatically. Theo just rolled his eyes at him and shook his head. Anyway, what is a hole that doesn't close naturally? Theo mused. They walked in silence for a while until Blaze spoke up. An ear hole? Earwax, and remember they need to be made by snakes. Murda. Oh, a tunnel. A snake hole. Blaze said excitedly that night over dinner, all but leaping out of his chair as he leaned over the table to stare at Theo. Signora Zabini's eyes widened and pulled her son back into his seat by his jumper. Blaze, have you lost all sense of decency? Calmati, bambino. Baze shot her an apologetic look and settled back. Forgive me, mother. From across him, Theo cleared his throat gently and put down his goblet. Regardless, doesn't a tunnel have 2 holes? Blaze opened his mouth before closing it in confusion. The Zabini matriarch took pity on them both and joined their conversation. I'd say it depends on your point of view, wouldn't you? Consider it as you would a straw. It could have 2, 1, or even no holes at all. Theo considered it in silence. He supposed he could see how a straw in that example could have none or even 2 holes. If he considered the straw as a rectangle of material wrapped around an axis, then there'd be no holes in that surface, just a continuous sheet that just happened to wrap around some space. As for the 2 holes, it was colloquially accepted that both ends of a long tunnel were called a hole. He told his 2 hosts as such. Signora Zabini smiled at him indulgently. I suppose you haven't yet reached the subject in arithmancy yet, Theodore. Be warned, ragazzi, do not expect more help from me after this. I'll only tell you this because you've gotten this far. There is a mathematical principle used for plotting. It states that a hole with only one entrance isn't a hole at all, since you could smooth it out just by flattening the surface. Blaze smiled openly at Theo and winked at him. In conclusion, Blaze 1, Theo 0. Better catch up, darling. Bragging rights go to the one who ends up solving the most of the riddle. Theo scowled at him as the older woman sat back and enjoyed the rest of her dinner. Fine, Blaze could have this one. That only made him want to figure out the answer even more. The sun was shining bright when Theo woke up on the day of his birthday. He spent longer than usual getting ready, the reason behind it being that he spent most of it staring at the gardens through one of his windows. If he really focused, he could barely remember an afternoon in those gardens, with Blaze dragging him around the grounds as their mothers enjoyed their afternoon tea. It wasn't until he felt a tear dripping down his face that he came back to himself, hurrying to wipe it off and resume getting dressed. When he reached the dining hall, Blaze and his mother were already seated and were talking quietly. The room was warm and brightly lit, with light streaming in through the open windows and the wind gently moving the curtains. Signora Zabini was the first one to see him enter the room. Theodore. Happy birthday, mio caro, She welcomed him with a hug and her usual kisses on both his cheeks. Theo smiled warmly at her. "Thank you, Signora," he said as Blaise hurried to take her place once she had let go. Unlike his mother, the other boy took the chance to hug Theo as tightly as he could, making him let out a harsh wheeze. "Happy birthday, Theo." Blaise gushed and led him to his seat. Come. Mother has a present for you, and she won't tell me what it is until you've opened it. You'll get mine later, when we meet with everyone." As Theo took a seat, Signora Zabini gently placed a small box with a pretty silver bow on it. "Thank you. I really appreciate it," he told her as he unwrapped the ribbon around the box. Inside, resting over a soft cushion, was a small dark obsidian stone tower with a silver band wrapped around it. The band itself was secured to a thin metal chain. He lifted it carefully, taking note of how the stone seemed to absorb the light that hit it, reflecting none of it back. Runes and scrying always seem to lead to each other. With the potential you've shown with runes, I couldn't help myself. My second husband was particularly gifted at scrying. You know. Yet he never really reached mastery of it. The poor soul. I'm thrilled you liked it, Caro. She took a seat after that, focusing instead on that day's paper. Blaise leaned over his shoulder to get a look of it. Tracy is going to go green with envy when she sees it. You could ask to borrow some of her books on crystals and divination, since you decided that elective was beneath you. Theo scoffed at him as he put the scrying crystal back in its box. As if my father would have allowed me to take classes with Trelawney. You know what everyone says about her. Besides, my schedule was full enough with 3 electives. I still maintain you're out of your mind for doing that. The only other one crazy enough to do that was Granger, Blaise retorted as he finally returned to his seat. Theo shot him a glare as he poured himself a cup of tea. You always change your tune once the term begins, anyway. Last year it was only the first day, and you were already bemoaning about how much you wished you had taken arithmancy with me instead of divination. He shot back, reaching for the sugar. Fine. The only interesting part of divination is when Trelawney goes off on her, "You're about to die" rants. I'm sure you'd find them hilarious, even if they're usually directed at Potter. Tracy is always going on about how we're never reading anything about actual divination practices instead of a Theo. I've told you not to do that in front of me, Blaise said, lunging over the table and grabbing the teaspoon from Theo's hand. Do you mind? I was using that to absolutely wreck your tea. That amount of sugar will kill you one day. I can't watch you do that. It's sacrilegious. Theo only rolled his eyes at him and grabbed another teaspoon. Then don't watch. He shot back with a smirk and stirred his tea. Blaise had been too late anyway. He'd gotten all the sugar he wanted in his cup. Aren't Italians supposed to prefer coffee over tea? Anyway, I'm of Italian descent, you knobhead. I was raised in England, he sniffed. Besides, any living creature would be appalled by the amount of sugar you put in your tea. It's inhumane, he gagged as Theo gleefully took a sip right in his face. Signora Zabini chose that moment to fold the Daily Prophet and placed it aside. If you're done torturing my son, Theodore, I was thinking we could head over to Diagon Alley to meet your friends after lunch. What do you both think? Theo nodded in answer. Thank you kindly for taking us, Signora. You're too kind. Blaise's mother waved her hand in dismissal. Oh, think nothing of it. I've arranged to have tea with some friends at Rosalie's. She was interrupted by a couple of owls coming in through one of the open windows. Oh well, I suppose they were taking their time in arriving. One of the owls, white speckled with brown, landed right in front of Theo, barely missing his scones. She gently fluffed her feathers as he took the letter from her. Both her and the owl carrying Zabini's letter helped themselves to a few pecks of the brioche before taking flight. That's the brioche done then, Signora Zabini muttered with a grimace, draping a spare napkin over it. Theo barely spared her a glance as he opened his Hogwarts letter. He supposed they could all go shopping for their school supplies as well. That would certainly keep them busy all afternoon. We only have 2 new books, The Standard Book of Spells, Grade 5, by Miranda Goshawk and Defensive Magical Theory, by Wilbert Slinkard, Theo said, reading the contents of the list. Defensive Magical Theory? Is that supposed to be our book for defense against the dark arts this year? Theory? Blaise asked incredulously. Be glad he found someone, Signora Zabini told him over her coffee. I've heard Dumbledore was having problems finding someone to take over the post. I suppose that's not surprising, considering what happened to the last four, her son muttered, putting the list aside. Theo merely hummed in agreement. Wait, it's our 5th year. Theo, you didn't make prefect, did you? Thank Freya I didn't, Theo replied. It's OWL year. Between that and everything I want to research on my own, I wouldn't have time to sleep. Wait, if you're asking me, you didn't make prefect either? Both boys groaned in unison, to Signora Zabini's delight. Well, do tell. Don't keep this revelation to yourselves. Considering Blaise seemed to be trying to drown his sorrows in pastries, Theo took it upon himself to answer. Unless Dumbledore finally lost it and made either Crabbe or Goyle prefects, that only leaves Malfoy, he muttered in distaste. He decided to follow Blaise's lead and reached for the ricotta pancakes. Hopefully food would soothe the pain of the incoming tragedy. Malfoy was going to be utterly insufferable. It was after lunch that they finally made their way to Diagon Alley. They would have eaten there, had it not been for Blaise's insistence that they visit his favorite tailor, and that Theo had better get some robes for himself since he was already there. Theo had already told his tailor and scheduled an appointment for the next day, but he figured he might as well get a couple. He still had another year of care of magical creatures and, considering Hagrid's record, there was no such thing as too many clothes. He did derail them a bit when he paused by a cashmere scarf that caught his eye. It was a particularly deep shade of green. He'd been meaning to get a new one anyway. Signora Zabini had gone off to meet some of her friends, leaving them with instructions of calling Manbay if they needed to send anything back to Villa del Sol. Blaise and Theo then made their way to Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor, their agreed meeting point. Should we wait for them inside? Theo shook his head in answer as he looked around. He figured that if Harry hadn't sent him a letter that morning, that meant he'd be able to come. However, the thought didn't stop his stomach from clenching anxiously. Looking for someone? Theo and Blaise both whirled around immediately, with Blaise's arm reaching slightly towards his wand's holster. The second Theo saw who it was, he breathed out in relief. Harry stood right in front of him with a cheeky grin, his dark hair as messy as always and his stupidly green eyes shining in the sun. He was flanked by two adults, the woman he'd met that night at Privet Drive and Professor Lupin? Blaise asked in shock, making the older man smile tiredly. It seemed their former professor was also shocked to see them, though he hid it better. Hello, Mr. Zabini, Mr. Knott. I wasn't expecting you two to be the friends Harry said he was meeting, he said, throwing Harry a look. The Gryffindor just shrugged. You never asked. Besides, I was bound to find some decent Slytherins after a while. You're the one who taught me that your house doesn't matter that much, Harry answered before stepping forward and hugging Theo in greeting. Ignoring the shocked looks and the additional wink from the woman, he hugged the other boy back. He hadn't realized how much he'd missed just being close to Harry. Happy birthday, Theo, Harry whispered in his ear, making him shiver and let go, standing close enough to him that their arms brushed. He'd gotten taller, Theo realized. Their shoulders were almost in line with each other. Slytherins, then? They're not all that bad. I met a couple of good ones back in the day, the woman said, her hair changing from an electric blue to an emerald green, barely reaching her chin. A metamorphmagus, Theo thought in wonder as his eyes widened slightly. She didn't offer her name. We just get a bad reputation from some infamous alumni, Blaise piped in, side-eyeing Theo for a moment. He'd deal with that when they got back to the villa. Lupin shrugged before patting Harry in the shoulder. Feel free to go in. We won't intrude on you. Next to him, the witch bounced on her feet. We'll just enjoy an ice cream ourselves and stay out of sight. We just got to make sure you stay right within ours, she winked. Lupin groaned and ushered them all inside, taking advantage of the fact that he was walking behind the woman to ruffle her hair, making her squawk indignantly. They took a seat in an empty corner. Harry sat right next to Theo with his back towards the door. Fewer chances of him getting recognized, Theo supposed. However did you manage to make it? He asked as the three of them settled down. Harry grinned and ran a hand through his hair. From the corner of his eye, Theo could see Blaise rolling his eyes. He decided to ignore him. It was touch and go for a moment. The deciding factor was our letters arriving today. Mrs. Weasley is going around buying everyone school supplies, and I asked her if I could tag along. Tonks and Lupin were a condition she demanded, but beggars can't be choosers, right? Well, I'm really glad you were able to come. It means a lot to me, Harry, Theo told him, grinning when he saw the other boy blush slightly in answer. All right, that's it. Change of topic, before I vomit all over the table. Please, Blaise whined from Theo's other side. Harry looked at Blaise uncomfortably for a moment before shrugging. Ron and Hermione made prefects, he mentioned nonchalantly, but Theo noticed the tense line of his shoulders. They found out just today. Blaise's eyebrows nearly shot out of his face. Wait, what? Weasley made prefect? He asked incredulously. Harry squared up immediately. Ron's perfectly capable of making prefect. Blaise shushed him with a wave of his hand. Yes, yes. Whatever. My point is, he made prefect over you? He turned to stare at Theo. Weasley made prefect over Potter. Theo pushed his flailing hand back before it ended up hitting one of them in the face. I heard Blaise, he said with a sigh. I can't help but agree, though. I thought you'd make prefect, Harry. Considering everything, the Gryffindor shrugged in answer. I guess Dumbledore disagrees. Maybe you've done too much, you know? Blaise added. Not that he's ever considered it bad behavior, with how many points he insists on awarding you with just before he declares the winner of the House Cup. Let it go, Blaise, Theo said, rolling his eyes. He turned to look at Harry, who for some reason was taking the rejection hard. Maybe he thought you'd have too much going on? Being a prefect requires a lot of time and dedication. I didn't even know you wanted to be one. Harry grimaced. I haven't really thought about it with everything going on. Anyway, since I doubt Crabbe and Goyle made prefect, which of you is it? Blaise's face immediately soured, and Theo wasn't too sure his own looked any different. Neither of us. Harry blinked at them. What? But if neither of you know, he groaned and grabbed his hair with both hands. Please don't tell me. His royal ferretness is Slytherin's newest prefect, Blaise muttered. Bet now you're glad you won't have to attend prefect meetings with him, aren't you? Harry barked out a laugh. It does make me feel better, like I dodged a bullet of sorts. A bullet? Theo opened his mouth to ask him what that meant, but Tracy and Daphne elected that moment to show up. I wasn't expecting Potter to be having this much of a good time. I take it Blaise is being civil? Daphne asked, pecking Theo in the cheek. Happy birthday, darling. Harry had gone tense all of a sudden when Tracy spoke up. Don't worry, Potter. We've all promised Theo to behave and be our pleasant best versions of ourselves. Let bygones be bygones and all that. Anything for our dearest the door. Happy birthday, you ass, she said, wrapping her arms around Theo. It's not like we have anything personal against you anyway, Daphne mentioned off-handedly. We prefer to keep to ourselves. Now, what were you talking about? We were just talking about this year's prefects, Blaise said with a grimace. Malfoy is our new prefect. Daphne merely sighed, in contrast with Tracy's unabashed groan as she sprawled back in her chair. Oh, ruin my day. Why don't you? As if we hadn't heard enough bad news already, Tracy whined. You'll never guess who Slytherin's female prefect is. Don't bother having hope. It's Parkinson. Out of everyone, did it really have to be them? Blaise groaned, massaging his temples with his fingers. Theo himself was busy trying not to panic. This was essentially his worst-case scenario. Malfoy and Parkinson would enable each other to hell and back. You're not really having the reaction I expected. Well, from Theo I did. But I thought you at least liked Malfoy? Harry asked in confusion. Theo looked up and shot him a quick smile. Only Malfoy likes Malfoy, well, and Parkinson, Tracy answered, earning herself a shove from Daphne. Slytherins tolerate each other just fine, Potter. However, you'll find Draco tends to test everyone's patience. Anyway, I suppose you made prefect then? She asked the Gryffindor, but Blaise answered before Harry could even open his mouth. As if. It's Weasley, Daphne. Weasley and Granger. He cackled. Daphne's brow creased in confusion. Granger was a given. But Weasley? I'd have bet on you myself, she told Harry before tossing her hair over her shoulder. Let's not discuss that anymore and just enjoy ourselves. Blaise, be a dear and get us some ice cream? I think I'm in the mood for some orange marmalade. Why am I getting it? Blaise asked, even as he got up to his feet. Be a gentleman. It's Theo's birthday and we're being nice to Potter, Daphne said, nudging Tracy for her pick of ice cream. Oh, I'll have the Earl Grey and lavender, Tracy said excitedly. I haven't tried that one yet. Theo turned to look at Blaze with an apologetic look. Would you get me some salted caramel? What do you want, Harry? Strawberry and peanut butter's fine. Theo noted the other boy had his hands clenched over his lap. On a whim, he took hold of one of them, smiling at Harry when he looked up at him. After a short moment, Harry smiled back at him, turning his hand so he was properly holding hands with Theo under the table. You all better hope I don't forget any of them, Blaze called back as he made his way to place their order. Chapter End Notes. Your kudos help Blaze and Theo in solving the riddle, and your comments enjoy an ice cream with the Slytherins and Harry. What did you think of this chapter? Can any of you try and guess the answer to the riddle? You'll all find out the answer soon enough, winky face. Discord server is in process. If there's anything any of you would like to see in it, please let me know and it will be taken into account. Stay safe and take of yourselves. See you next time, Triple X. 4 Slytherins and a Gryffindor. Chapter Notes. So sorry I'm late. Life. You know? Did any of you see the gameplay trailer for the Hogwarts Legacy game? I'm dying of excitement. As always, a heartfelt thank you to Miss Freya, my amazing beta who even provided this chapter's title. Discord server is in process. If there's anything any of you would like to see in it, please let me know and it will be taken into account. Hope you enjoy this chapter. See the end of the chapter for more notes. If you had told Harry a year ago he'd be having ice cream with 4 Slytherins, one of which he considered one of his closest friends, he would have thought it a bad joke. But to suggest he'd actually be enjoying himself? You'd be luckier trying to convince him Malfoy had willingly joined Spew. Yet there he was, sitting at a table and holding hands with said close friend under the surface, far away from prying eyes, having a surprisingly good time. Back at Grimmauld Place, it had been about prefects in every room. There was nowhere he could go where he wasn't expected to put on a happy face for Ron and Hermione. And here were 4 students who genuinely couldn't care less about the fact that they hadn't been made prefect. They had expressed their surprise at the fact that Harry hadn't been made one before moving on to other subjects, like it didn't really matter. He supposed it really didn't. It had felt like a bigger deal in the morning, when the news had hit, but now? It would have been time he'd had to dedicate to doing whatever it was prefects did, helping first years and whatnot. His school years always got ridiculously busy nearing the end. Did he really want the additional stress? Maybe he was better off without that shiny plaque. Besides, if Theo himself wasn't a prefect, that meant he could definitely spend more time with him once Ron and Hermione were busy. Earth to Potter? Your ice cream is melting, Zabini was saying. Harry blinked before focusing on the present, and the mess of peanut butter and strawberry dripping down his free hand. Theo was staring at him, his gray eyes full of mirth as he tried not to laugh, making Harry glare at him half-heartedly, letting go of his hand to try and salvage his ice cream. Greengrass seemed to take pity on him after watching his struggle for a moment. I can't watch this anymore. Stop moving, Potter, she commanded, taking out her hand. Harry briefly considered his personal growth, allowing a Slytherin to prepare to cast a spell on him and not drawing out his wand in answer. Scourgify. The mess immediately disappeared. Harry sighed in relief, flexing his fingers and enjoying the lack of a general stickiness. Thanks, Greengrass, he said, throwing a small smile her way. She shrugged and tossed her long hair over her shoulder. Harry pretended not to see the way Davis's eyes followed the motion. Being nice to Slytherins was one thing, but getting involved in their love lives? He didn't have a death wish. He resolved to ask Theo about it later on, when both girls were out of sight. Zabini as well, he figured. He didn't trust the other boy just yet. So, Potter, tell us, Tracy asked him, leaning forward. She'd been the first to finish her ice cream. What was it that Malfoy did that earned all of Slytherin your ire? Zabini cackled nastily and sat up straighter. Do tell. It must have been big to spawn that colossal rivalry. It was all his fault, to be honest, Harry began, keeping an eye out for any stray droplets of melted peanut butter and strawberry. I met him at Madame Malkin's. He was a git and insulted pretty much everyone who could be related to a muggle. Then we met at Hogwarts. where he proceeded to insult Ron and go on about how I'd soon find out how some wizarding families are better than others. He was interrupted by Davis's loud groan. Of course he did. He tried to pull that shite on Daphne when he spotted her hanging around with me. Greengrass gently looped her arm around hers. Behind her, the doors to the parlor opened as a small family walked in, chattering amongst themselves. And I gleefully told him to sod off. Tracy is more of a Slytherin than he could ever hope to be, the blonde said with a smirk, making Harry laugh. If he could get over his general unease of her, he could see himself growing to like her. Then how come he's civil around you lot? I can't get in a 5-meter radius of him without him going Potter and unleashing whatever insult he was practicing the night before, Harry asked indignantly. Theo snorted from his right, like you're any better. Harry was tempted to shove the grin from his friend's face right into the caramel. Theo and Daphne are essentially our shields, Zabini answered with a shrug. Malfoy is not dumb enough to pick a fight with the Knot and Greengrass families. We've come to some sort of agreement in which we don't bother him, and he and his friends don't bother us. Doesn't your family name make you some sort of shield as well? Harry asked, perplexed. I mean, you go by pureblood status, right? Zabini shrugged, somehow making the motion look elegant. We float in the middle, I suppose. My mother doesn't have the best reputation here in Britain, but we're well respected. The Knots and Greengrasses are old families. That's what sets them apart. They're part of the British Sacred 28, he said with an eye roll. Theo's mentioned that before. What is that supposed to be? They're 28 British families that were truly pureblood by the 1930s. It's biased, inaccurate, and out of date, Theo sniffed. For some families, their inclusion in the list is quite the big deal. You can imagine who, for example. Harry joined Zabini in rolling his eyes. Of course Malfoy would be part of it. It made complete sense. You know what? I'm glad I dodged the bullet of being in Slytherin. As decent as you four are, he carried on, ignoring Zabini's blatant wink toward Theo, there's no way I'd get along with Malfoy. The Sorting Hat considered you for Slytherin? And you said no? Davis asked, alarmed, sitting up straight. Harry shrugged with a grin. Everyone had warned me against Slytherin. Then I met Malfoy and figured that if he was capable of being that unpleasant, there was no way I would be in the same house as him, even if he lost the chance of meeting Theo that first year. Things had worked out in the end, and Malfoy and him didn't share a dorm. Harry would count that one as a win. Great. So Malfoy cost us every house cup with his stupid Malfoys are better than everybody else spiel, Zabini groaned. Glad we cleared that up. Next topic, please. Tracy dug into her bag gleefully. Presents. We're all done eating anyway, she said, carefully placing a small blue box on the table. Everyone else took her hint, drawing out their packages. Gingerly, Harry placed his own small box, wrapped in silver paper. Earlier that day, Mrs. Weasley had helped him wrap it. The only thing he asked her for was the color of the wrapping paper. It had been the closest he'd be able to get to Theo's eyes. I call seniority. Sucks to be you, Potter, Zabini declared, pushing his own parcel in front of Theo. Harry snorted good-naturedly. Doesn't it always? He asked, enjoying the laughter it provoked. It was nice to be around people who didn't have a reason to walk on eggshells around him, or people who didn't want to kill him. He wasn't too picky these days. Theo seemed to take pleasure in ripping the paper off his gift, placing it aside to take a good look of it. It had a couple of black candles and what seemed to be a board game. Mother suggested the reversing black candles, so I'd suppose they'll aid with your rune business and all that, Zabini said before eagerly gesturing to the next part of his present. Griffins and gargoyles, Theo exclaimed as he inspected the box. I hadn't seen one of these in ages. Where did you find it? That's my secret to keep. Do you like it? Of course I do. We used to spend afternoons playing this. Thank you, Blaze. Truly, Theo smiled at him, gently placing the candles over said board game. Harry was actually paying attention in the order they went. Theo had never mentioned how he'd met his friends. He'd supposed they all had met at Hogwarts, but apparently some of them knew each other from even before. I'm next then, Daphne said, pushing a velvet bag across the table. I hope you find it challenging enough, Theo. Inside the bag was a small bronze cube with detailed markings. Harry shot Greengrass a confused look as Theo cooed over it excitedly. It's a version of D's configuration. Essentially, it works as an arcane puzzle box. You activate it by pressing a series of hidden pressure points in a precise order. Depending on which one you press, it changes its shape. I've gifted others to Theo, but he keeps solving them too fast. This one is supposed to be harder. Considering the more you play with it, the difficulty level rises as it learns your movements, she explained, as Theo finally looked up. It's a tradition of sorts. She gives me one every year for my birthday and then pretends to be annoyed that I managed to solve it, he grinned, letting the cube rest over its bag. Tracy reached over and replaced it with hers. As Theo opened it, Harry anxiously thumbed over the edge of his own gift. Everything had been so magic-related. Would Theo even like an old Muggle camera? Theo's and Tracy's interaction went by faster than he would have liked. She had gifted him an assortment of sweets and several containers of invisible ink along with a revealer. Harry could his stomach doing acrobatics inside him as everyone turned to stare at him. He nervously handed the package to Theo, scratching the back of his neck the second one of his hands was free. "I hope you like it. I guess it's a bit different from what you're used to," he said in a small voice. Theo didn't open it immediately, preferring instead to smile softly at Harry, making his face grow warmer. "I'm sure I will." "It's from you, Harry," Theo said. Zabini decided to make a nuisance of himself and made gagging noises. Yes, yes. Very nice. Open it, Theo. I want to see what is Potter so nervous," he smiled before wincing suddenly, in sync with a muffled thud under the table. Greengrass leaned over to glare at Zabini. "Who raised you? With those manners, certainly not your lovely mother," she hissed at him, as he reached down to rub his leg. Ignoring them, Theo winked at Harry before unwrapping the box. Unlike earlier, he didn't rip it off immediately, taking his time instead. His smile gave way to a confused look when he finished opening it. "What's a Polaroid?" he asked, taking the camera out of his package. "Is it a Muggle thing?" Davis leaned over Harry to see, as Greengrass and Zabini bickered to each other. "It sort of looks like that Gryffindor kid's Muggle camera, but smaller and funnier looking," she muttered, pursuing her lips as she inspected it. Theo turned it over a couple of times before pushing it into Harry's hands. "So it's a Muggle camera, then? Show me how it works, would you?" Glad that it had actually captured his friend's interest, Harry took it back and pointed it towards Greengrass and Zabini. "It's simple. You point the lens at what you want to take a photo of, and you press this button," he trailed off as he took the picture. The flash went off, immediately alerting the bickering Slytherins to what they were doing. Soon enough, the rollers ejected the photo. "Now we wait," he told Theo, passing it to him, "and try not to shake it. It takes a while for it to develop. It's an instant camera. When it runs out of film, let me know, and I'll help you change it." "Oh, look. It's changing already," Theo commented, holding it up for Tracy to see. Greengrass and Zabini hurried over to look at it as well. "Oh." Greengrass sighed in despair. "That's not a nice picture at all." Zabini snickered as he threw his arm over her shoulders. "I think it perfectly captures your essence, Daphne." Harry thought the elbow Zabini got to his stomach was very well deserved. "And the Muggles developed this? A camera that immediately prints out its photo?" Theo asked curiously, taking the camera back to inspect it further. "That's quite impressive." Harry smiled widely, glad his present had been well received. "Well, I demand a new picture to commemorate Theo's birthday," Greengrass said, standing up, "and destroy that one while we're at it." She tried to make a grab for it, but Theo held it close to his chest. "You'll do no such thing," he retorted, storing it carefully in his robes. "I happen to like it. I'm not opposed to a new picture, though." Harry took that opportunity to stand up as well. "I could take a picture of the four of you, if you'd like, that is." He tensed when he felt an arm that was decidedly not Theo's, since the other boy was still in his line of sight, wrapped around his shoulders. "I like you more and more already, Potter," Davis exclaimed, moving him along so she could reach Theo's side. "Look alive, everyone. We're getting our picture taken." Greengrass had walked over to the other side of the table as well, going over to stand next to Davis. Harry noted that Zabini resolutely stayed on Theo's ride, using not only him but also Davis as a human shield. "You need to stay still for as long as possible, so, smile?" "I guess," he muttered the last part under his breath. What the Slytherins gave him were decidedly not the smiles he had been expecting. Zabinis and Greengrasses bordered on smirks, to be honest, while Davis looked the most normal. Theo's smile was the one that made him feel even warmer all of a sudden. It was rare to see him so unguarded and freely enjoying himself. As he clicked the shutter, Harry comforted himself with that fact, that even if he no longer got to see Theo every day like he would have liked, the other boy was amongst friends who cared for him and made him happy. "Oh, let me take one of you and Theo, Potter. It's this button here, right? I should get my mom to bring over more Muggle gadgets. This one's fun," Davis said as she gently took the camera from Harry's hands, pushing him toward Theo. The Gryffindor couldn't help but blush as Zabini and Greengrass gave them space, snickering all while. "Come on, Harry." Theo winked at him, the bastard. "I won't bite." Harry made a show of rolling his eyes at him, smiling as he wrapped his arm around Theo's shoulders. "Sod off," he laughed, smiling at the camera as Davis fumbled with it, handing the previous photo over to the other two. The flash blinded him somewhat, and he barely resisted the urge to rub his eyes. "This one's ready," Zabini announced, waving the photo in the air. Greengrass immediately turned to him in alarm. "You're not supposed to shake it, Blaze," she chastised, pulling it from his grip. "This one is definitely nicer, even if it's a bit eerie how still it is. Do you think it would work at Hogwarts? It would be nice if you brought it along. It's mechanical, so I guess it should work all right," Harry said, as Davis handed over the newest photo to Theo, who angled it so Harry could look at it as well. As he looked over both of their faces, Harry could feel his stomach attempting a somersault. He shrugged it off, attributing it to either too much ice cream or too many Slytherins. He really liked the photo, taking in how his glasses hadn't decided to reflect the flash of the camera and how Theo's longer than usual hair fell over his forehead. "It's nice," he said lamely, leaning back. "It really is," Theo muttered. "A nice memory of a very nice day." The others were already back in their seats. Zabini was the one currently inspecting the group photograph. "We should go to some shops later, Theo, and I need to get our school supplies before heading back. What about you all?" Harry checked his watch quickly. Mrs. Weasley was due to finish her own shopping soon. He watched with a bittersweet smile as Davis handed the Polaroid camera back to Theo. "I actually think I'll be heading back," he commented, surprised over the fact that he was reluctant to leave. He'd enjoyed the tiny taste of freedom he'd gotten. "Would you three like to go ahead?" "I'd like to speak to Harry for a moment before he has to leave," Theo said, as he turned the camera in his hands. The other Slytherins nodded with matching grins, getting up to leave. Zabini was kind enough to gather the remaining presents. "I'll call Mambe and tell him to leave them in your room." Once Theo had thanked him, Greengrass turned to them. "We'll meet you at Twilfit and Tattings then. I still have some clothes to buy for this term." "I'd go as far as to say it was nice seeing you, Potter," she said, nodding in his direction. Davis grabbed onto her arm, smiling brightly at him. "Yeah, you're not as annoying as you seem from afar." "It was nice to officially meet you," she said, walking out with the blonde. Zabini clapped him in the shoulder. "I'm glad we can officially blame Malfoy for everything. See you around, Potter. Theo, do try to not take too long, or we'll visit Obscurus books without you," he exclaimed as he followed the others through the doors. Theo pressed his lips together in annoyance. "He wouldn't dare," he muttered under his breath before focusing on Harry. "Thank you again for coming. It wasn't too bad, was it?" Harry took a moment to relax before answering. "I wouldn't say it was even bad. I might even be persuaded to admit I had a good time," he noted, following it with a short laugh. "Did you really like the camera? It's not exactly what I would have liked to give, or what you're probably used to, but I was having some trouble with shopping." Theo snorted at that. "It's perfect, really. I wasn't even expecting anything. You being here was enough." He trailed off for a moment, before clearing his throat. "Are you really okay? You seemed tense earlier, when we were talking about prefects and whatnot." Harry focused on one of the light fixtures above them, watching as it flickered slightly as he gathered his thoughts. "It had been bothering me earlier," he confessed, lowering his eyes to stare at Theo, who was staring at him intently. "It's stupid, really, but when Ron got that letter, if I had known there was a prefect plaque on the way, I'd have assumed it was for me, you know? It sounds so arrogant. Ron definitely deserves it. It's just, He gestured wildly with his hands when words began to fail him. It's always been you? Theo asked with a small smile. I suppose it may sound arrogant, but we'd all assumed it would have been you. Perhaps that's Dumbledore's idea? Giving Weasley a break? Harry leaned back with a sigh, making his chair creak noisily. That actually makes sense? Ron was certainly quite proud, even if he was trying not to show it. Fred and George didn't waste a second in giving him shit about it, he laughed. If that happened again at the party tonight, he'd stick up for his friend. It seemed like a bigger deal earlier. Another slight against me from the universe. Hey, wipe your face over there, Theo said suddenly, gesturing toward the corner of his lip closest to him. Harry blushed immediately, rubbing the back of his hand against the spot. Did he have dried spit or something? Shit, did he have leftover ice cream on his face? What is it? He asked, mind-reeling. There hadn't been ice cream on his face when they took that photo earlier, so that wasn't it. Your arrogance is dripping out, you little piece of shit. Harry groaned, digging his face into his hands. Why was he friends with Theo again? He tried his best to hold in his laughter, lifting his head to throw the Slytherin the best glare he could. But Theo's hysterics were contagious, and soon enough they were both leaning on the table, gasping for breath. I hate you, Harry gasped out. You absolute bastard, not? Theo snorted as he tried to speak. I couldn't help myself. I'm sorry, he forced out before resuming his laughter, the corners of his eyes creasing in amusement. Are you really? Not really, no. Oh, Theo sighed, wiping his eyes. I can't remember the last time I laughed that hard. Do I get my first name privileges back if I make it up to you? Harry pushed his shoulder against his gently. And how do you plan to do that? He asked him with a grin, enjoying how Theo seemed to lose his bearings for a second. His friend pushed the camera into his hands, biting his lip. We take another photo. That way each of us gets to keep one. What do you think? I'll choose which one, of course, he proposed, looking quite proud of himself. Harry was tempted to mess up Theo's hair to wipe that look off his face. Why do you choose? You're supposed to be making it up to me. Well, it's my birthday, isn't it? My word goes. So, do you agree with my terms, Potter? Theo asked him with hooded eyes that made Harry's stomach feel heavy. He sighed as he took the camera. Fine, Your Highness, I agree. Now, move closer. It's harder when you take a picture of yourself pressed up next to each other. Harry breathed in deeply, trying his best to ignore the heat of Theo right beside him. The flash was an appreciated distraction, seeing how it made Theo retreat to his seat, pressing the back of his hands against his eyes. So far, that's the only part one could deal without, he muttered, blinking owlishly at Harry. You'll get used to it, Harry said, carefully placing the photo on the table. Okay, Theo, which one shall you pick? They both waited for a while until their newest photo had developed enough for Theo to compare them. While the Slytherin decided, Harry took a chance to look around them. He didn't have any luck in spotting Tonks and Lupin, assuming Tonks even looked like herself. I've decided, Theo suddenly declared, commanding Harry's attention back to himself. I'll take this one, he gestured towards the one they'd just taken, and you get this one. Harry smiled as he took in the picture Davis had taken of them. Truthfully, he had enjoyed that one the best. His smile slipped a bit when Theo looked over his shoulder and resumed what Harry had dubbed his Hogwarts face, generally guarded and unfriendly. Turning, he saw that Lupin and Tonks had made a reappearance. Sorry to cut this short, you two, but we should go find Molly before she's done, bosses. Orders. Tonks shrugged. Theo nodded at her and got up promptly. Harry decided to follow him before he could walk away. He'd already hugged Theo in front of both adults earlier. What harm could another one do? He stood up, pushing the heavy chair back noisily. The second Theo turned to look at him, he threw his arms around him, delighting in the surprised noise the other let out. Theo barked out a laugh and hugged him back. See you in Hogwarts? Theo asked him, grabbing the camera and his chosen photograph. He stored the latter in his cloak, making sure it wouldn't get wrinkled. Definitely, I'll find you. Harry winked at him, waving as the other boy gestured goodbye to Tonks and Lupin before walking out of the door. It wasn't long before they followed him, yet when Harry looked around the street, the Slytherin was nowhere to be seen. Tonks was the first one to break the silence. So, Are we allowed to ask about that one in particular? Absolutely not, Harry answered, carefully pocketing his photograph in his jacket. Oh, please, Tonks badgered on, keeping her eyes focused on every passerby they came across. Not even one? Lupin sighed and put his hand on her shoulder, reining her in. What did you even talk about with them? Before today, I'd never imagined I'd see you in their company. We talked about prefects and how neither of them was made one. It helped, after the whole ordeal today. Harry shrugged as Tonks visibly perked up. In her excitement, she nearly tripped over a stray pebble, nearly toppling over if it weren't for Lupin's grip on her shoulder. Oh, I wasn't a prefect either. Thanks, she laughed, thanking Lupin with a sheepish look. My head of house said I lacked the necessary qualities. Like what? Harry asked as they passed Caput Mortuum, which had what looked like a very well-preserved skeleton of a monkey posed near its entrance. Like the ability to behave myself, Tonks told him nonchalantly, making him burst out in laughter. What about you, Remus? Did you make prefect? I did. I think Dumbledore might have hoped that I would be able to exercise some control over my best friends, Lupin said. Needless to say, I failed abysmally. Harry's mood lifted even higher. His father hadn't been a prefect either. He guessed he could see Lupin as a prefect, blatantly ignoring whatever his father and Sirius were up to. Probably what Ron would be doing regarding Fred and George's antics. Speaking of Ron, Harry hurried up Lupin and Tonks in their search for Mrs. Weasley. She hardly knew what to look for in the broom Ron wanted for his congratulatory gift. After all, he could even get his best friend something as well. Ron deserved to enjoy his moment. Speaking of moments. So, Harry started, turning to look at Lupin. Can you not mention this to Padfoot? Lupin merely stared at him for a moment before smiling widely and grabbing his shoulder. Don't worry, Harry. I won't tell him a thing, he said, squeezing his shoulder. Harry opened his mouth to thank him, but the older man beat him to it. You're telling him yourself? Harry cursed inwardly as Tonks barked out a laugh in delight. He would have been better off not saying anything. Chapter End Notes. Your kudos tell Sirius to go gently on Harry when he finds out who his mystery friend is, and your comments get a copy of a Theo and Harry photo of your choice. Discord server is in process. If there's anything any of you would like to see in it, please let me know and it will be taken into account. Smiley face. Stay safe and take of yourselves. See you next time, XXX. I see death horses. Chapter Notes. As of today's update, this FIC is officially 100k plus long. I'm feeling sentimental, so the most gracious, heartfelt, and joyous thank you to Miss Freya, my amazing beta, and to each and every one of you. Your comments and kudos have kept this story going, and I wouldn't have come this far without your support. Love. Discord server is in process. If there's anything any of you would like to see in it, please let me know and it will be taken into account. Hope you enjoy this chapter. See the end of the chapter for more notes. The first day of September came without any advances on the riddle, much to Theo and Blaze's chagrin. Signora Zabini had accompanied them to the station and through the barrier, where the Hogwarts Express stood belching sooty steam over the platform packed with the departing students and their families. You two take care of each other, see? She asked of them, smothering Blaze with her goodbye hug. Give my love to Daphne and her sister. Theo nodded distractedly, subtly looking around for the usual Weasley parade and, most importantly, their dark-haired honorary member. We will, Mother, Blaze replied, chastely kissing his mother's hands before grabbing his trunk. Signora Zabini stroked his short hair before moving on to Theo, who finally gave up on trying to spot them. Theodore, darling, thank you for your visit this last couple of days. You're always welcome, mio caro, she said, kissing both of his cheeks loudly. Don't be a stranger. We're past that already. Thank you for everything, Signora. Blaze pulled at Theo's arm insistingly. We really do need to hurry if we want to find an empty compartment. I'll write to you tomorrow, Mother, he called as they made their way toward the train and away from the waving witch. As they walked, they came across Malfoy and his parents. The blond boy greeted them with a smile. He was already wearing his prefect badge over his clothes. Nod. Zabini. Isn't this wonderful? He laughed happily. Who do you think made prefect from the other houses? I don't imagine Potter. What with how stellar his reputation is these days. That's enough, Draco. Don't you think so? Lucius Malfoy interrupted his son, placing a hand over the boy's shoulder. Theodore Blaise, he nodded in greeting at them both. Beside him, his wife Narcissa sent them a thin smile that didn't reach her eyes. Has your mother left already, Blaise? A pity. It's been such a long time since we last sat down for a talk, she drawled, looking at them both intently as she looped her arm around her husband's. Lucius gripped his cane tightly as he turned to stare at Theo. Alaric has been joining us for dinner so often, Theodore. I was almost expecting you to accompany him eventually. Imagine our disappointment when you didn't. Draco would have enjoyed your company at the very least. Theo nodded at him jerkily, eager to end their conversation. He spared a look at the younger Malfoy, who was preening under his father's hand. Was he even aware of what his father was up to? Or was he in the dark, just like Theo himself? He'd known Malfoy mirrored his family's supremacist views, even going as far as to threaten any Muggleborns he came across. But would he go as far as to actively support the Dark Lord? Was he a Death Eater in the making? Perhaps over the winter holidays, Blaise interjected. You all know Theo. We lose all track of him during summer. He prefers the company of books over us mere mortals. Lucius winced at that. Perhaps it wouldn't be too bad if Draco focused more on his studies rather than his friends. He spent most of his time sending letters to Miss Parkinson. Malfoy blushed a deep red and hurried to defend himself. We've been discussing what we'll do as prefects once term begins. I'm dying to see Potter's face when I take points away from Gryffindor. Narcissa's lips thinned even further. Theo was surprised that it was even possible. Darling, must we go over this once more? I'm sure your friends are quite eager to get on the train, as should you. Theo took the opening the gods had gifted him with. You're right, Madame Malfoy. Blaise and I should be on our way if we want to get a compartment to ourselves. That accursed train, Narcissa sighed. It's ridiculous how the Ministry insists on using a Muggle contraption for their transport. Be on your way, boys. Enjoy your school year. Malfoy waved at them. I'll see you around. I'm sharing a compartment with Crabbe and Goyle, if they ever arrive, that is, he said with a sneer. Lucius gave them a small nod, before turning to talk to his son. Eagerly, Theo and Blaise dragged their trunks to the nearest opening. Once they had entered, they shared a brief laugh before beginning their search for an empty compartment. I can never decide on my feelings towards the Malfoys, Theo muttered as he led the way, struggling with his trunk. The bloody thing kept getting stuck in the carpeted floors. Too annoying to like, too amusing to hate? Blaise offered from behind him as they walked. Hey, do you think Daphne and Tracy are here already? He asked, changing the topic. Theo shot him an incredulous look over his shoulder. Those two? Absolutely not. There's no chance of them arriving early, he answered, peering through the glass-paneled doors into the compartments they passed, searching for an empty one. They found one soon enough, and both breathed a sigh of relief once they were seated. Blaise scrunched his nose, staring at the occupants of the platform through the window as Theo leaned down to open his trunk. This year feels different. With everything that's going on, I just have this sense of foreboding. Pausing his rummaging, Theo looked up at his oldest friend. Like we're just waiting for everything to hit, he muttered, pulling at the sleeves of his shirt. Yes, Blaise said, throwing his hands up in the air. I hate it. I absolutely hate it. The other night, while you were in the library researching, Mother kept insisting on how important it was for me to focus on myself and studying. Absolutely no acknowledging that the Dark Lord is back allowed. Let Potter and Dumbledore continue making fools of themselves, he sighed, slumping down in his seat. My father said the same thing, Theo told him, pressing his lips into a thin line. He went on about how important it was to treat Harry as if he was nothing but an attention-craving liar. The words left a bitter taste in his mouth, making his blood boil. Like Harry wasn't twice the wizard his father would ever be, he thought furiously. This is ridiculous. Everything is going to explode eventually. It'll explode right in front of all their stupid faces, Blaise muttered angrily. Except for my lovely mother's face, of course. She's smart enough to keep her arms clean, if you know what I mean. Theo looked up just in time to catch the pointed look Blaise threw at him. Theo snorted in agreement. At least Signora Zabini was keeping herself far away from this mess. Whatever benefit his father saw in following the Dark Lord was completely lost on him. You just had to meet Potter, didn't you, Theo? Blaze sighed, rubbing his temples. You met him, and now his mess just spilled all over the wizarding world. Theo rolled his eyes good-naturedly, focusing on his trunk once more. If Blaze was feeling melodramatic enough to make jokes, then he was going to be just fine. Spotting the box he was looking for, he dug it out eagerly and threw it into Blaze's lap, effectively cutting off his spiel. "Oh, you brought it?" the boy asked excitedly, placing the box of griffins and gargoyles in the middle of the seat. "Well, come on over then. It's been so long I can barely remember how to play it." By the time they had finally organized their playing space and gone through the rules, Daphne and Tracy arrived, with the latter excitedly joining their game right in time. Daphne raised her eyebrows at them with a cheeky grin, preferring to paint her nails and chat with them as the game progressed. Halfway through the game, the train finally left the station. Much to Daphne's chagrin, their game had lasted a bit more than half an hour, forcing her to entertain herself by commenting on their game as she waited for her nails to dry. Theo grumbled amiably, stretching his arms over his head until his back cracked. Tracy had absolutely destroyed them both by a large margin, prompting Blaze to accuse her of cheating multiple times as they played. As Tracy thrust her hands over Daphne's lap, asking for her to do her nails as well, Theo considered going over to check on Harry. He had half a mind to make up an excuse to search for the Gryffindor, before realizing that he didn't really need one anymore. That didn't mean he was willing to bear the teasing his friends could unleash upon him if they so wished. "I'll see you all in a while," he said, standing up and enjoying the feeling of stretching his legs. To his friends' credit, they only shot him a knowing look before focusing on Tracy's nails. As he closed the compartment door behind him, he briefly wondered how his life had come to this. Searching for his Gryffindor friend during the ride to school, his Gryffindor friend who was Harry Potter. Out of all the available lions in Hogwarts, they hadn't written to each other in the days between Theo's birthday and the 1st of September. Theo himself had been busy scouring any available material he could find in the Zabini's library in hopes of solving the riddle, and Harry had probably been busy with whatever it was they did over there when they weren't cleaning. He'd missed him. Not that he would ever tell Harry as much. As he walked, he discreetly peered through the glass-paneled doors. He figured Harry would be sitting with his usual crew, especially given the current circumstances. He was nearing the very end of the train when he spotted a girl standing in the middle of the corridor, in front of an open compartment door. Theo recognized her as one of the older Ravenclaws. He'd seen her play in some of the Quidditch matches Tracy insisted on attending. He couldn't quite place her name, though. Well, there wasn't anywhere else to look, Theo figured. The odds were that Harry was in that compartment, or he wasn't on the train at all. As he neared her, he could faintly hear the conversation going on. "Just thought I'd say hello." By then, Harry. Not much of a conversation then. At least he had confirmation of who was in there. As she turned, the girl seemed surprised to see Theo standing there. Perhaps he'd been too quiet in his approach. Shooting him a confused glance, she smiled weakly at him and walked past him, all the while sticking close to the wall. Ignoring her, he continued walking towards the open compartment, scrunching his face in distaste as he grew closer. What in hell was that smell? He covered the lower half of his face with his sleeve, trying his best to ignore the feeling of his eyes watering. "Never mind," he heard a girl say. "Look, we can get rid of all this easily." Scourgify. The smell grew lighter, but didn't completely vanish. Bracing himself, Theo peeked through the door. Inside the compartment sat a disgruntled Harry holding a frog. Neville Longbottom was also there, apologetically holding what looked like a cactus covered in boils. Two girls were with them, Ginny Weasley and someone with straggly, waist-length, dirty blonde hair, very pale eyebrows, and protuberant eyes. He had absolutely no idea who she was. Deeming the other occupants uninteresting, he chose to focus on Harry. "I don't want to know," he muttered as he entered the compartment, sliding the door closed behind him. "Hey, Theo," Harry said with a smile, which Theo gladly returned. Harry, his friend, shuffled away to Longbottom, freeing a space between himself and the other Gryffindor boy, which Theo promptly took. Amusingly, Longbottom inched away from him the moment he sat down. Theo couldn't really help himself and threw a smirk his way, watching gleefully as the Gryffindor visibly shuddered. He suddenly felt an elbow dig into his ribs and did his best to hide back the wince. Perhaps he should have sat on Harry's other side. The temptation wouldn't have been so strong. Had a good summer, Longbottom? Theo asked, not at all unkindly. He wasn't all that bad. Longbottom was just too amusing to tease. Yeah, Longbottom mumbled nervously. I got this for my birthday, he said, gesturing to the plant in his hands, which we won't be poking at anymore, Weasley said from the other side of the compartment. You're not, right? I've seen you around. Weasley, Theo nodded in greeting. Theodore not. Pleased to make your acquaintance. He leaned back, feeling his shoulder brush up against Harry's. A welcome warmth. Weasley followed the motion with sharp eyes. I've seen you in the library before, the blonde girl said dreamily. Theo finally focused on her, noticing she had her wand stuck behind her left ear and, was she reading that magazine upside down? Yes, Theo answered, caught off guard. He couldn't look away from her necklace made out of butterbeer caps. I'm afraid I don't know who you are, though. That's Luna Lovegood. We just met her as well, Harry told him, pulling Theo's attention back to him. She's a Ravenclaw in Ginny's year. Theo merely nodded in answer. Ravenclaws were a weird breed, but this girl left them all in the dust. The magazine in her hands caught his eye, though. It was an edition of the Quibbler, far from the worst of the tabloids published these days, but known for its conspiracy theories and articles about imaginary animals. Upside down, it was hard to make out the titles on its cover, but if he focused, he could make out the words ancient runes. How did that old saying go? Leave no stone unturned? Excuse me, Lovegood, may I take a look at that magazine of yours? He could feel Harry's incredulous gaze on him, which was curious. He hadn't taken Harry as someone who'd known about the bizarre contents of the Quibbler. Lovegood nodded at him and passed him the magazine with a soft smile, turning to engage with Weasley in conversation. Longbottom seemed at loss for a moment, before joining both girls. As Theo settled back to look over the magazine, he felt more than saw Harry craning his neck to read alongside him. So, with a fond sigh, he adjusted his grip so the other boy could read comfortably from his spot next to him. Beneath the title were listed the headings of other articles inside the magazine. Corruption in the Quidditch League. How the Tornadoes are taking control. Secrets of the ancient runes revealed. Sirius Black, villain or victim. He sighed internally, not wanting to anger the owner of the magazine before he'd had a chance to read it. Knowing Harry, he'd want to read the article about Black, eager for some news. He'd be severely disappointed, Theo mused. The odds of the Quibbler printing out a conspiracy theory that would turn out to be true were close to none. He was taking arithmancy. He knew the numbers. I'll hand it over to you in a second, he told his friend as he scanned the index. Once he found the page, he quickly turned to the article. To his disappointment, it was about how if you turn the runes on their heads, they revealed a spell to make your enemy's ears turn into kumquats. At least that explained why Lovegood was looking at it upside down. He was about to pass the magazine over to Harry, so they could both be disappointed when the other boy pointed at the following page. What is an Ouija board doing there? Harry asked, scooting even closer. Theo could barely think over the feeling of being pressed up against the Gryffindor, who didn't even appear to notice. Across from them, Lovegood perked up at his comment. Oh, the Muggles made a board with which you can talk to the dead, she said in that airy tone of hers. You ask them questions and the spirits will move the plancher and spell out their answers. Isn't it interesting? It does irritate the Raxperts, though. I suppose it does help you keep a clear head when communicating, don't you think? Theo wasn't willing to unpack any of that. The Muggles call it a planchette, though, Harry added amicably. It's this thing right here. He pointed at a picture of a heart-shaped object with a hole in its middle. The hole is usually so you can see the letter it's hovering on, but some say that during a session, you can actually lift it and look at the spirits in the room. That's horrible, Longbottom cried. Why would anyone want to communicate with the dead? Assuming it actually works, of course, Weasley interjected, pursuing her lips. Beside her, Lovegood merely sighed. I think people would like to know that their loved ones are happy, wouldn't you? That's what I would want. Sometimes, I miss them terribly. Hearing from them would be very nice. Theo felt her words land like a stone in his stomach. It would be very nice indeed. He spared a glance at the Ravenclaw, catching the sad glint in her eyes before it went away. He couldn't help but feel a sense of kinship toward her. He felt a hand settle over his as Harry grasped it gently. My father is using them for a project of his, Lovegood mentioned, staring right at Theo. Her protuberant eyes made it seem like she was looking right into him. He thinks they're similar to hag stones, so he's looking for some to be able to spot creatures normally invisible to the eye. Those you can't see with a revealing charm. He hasn't found any, though. It's a shame. I'd like to see Raxburts so I can keep them away from my ears. They make your brain go fuzzy. Theo shook his head. The kindred he'd felt for Lovegood aside, there was no denying her oddness. But who was he to judge? He chose to flick through the rest of the magazine, but there wasn't anything interesting left. Harry would place his finger on the page whenever he wanted Theo to pause so he could read what was written. Together, they went over an accusation that the Tutchell Tornadoes were winning the Quidditch League by a combination of blackmail, illegal broom tampering, and torture. An interview with a wizard who claimed to have flown to the moon on a clean sweep 6 and brought back a bag of moon frogs to prove it. When they finally reached the article on Sirius Black, Theo placed the magazine on Harry's hands and leaned over his shoulder to read, effectively switching their previous positions. The article in question was illustrated by a cartoon, in which Black was standing on a pile of human bones with his wand out. The headline on the article read, "Sirius, Black as he's painted? Notorious mass murderer or innocent singing sensation?" Theo mentally prepared himself for whatever it was he was going to read. Just from the headline alone, it wasn't heading in a good direction. For 14 years, Sirius Black has been believed guilty of the mass murder of 12 innocent muggles and one wizard. Black's audacious escape from Azkaban 2 years ago has led to the widest manhunt ever conducted by the Ministry of Magic. None of us has ever questioned that he deserves to be recaptured and handed back to the Dementors. But does he? Startling new evidence has recently come to light that Sirius Black may not have committed the crimes for which he was sent to Azkaban. In fact, says Doris Purkis of 18 Acanthia Way, Little Norton, Black may not even have been present at the killings. What people don't realize is that Sirius Black is a false name, says Mrs. Purkis. The man people believe to be Sirius Black is actually Stubby Boardman, lead singer of the popular singing group The Hobgoblins, who retired from public life after being struck in the ear by a turnip at a concert in Little Norton Church Hall nearly 15 years ago. I recognized him the moment I saw his picture in the paper. Now, Stubby couldn't possibly have committed those crimes, because on the day in question he happened to be enjoying a romantic candlelit dinner with me. I have written to the Minister of Magic and am expecting him to give Stubby, alias Sirius, a full pardon any day now. Theo wanted to claw his eyes out. Right there was the very reason why he didn't read the Quibbler. Imaginary creatures? No problem. He had the personal belief that everything must have been inspired by something real. Sometimes he even enjoyed going over them and finding out their origins. But that right there, crazy conspiracy theories backed by wizards who firmly believed in them, annoyed him too much. He gently took the Quibbler from Harry's prone hands. The other boy hadn't really moved after reading the article. He just sat there with his lips pressed together. Lovegood leaned forward to take it from him. "What did you think?" Theo chose his words very carefully. "I found the stories to be quite incredible. That would do," he thought as the Ravenclaw beamed at him. He spent the better half of an hour with them before deciding it was probably time to leave. As per usual when in Harry's company, he'd enjoyed himself. Weasley and Lovegood were tolerable when together. With their respective wittiness and whatever it was that Lovegood had, Theo wasn't going to try to put a name to it. They complemented each other quite nicely. Longbottom, as skittish as he acted, was a walking encyclopedia of herbology. Theo stored that piece of information carefully. It could be useful sometime later. Besides, it was terribly amusing how a simple movement of his eyebrow could leave the Gryffindor in a frenzy. Harry could glare disapprovingly at him as much as he wanted. Theo had heard those snorts of laughter whenever he terrorized Longbottom just a little. Theo handed the cards he had gotten from his chocolate frogs to Harry and stood up, straightening his clothes. "As pleasant as this has been, I'll take my leave. Pleasure meeting you all," he told them, before turning to look at Harry. "I'll see you around then. You know how to find me." Feeling bold, he winked at him and opened the door. Exiting the compartment, he closed the door behind him before sighing. He'd have to walk almost the entirety of the train's length to get back to his friends. At least the halls were empty, he thought to himself as he began walking. Unfortunately, they weren't empty for long, seeing as how he eventually ran into Granger and Weasley, back from wherever it was they had been. Granger smiled at him warmly. "Nod. Did you have a nice summer?" Behind her, Weasley scowled and nodded at him in greeting. Theo smiled back at the girl and nodded back at Weasley, all the while picturing a long-legged spider inching its way along his shoulders and into his appalling jumper. "I did. Did you enjoy yours?" he asked cordially. It wasn't that he disliked Granger, he was just deeply disappointed in her behavior toward Harry during the start of their summer holidays. But Harry had told him that everything was fine now, so back to civility he was. Besides, he really wanted to read the books she had told him she'd brought from her home. "I did. We should be going now, but it was nice to see you," Granger said, grabbing Weasley's arm and pulling him along. Theo congratulated himself on abstaining from trying to trip the taller boy as he walked past him. He blasted everything to hell and back when he ran into Malfoy and Parkinson. "Nod. Guess who the prefects from Gryffindor are? It's Weasley and that mudblood Granger," he laughed gleefully. Beside him, Parkinson giggled and tried to wrap her arm around Malfoy's, but the boy shrugged it off. "Can you believe it? Of all the temperamental idiots, I know, the pickings in Gryffindor are slim, but Weasley?" Theo was quite confused when he felt a prickle of irritation at the slight against Weasley. What Malfoy had said was right. Weasley really was a temperamental idiot. So why did it sit wrong with him? "I'm going to accompany Pansy to her compartment, and then I'm off to annoy Potter. Do you want to come?" Barely resisting the impulse to roll his eyes, Theo shook his head in answer. "I'll pass," he said, noting how Malfoy wasn't really paying attention to him anymore. "Suit yourself, not. See you later at the feast." As he watched Malfoy walk off, Theo chewed on his lip guiltily. He knew Harry was going to be absolutely displeased when Malfoy reached their compartment, but what was he supposed to do? Confront Malfoy and tell him off? He'd be the talk of Slytherin by the end of the day, and with the Malfoy's social standing, a pariah before the year formally began. He frowned remembering his father's words. That'd be the complete opposite from laying low. He and Harry were good friends. He wasn't afraid to admit that to himself and his other friends. But to state it to all of Hogwarts? If it were a regular Gryffindor, he wouldn't be having this problem, he thought bitterly. The timing was all wrong. The Dark Lord was back, and he was affiliating himself with the boy who lived. He could be effectively pissing off both sides of the incoming war, because of course there was bound to be one. He wasn't stupid. The Death Eaters and their sympathizers would associate him with Harry and accordingly, Dumbledore. So he could very well end up being a target out of spite, considering his father's standing with them. On the other hand, Dumbledore's sympathizers and his followers could also very well think he was only using Harry to protect himself and save himself from a future trip to Azkaban. Stree. What was he supposed to do eventually? He wasn't going to ditch Harry. Absolutely not. But he couldn't ignore the consequences of standing publicly by his side. Fuck his father and fuck the old man's choices. If it weren't for them, he wouldn't be stuck in this mess. Too much of a coward to choose a side, albeit indirectly, in a war he had no place in. He didn't talk much when he reached his friend's compartment, preferring instead to look through the window. The other Slytherins threw confused glances at each other, but opted to give Theo his space, which he greatly appreciated. The weather remained undecided as they traveled farther and farther north. Rain spattered the windows in a half-hearted way, then the sun put in a feeble appearance before clouds drifted over it once more. By the time they changed into their uniforms, Theo was feeling slightly less glum. He'd arrived at the conclusion that he would just have to deal with everything once it became necessary. He just knew he wasn't going to turn his back on Harry. Everything else? He prayed that Freya would take pity on him. At last the train began to slow down, and they heard the usual racket up and down it as everybody scrambled to get their luggage and pets assembled, ready for departure. The second they shuffled out of the compartment, they could feel the first sting of the night air on their faces as they joined the crowd in the corridor. As they moved toward the doors, Theo could smell the pine trees that lined the path down to the lake. The ride to the castle was peaceful as the carriages, rattling and swaying, moved in convoy up the road. When they passed between the tall stone pillars topped with winged boars on either side of the gates to the school grounds, Theo looked out the window to see the castle looming over them. A towering mass of turrets, jet black against the dark sky, here and there a window blazing fiery bright above them. The carriages jingled to a halt near the stone steps leading up to the oak front doors, and Theo got out of the carriage first. As he waited for his friends to step out as well, he took in the winged horse that had pulled their carriage all the way. It was during his first year at Hogwarts that he learnt that not everyone could see them, and chose to keep the knowledge that he could to himself. They'd yet to learn about them in care of magical creatures, but according to Professor Snape, they were thestrals, winged horses that were visible only to those who had witnessed death. They were beautiful in a sorrowful way, full of longing and wistfulness. Speaking of Snape, Theo had planned on looking for him before the feast started to ask him whether or not he would teach him how to master occlumency. Honestly, he was expecting an immediate rejection. Hopefully, it wouldn't take too much time before he'd be able to wear him down. "Theo?" He heard someone call from behind him. When he turned, he saw Harry was just getting off his own carriage and was making his way towards him. A couple of heads turned as the Gryffindor all but ran past him, but Theo, feeling cold sweat gathering in his hands, ignored them to the best of his abilities. "Can you see them?" Harry whispered to him once he was close enough, throwing a nervous look to the black skeletal horse Theo had been admiring. When Theo nodded, relief filled Harry's face. "What are they? Why'd you reckon they're pulling the carriages this year?" "Thestrals, Harry. They've always pulled the carriage," Theo answered in puzzlement. Had Harry not been able to see them before? "How come you can see them as well?" "The others couldn't. Well, Luna could." "Which wasn't at all encouraging, by the way," the Gryffindor groaned, rubbing his temples. "Well, you can only—" He lost his train of thought the second he saw Snape speaking to some other Slytherins inside the castle. "I need to go," Theo blurted out, already gearing up to follow the potion's master. Harry gripped his arms tightly before he could leave. Hey, you can't just leave without telling me." "Theo, come on. I thought I was going crazy for a moment." "Harry, listen. You're not crazy. I promise," Theo reassured him in a hurry. "Let's talk tomorrow, yes? I'll tell you everything I know about Thestrals. Just know they're normal and have been here for years." He pulled himself free of Harry's grip before remembering an important detail. "Oh, try not to mention them too much, or people will end up thinking you really are crazy." "See you soon," Theo said, taking a moment to squeeze Harry's shoulder briefly before running after Snape. Behind him, Harry spluttered indignantly. "Theo, that's not helpful at all." Chapter end notes. Your kudos and your comments both tell Theo to calm down. Being moody is supposed to be Harry's thing this year. Discord server is in process. If there's anything any of you would like to see in it, please let me know and it will be taken into account. Smiley face. Stay safe and take of yourselves. See you next time, XXX. Public opinion is a bitch. Chapter notes. As always, a heartfelt thank you to my beta Miss Freya. I'm sorry for the long wait. April was one hell of a month, but I bring good news. I actually made a Discord server, so come and join. Smiley face. https://discord. gg/tpkuruuxdb. Anyways, I hope you enjoy the chapter. See the end of the chapter for more notes. After the mess the welcoming feast had been, Theo all but pouted the entire way down to the dungeons. Not that he would ever admit to doing so. As expected, Snape had refused to teach him occlumency. That was fine. Theo had accounted for that in his plans. It would take a couple of attempts before he wore the potion's master down enough for him to accept to teach him. Even so, it would certainly make things easier if his head of house wasn't so stubborn. His bad mood had nothing to do with Snape, though, and everything to do with that toadish excuse for a witch. The second he saw Umbridge sitting at the staff table, he'd known something was wrong, although it was certainly aided by the grudge he held against her. Because of Harry's hearing. The last time a ministry worker had sat there, the Triwizard Tournament had taken place. As far as Theo's reasoning went, he considered that fact to be more than enough for him to be on alert. He wasn't that far off. By the end of her speech, Theo and his friends had concluded one thing. The ministry had finally found a way to dig their claws into Hogwarts. That would explain the curriculum changes Theo's father had hinted at during the summer. As he lay in bed trying his best to let sleep wash over him, he wondered what Umbridge would consider a proper curriculum. As far as professors went, there was no way she could beat Lockhart in ineptitude, right? Theo woke up to the sound of someone cursing up a storm. Groaning, he covered his head with a spare pillow. It did nothing to muffle the sounds of everyone else waking up. He sighed deeply and threw the pillow, watching as it hit the heavy curtains and fell to the floor. He lay there for a moment, rubbing his eyes. It felt as if he hadn't slept at all. Seriously, Crabbe? What is wrong with you? He heard Blaise groan from the bed next to his. So he had Crabbe to blame for his building headache. Good to know. Crabbe seemed to mumble something in answer, but Theo wasn't awake enough to decipher it. I don't care, Blaise shot back. His voice was closer now. Please, no. Theo thought desperately and covered his face with his arms. Let me go back to sleep. He did his best to lie still when he heard his curtains being pulled open. Rise and shine, not. I know you're awake, Blaise said, pulling on Theo's arms. Merlin, I wouldn't doubt if all of Slytherin is awake now. I was trying to be quiet, Crabbe argued from the floor. When did he even get there? Theo didn't really want to know. Emphasis on trying, Crabbe, Malfoy muttered from his own bed. Guess everyone was awake then, considering Goyle's usual snores were absent. Something you clearly didn't manage. Finally giving into Blaise's tugs, Theo let himself be dragged away from the warmth of his bed. It's the first day, and I'm already done with every single one of you, he complained as he made his way to the bathroom, ignoring Goyle's indignant groans. You better not make this a habit of yours, Crabbe. Theo took a good look at his reflection after washing his face, taking special care at the state of his dark circles. Not bad enough yet, he mused. He wouldn't be needing a sleeping draft for a good couple of weeks at least. Tugging at a stray curl, he realized he'd forgotten to get it cut during the summer holidays. Shrugging, he did his best to comb them back. He wasn't fond of how he looked with his hair cropped short anyway. He finished getting ready quickly enough, electing to sort through the books he'd nicked from his father's library as he waited for Blaise to be finished. He'd grabbed a couple from Sonny Oates, yet he settled on one from Jossel Lorson, the Book of Primeval Whispers. That sounded promising. He really ought to be focusing on the riddle. He chided himself as he bit his lip in thought. Perhaps once classes were over he'd take a trip to the library and search for more clues. Malfoy sped past his bed, in search of whatever product it was he usually wore on his hair. Theo was just glad he'd finally ditched the slicked back hair. He didn't miss the nightly ritual that taking it off required. Ready? He was startled to hear Blaise's voice from right next to him. The other boy was already putting on his cloak, waiting for Theo's answer. Sure, he answered, grabbing Lorson's book. He didn't bother covering the other books with his blanket. Malfoy wasn't one to snoop, and he'd previously declared his disregard for whatever weird family history and traditions Theo liked to brush up on. They didn't speak much on their way to the Great Hall. Blaise knew better than to try and engage Theo in conversation before he'd managed to down a couple of cups of tea. It wasn't until they arrived that Theo realized it wasn't as early as he'd thought it was. There were plenty of students already enjoying breakfast by the time both Slytherins walked through the doors, and Snape was already walking around and delivering their schedules. They crossed paths with him to get their respective slips of paper. Theo was the proud recipient of a patented glare, usually reserved for the semi-tolerated Gryffindors. He recalled Snape's words from the night before, how he wasn't a family house elf, attending to his beck and call for every whimsical need that entered his scatterbrained head. Snape really did have a way with words, he mused as he sat down. He wasn't really worried. His professor would probably forget his grudge the second someone else slighted him. Herbology, double potions, divination, and double defense against the dark arts. Blaise read of his schedule with a low whistle. What a Monday! Theo decided that was a problem for his more caffeinated self later that day, but he took the precaution of adding extra sugars to his tea. It sounded like he would be needing it. I suppose we'll be solving the Umbridge mystery today. Capable, board-approved professor, or mindless ministry goon? Time will tell, the older boy muttered under his breath as he reached for a piece of toast. Mother mentioned she was at Potter's hearing. Was she right? Theo merely hummed an answer. Speaking of Harry, he perused the Gryffindor table until he spotted him, staring right at him. Choking on his tea, Theo did his best to lower his teacup to the table, barely avoiding making a mess. Stupid, Potter, he thought scathingly as he tried to breathe normally. From what he could see, the Gryffindor was trying his best to avoid laughing. Stop choking, Theo. I'm not facing this hell of a day alone, Blaise said unkindly, patting him on his back as he read the rest of their schedule. Theo ignored him in favor of studying the staff table. Umbridge was still there, in her bright pink garishness. Still no Hagrid, he concluded, watching as Wilhelmina Grubblyplank talked animatedly with Professor Flitwick. Harry was probably saddened by the fact, but he couldn't help but feel a spike of hope. Would they finally be free of the Scroots? Do you reckon Hagrid will be back soon? He asked, wincing at how hoarse his voice sounded. Blaise spared him a glance before focusing on the schedule once more, pursuing his lips. Hopefully not. I'm actually looking forward to furthering my education, something that is possible only as long as that moron stays away. Theo clicked his tongue. I wouldn't call him a moron. Passion and talent doesn't always equal being a good professor, I suppose. Blaise sighed at him and pushed the cup of tea closer to him. You're spending too much time with Potter. Fine. I want a decent professor to teach me. Happy? Drink your tea. I need you to be functional for herbology. Daphne and Tracy always pair up the first week of classes. Who do we have potions with? He asked after a while had passed. Having potions right after herbology didn't sit well with him, not while being kilometers away from Snape's good graces. Do you really have to ask at this point? The Gryffindors. Last year before OWLs, and we're not able to get rid of them. At least it makes for good entertainment. Oh, there's Tracy and Daphne, he said, waving his arm around so they'd spot him. Well, Theo thought, as he poured himself his second cup of the day, he could always count on Harry to be a buffer. Compared to him, Theo was God-sent in Snape's eyes. He should probably talk to him soon as well, he mused. Thestrals were bound to leave an impact on anyone who saw them for the first time. Is that his first cup? Daphne asked, sitting across from him. Theo merely blinked at her owlishly, let her gather her own conclusions. Nah. Look at him. He's awake enough, Tracy declared, claiming the spot next to her. So, Umbridge, what are we expecting? Personally, I think nothing that comes directly from the Ministry is good. Daphne, I'm open-minded. A very political answer. Blaise, I'm willing to play the devil's advocate. I'd say she will be a decent professor and teach us the appropriate material for a fifth-year class. I miss Lupin. I'd go as far as to say Moody would have been a better option, Theo muttered, taking care of what he was saying. He didn't really recall what Dumbledore had disclosed last term. Best to play it safe. I'll take that as your answer. Would any of you be willing to bet on it? Tracy, Daphne admonished. What? I need to earn money somehow, considering my mother isn't willing to give me any extra? Tracy defended herself, raising her hands. Honestly, considering what the Weasleys are doing, you shouldn't be getting on my case. What are they doing? Blaise asked, stuffing the remainders of his toast in his mouth. They're trying to get someone to test their products. Remember what Theo mentioned over mail? It's grown exponentially. They're just stuck on the details. Daphne cleared her throat nastily. I heard some people can't stop bleeding. Would you call that a detail? She asked with a scoff, to which Tracy could only shrug in answer. How did you hear that if it's only the first day? Theo asked in a daze. Daphne only smiled at him. I know the right people, Theo. He could only nod in acquiescence. He supposed that if someone was bound to know everything that was to happen at Hogwarts, Daphne would be the one to ask about it. At least he chose his friends well. Blaise was just one of those people who had good luck, Theo deduced as he stared blankly at Professor Sprout. That day's class was devoted to OWLs, about their importance, their effect, and their severity. It would be interesting if every professor hadn't spoken about it during last term, Theo thought. At least it gave him enough time to wake up, though he attributed most of it to Tracy waving a worm in everyone's faces. That was bound to wake everyone up. Sooner than he realized, they were already queuing for Snape's class. Theo shook his head. There could be no zoning out in potions class. Absolutely not. He perked up when he saw the Gryffindors arrive, but slumped against the wall when he saw the girl from the train, Chong, talking to Harry. Dissuaded by some competition, Theo? Daphne teased. Beside her, Tracy's face scrunched in displeasure. Isn't Chang a sixth year? What is she doing here? Blaze shrugged. Even as a pariah, Potter is still a ladies' man. Who would have known? He asked sarcastically. Theo refused to get involved in their conversation, preferring instead to dig his nose into his book. You're fooling no one, Tracy whispered from behind him. He was saved from having to answer by the ominous sound of Snape's dungeon door creaking open. Theo walked toward his usual table at the middle of the classroom. No one was willing to attempt to take Draco's place at the front. Settle down, said Snape coldly, shutting the door behind him. There was no real need for the call to order. The moment the class had heard the door close, quiet had fallen and all fidgeting stopped. Snape's mere presence was usually enough to ensure a class's silence. Before we begin today's lesson, said Snape, sweeping over to his desk and staring around at them all, I think it appropriate to remind you that next June you will be sitting an important examination, during which you will prove how much you have learned about the composition and use of magical potions. Moronic though some of this class undoubtedly are, I expect you to scrape an acceptable in your OWL, or suffer my displeasure. His gaze lingered this time upon Longbottom, who gulped audibly, prompting a snicker from Blaze. After this year, of course, many of you will cease studying with me, Snape went on. I take only the very best into my Newt Potions class, which means that some of us will certainly be saying goodbye. But we have another year to go before that happy moment of farewell, said Snape softly. So whether you are intending to attempt Newt or not, I advise all of you to concentrate your efforts upon maintaining the high pass level I have come to expect from my OWL students. Today we will be mixing a potion that often comes up at ordinary wizarding level. The Draft of Peace, a potion to calm anxiety and soothe agitation. Be warned. If you are too heavy-handed with the ingredients, you will put the drinker into a heavy and sometimes irreversible sleep, so you will need to pay close attention to what you are doing. The ingredients and method, Snape flicked his wand, are on the blackboard. They appeared there. You will find everything you need, wand again, in the store. Cupboard. The door of the said cupboard sprang open. You have an hour and a half. Start. Show off, Theo thought to himself as he stood up to gather the necessary ingredients. Of course, Snape had set them a difficult potion. The ingredients had to be added to the cauldron in precisely the right order and quantities. The mixture had to be stirred exactly the right number of times, firstly in clockwise, then in counterclockwise directions. The heat of the flames on which it was simmering had to be lowered to exactly the right level for a specific number of minutes before the final ingredient was added. A light silver vapor should now be rising from your potion, called Snape, with 10 minutes left to go. Theo noted with relief his potion was behaving appropriately. He risked a look across the classroom, only to wince once he caught sight of Harry, whose cauldron was issuing copious amounts of dark gray steam. Weasley's was even spitting green sparks. Snape stopped his walk once he reached them, looking down at Harry with a horrible smirk on his face. Potter, what is this supposed to be? The other Slytherins at the front of the class all looked up eagerly. They loved hearing Snape taunt Harry. The Draft of Peace, said Harry tensely. Tell me, Potter, said Snape softly. Can you read? Draco laughed at that. Theo was half tempted to kick the back of his chair. Too obvious, he chided himself. Yes, I can, said Harry. Theo could feel his tension even in the rows in front of him. Read the third line of the instructions for me, Potter. Harry squinted at the blackboard. Add powdered moonstone. Stir 3 times counterclockwise. Allow to simmer for 7 minutes. Then add 2 drops of syrup of hellebore. Did you do everything on the third line, Potter? No, said Harry very quietly. I beg your pardon? No, said Harry, more loudly. I forgot the hellebore. I know you did, Potter, which means that this mess is utterly worthless. Evanesco. The contents of Harry's potion vanished. He was left standing foolishly beside an empty cauldron. Those of you who have managed to read the instructions, fill 1 flagon with a sample of your potion, label it clearly with your name, and bring it up to my desk for testing, said Snape. Homework: 12 inches of parchment on the properties of moonstone and its uses in potion making, to be handed in on Thursday. Theo filled his flagon in silence. Whatever personal grudge Snape held against Harry, hadn't it come far enough? His potion had been no worse than Weasley's, which was now giving off a foul odor of bad eggs, or long bottoms, which from what Theo could see, had achieved the consistency of just mixed cement. It didn't surprise him to see Harry bowled out of the classroom the second the bell rang. By the time Theo had left the dungeons, rain was lashing the windows. "Are you joining us for lunch?" Daphne asked as they walked up the stairs. Theo absent-mindedly shook his head. "I'll see you at Dada. I have some reading to get through for arithmancy today," he told her, feeling slightly guilty for lying to her as he headed toward the clockwork tower. The weather was abysmal enough to lure away some of the tempted students. He could intimidate the others away. Wasn't that one of the perks of being a fifth year? To his pleasure, the tower was empty, allowing him to get comfortable against one of its railings, enjoying the breeze against his back before diving into his book, forgetting anything that surrounded him. His peace was only broken moments later by the door slamming open. "You know, you've got an awful way of getting back to people," a familiar voice snarked. Theo merely breathed out through his nose as he marked down his place in the book. "I figured you'd find me sooner than later," he chanced to smile before looking up. He wasn't mistaken. Harry stood right there, leaning against the doorway without a care in the world. "Am I that predictable? I'm just used to you. Sit down. I owe you an explanation, do I not?" Theo gestured to the space in front of him with a smirk. It was gearing up to be a good first day after all. "So it's normal, then?" Harry asked for the millionth time. Not that Theo would begrudge him that. Harry had been through enough to merit honest answers from him. "Completely normal," Theo answered. "I'm not quite sure as to why you weren't seeing them until now, but I'll look into it," he promised, racking his brain as he spoke. Why hadn't Harry seen them before? "At least that's one worry off my mind," Harry mused, taking a look at the grounds. "How come you're up here? It's only the first day. Has Malfoy been that annoying? Things were just too much, all of a sudden. I enjoy being alone with my thoughts. It helps me make sense out of everything," Theo answered, closing his eyes and enjoying the breeze. Harry looked concerned all of a sudden. "Would you like me to leave? I thought." His stuttering prompted Theo to open one of his eyes lazily. "Seriously? You're fine. You're a welcome presence," he said, before shutting both of his eyes closed. It was a lovely day after all. "I'd have thought we'd gotten over this last term." "Well," Harry mumbled, "new year, new habits? I was just making sure. Is that so?" "Then let's make it formal," Theo said, opening his eyes and staring straight at Harry. He looked like his rumpled mess as usual, and there was a bit of ash from potions class on his right cheekbone. "As long as I'm here in the Clockwork Tower, you're free to grace me with your presence for as long as either of us can bear. Is that good enough for you?" he teased, enjoying the steady blush that made its way up Harry's neck. "Well, when you put it like that," the Gryffindor huffed and leaned back. "Thanks, though. With Ron and Hermione driving me crazy and everyone else hating me." That got Theo's attention hooked. What has the dynamic duo done now? They're always having a go at each other. It becomes too much at times. Theo just shrugged in answer. His friends didn't really bicker seriously among each other. He couldn't really relate to Harry's situation. He supposed they just had other things in mind most of the time. He didn't tell Harry that, though. Maybe they like each other? "I've heard of people who annoy each other just to get their attention," he offered instead. He didn't really think it was all that much better. "No offense, Theo, but that's ridiculous. If you like someone, you're supposed to be nice to them. Give them your time. Talk to them." Harry suddenly cleared his throat awkwardly. Theo carefully averted his sight. Harry had gone red all of a sudden, and the Slytherin really had no intentions of knowing who had conjured up feelings in his friend. Really, he didn't care. Ron and Hermione? They're like a dog and a cat. You'd know them best. They sat in uncomfortable silence for a while. Surely it hadn't been like this over the summer? "May I take a look at your schedule?" It was the only thing that Theo could think of to say. At least it served as a change of topic. "We only share potions, defense against the dark arts and electives, right?" Harry asked him. Theo took a second to read over his friend's schedule before humming an answer. "I figured that much since breakfast. Pity though. Well, we have the last class of today to look forward to. Although with the assigned professor, I'm afraid it won't be all that great." Theo chanced to look at Harry just at the right second to catch his grimace. "Umbridge just leaves a foul taste in my mouth, but I'm willing to be open-minded." Just a little bit. I'm afraid I don't share your optimism, Harry, Theo retorted, staring at his hands. The ministry has finally interfered in Hogwarts's business, and I'll bet you anything nothing good comes from it. Arithmancy went by as a blur for Theo. Thankfully, just like herbology, Professor Vector had dedicated their class to drilling the importance of OWLs into their skulls. The second the bell rang, he hurried to gather his things in order to catch up to the only Gryffindor in their class. He thanked Freya it wasn't that hard to spot Granger's bushy hair in the hallway, and quickly walked up to her. You and Weasley need to deal with your business in private, he told her, in lieu of a greeting. They only had a small window of time before they crossed paths with the other fifth years. I'm sorry, what? Whatever it is you're dealing with, either keep it to yourselves or get them over with it. It's your problems, deal with them. Granger's eyes briefly met her hairline before receding into an eye roll. Is this about Harry? Oh, who am I kidding? Of course it is. Listen, she said, clutching her books tight to her chest. Ron and I have stopped arguing, but Harry really needs to stop taking his temper out on us. Theo nearly choked on her bullshit. His temper? Are you kidding me? Considering everything that's happening to him, I'd think you and Weasley could be a bit more understanding, don't you think? He shot back, pursuing his lips together when he didn't get an answer back. Life is hell for him, Granger. Have a little heart. Aren't you Gryffindors known for that? Or am I supposed to pick up the slack on that as well? He didn't really regret the low blow as he left her alone, opting instead to walk towards his own friends. Really, he was tired of talking up Weasley and Granger in front of Harry. They were his friends, weren't they? It was about time they acted like it. Why are you pissed off? I thought you liked numbers, Tracy asked him as they took their seats, waiting for Umbridge to show up. I'm not in the mood, Tracy, Theo told her, pulling out his book and quill. Was he focusing too much on Harry? He had his own business to attend. The riddle wasn't going to solve itself, and he was awfully behind on his rune research, not to mention he needed to pester Snape for a clemency lesson soon. But wasn't that for Harry's benefit as well? Theo groaned, leaning into his hands. How was he supposed to keep a low profile by being friends with the Gryffindor? Everything was just too much. Being a model son, being a model Slytherin. He was just so tired. He was broken out of his musings by a fake, light cough. Umbridge had taken a seat at her desk, looking at the class with contempt. Well, good afternoon, she said when finally the whole class had sat down. A few people mumbled, good afternoon, in reply. Tut, tut, said Professor Umbridge. That won't do now, will it? I should like you, please, to reply good afternoon, Professor Umbridge. One more time, please. Good afternoon, class. Good afternoon, Professor Umbridge, they chanted back at her. Personally, Theo shot whatever expectations he had of this class back to hell. Next to him, Tracy looked like she had swallowed a lemon. There now, said Professor Umbridge sweetly. That wasn't too difficult, was it? Wands away and quills out, please. Many of the class exchanged gloomy looks. The order wands away had never yet been followed by a lesson they had found interesting. Professor Umbridge opened her handbag, extracted her own wand, which was an unusually short one. Theo noticed amused, that said a lot about their current teacher, and tapped the blackboard sharply with it. Words appeared on the board at once. Defense against the dark arts, a return to basic principles. Well now, your teaching in this subject has been rather disrupted and fragmented, hasn't it? Stated Professor Umbridge, turning to face the class with her hands clasped neatly in front of her. The constant changing of teachers, many of whom do not seem to have followed any ministry-approved curriculum, has unfortunately resulted in your being far below the standard we would expect to see in your OWL year. You will be pleased to know, however, that these problems are now to be rectified. We will be following a carefully structured, theory-centered, ministry-approved course of defensive magic this year. Copy down the following, please. She rapped the blackboard again. The first message vanished and was replaced by Course Aims. 1. Understanding the principles underlying defensive magic. 2. Learning to recognize situations in which defensive magic can legally be used. 3. Placing the use of defensive magic in a context for practical use. It was all theory, Theo realized with a frown, scribbling on his parchment. There was absolutely no practice mentioned. For a couple of minutes, the room was full of the sound of scratching quills on parchment. When everyone had copied down Professor Umbridge's three-course aim, she said, "Has everybody got a copy of Defensive Magical Theory by Wilbert Slinkard?" There was a dull murmur of assent throughout the class. "I think we'll try that again," said Professor Umbridge. "When I ask you a question, I should like you to reply yes, Professor Umbridge, or no, Professor Umbridge. So, has everyone got a copy of Defensive Magical Theory by Wilbert Slinkard?" "Yes, Professor Umbridge," rang through the room. "Good," said Professor Umbridge. "I should like you to turn to page 5 and read Chapter 1, Basics for Beginners. There will be no need to talk." Professor Umbridge left the blackboard and settled herself in the chair behind the teacher's desk, observing them all with those poachy toad's eyes. Theo turned to page 5 of his copy of Defensive Magical Theory and started to read. It was desperately dull, yet not quite as bad as listening to Professor Binns. Several silent minutes passed. Next to him, Blaise was absent-mindedly turning his quill over and over in his fingers, turning the page every so often. In front of them, even the ever-studious Daphne seemed to be dozing off, staring straight at her book for over 5 minutes without turning a single page. Bored out of his mind, he looked towards the grief-finders and was startled to notice Granger had not even opened her copy of Defensive Magical Theory. She was staring fixedly at Professor Umbridge with her hand in the air. Harry was also staring at her, in lieu of continuing his reading. Theo really couldn't blame him. After several more minutes had passed, however, they were not the only ones watching Granger. The chapter they had been instructed to read was so tedious that more and more people were choosing to watch Granger's mute attempt to catch Professor Umbridge's eye than to struggle on with Basics for Beginners. Amused, Theo kicked his friend's feet to get their attention. Whatever the chapter said, this was far more interesting. When more than half the class were staring at Granger rather than at their books, Professor Umbridge seemed to decide that she could ignore the situation no longer. "Did you want to ask something about the chapter, dear?" she asked the Gryffindor, as though she had only just noticed her. "Not about the chapter, no," said Granger. "Well, we're reading just now," said Professor Umbridge, showing her small, pointed teeth. "If you have other queries, we can deal with them at the end of class." "I've got a query about your course aims," Granger retorted, prompting Theo to sit up straight. At least he could count on her to notice what was going on. Professor Umbridge raised her eyebrows. "And your name is?" "Hermione Granger." "Well, Miss Granger, I think the course aims are perfectly clear if you read them through carefully," said Professor Umbridge in a voice of determined sweetness. "Well, I don't," Granger added bluntly. "There's nothing written up there about using defensive spells." "Yes," Theo thought to himself, seeing Umbridge turn the shade of her robes. There was a short silence in which many members of the class turned their heads to frown at the 3 course aims still written on the blackboard. "Using defensive spells?" Professor Umbridge repeated with a little laugh. "Why, I can't imagine any situation arising in my classroom that would require you to use a defensive spell, Miss Granger. You surely aren't expecting to be attacked during class? We're not going to use magic?" Weasley interrupted loudly. "Students raise their hands when they wish to speak in my class, Mr. Weasley," he said, thrusting his hand into the air. Umbridge, smiling still more widely, turned her back on him. "Cold-blooded," Blaise whispered to Theo, entranced by everything going on before them. Harry and Granger immediately raised their hands as well. Professor Umbridge's poachy eyes lingered on Harry for a moment before she addressed Granger. "Yes, Miss Granger? You wanted to ask something else?" "Yes," Granger all but spat. "Surely the whole point of defense against the dark arts is to practice defensive spells? Are you a ministry-trained educational expert, Miss Granger?" asked Professor Umbridge in her falsely sweet voice. "No, but—" "Well then, I'm afraid you are not qualified to decide what the whole point of any class is. Wizards much older and cleverer than you have devised our new program of study. You will be learning about defensive spells in a secure, risk-free way." "What use is that?" said Harry loudly. "If we're going to be attacked, it won't be in a hand, Mr. Potter," sang Professor Umbridge. Harry thrust his fist in the air. Professor Umbridge promptly turned away from him again, but now several other people had their hands up too. "And your name is?" Professor Umbridge said to a Gryffindor. Dean Thomas. Well, Mr. Thomas? Well, it's like Harry said, isn't it? Said Thomas. If we're going to be attacked, it won't be risk-free. I repeat, said Professor Umbridge, smiling in a very irritating fashion at Thomas. Do you expect to be attacked during my classes? No, but… Professor Umbridge talked over him. I do not wish to criticize the way things have been run in this school, she said, an unconvincing smile stretching her wide mouth. But you have been exposed to some very irresponsible wizards in this class, very irresponsible indeed. Not to mention, she gave a nasty little laugh, extremely dangerous half-breeds. If you mean Professor Lupin, the Gryffindor piped up angrily, he was the best we ever had, Mr. Thomas. As I was saying, you have been introduced to spells that have been complex, inappropriate to your age group, and potentially lethal. You have been frightened into believing that you are likely to meet dark attacks every other day? No, we haven't, Granger said. We just… Your hand is not up, Miss Granger. Granger put up her hand and Professor Umbridge promptly turned away from her. It is my understanding that my predecessor not only performed illegal curses in front of you, he actually performed them on you. Well, he turned out to be a maniac, didn't he? Said Dean Thomas hotly. Mind you, we still learned loads. Your hand is not up, Mr. Thomas, trilled Professor Umbridge. Now, it is the view of the Ministry that a theoretical knowledge will be more than sufficient to get you through your examination, which, after all, is what school is all about. And your name is? She added, staring at Theo, who only then realized his hand was up. Theodore not. Isn't there a practical section in our defense against the dark arts OWL? In which we're supposed to show that we can actually perform the counter curses. As long as you have studied the theory hard enough, there is no reason why you should not be able to perform the spells under carefully controlled examination conditions. Umbridge dismissed him, making Theo's blood boil. Who did she think she was? Without ever practicing them before? He asked incredulously, ignoring the nudge Blaze aimed at his foot. Are you telling us that the first time we'll get to do the spells will be during our exam? I repeat, as long as you have studied the theory hard enough. And what good's theory going to be in the real world? Said Harry loudly, his fist in the air again. Professor Umbridge looked up. This is school, Mr. Potter, not the real world, she said softly. So we're not supposed to be prepared for what's waiting out there? There is nothing waiting out there, Mr. Potter. Oh yeah, said Harry. His face, Theo noted, was turning an angry shade of pink, normally only reserved for recent outbursts. He fidgeted with the cuffs of his jumper, willing the Gryffindor to somehow think before saying whatever it was he was gearing up to. Who do you imagine wants to attack children like yourselves? Inquired Professor Umbridge in a horribly honeyed voice. Don't encourage him. Let's think, said Harry in a mock thoughtful voice. Don't go there. Don't go there. Maybe Lord Voldemort? Weasley gasped. A Gryffindor girl uttered a little scream. Longbottom slipped sideways off his stool, and Theo gently massaged his temples out of frustration. Professor Umbridge, however, did not flinch. She was staring at Harry with a grimly satisfied expression on her face. 10 points from Gryffindor, Mr. Potter. The classroom was silent and still. Everyone was staring at either Umbridge or Harry. Now, let me make a few things quite plain. Professor Umbridge stood up and leaned toward them, her stubby-fingered hands splayed on her desk. Theo resorted to burrowing into his arms and praying to Freya everything would be over soon. You have been told that a certain dark wizard has returned from the dead. He wasn't dead, said Harry angrily. But yeah, he's returned. Mr. Potter, you have already lost your house 10 points. Do not make matters worse for yourself, said Professor Umbridge in one breath without looking at him. As I was saying, you have been informed that a certain dark wizard is at large once again. This is a lie. It is not a lie, said Harry. I saw him. I fought him. Detention, Mr. Potter, said Professor Umbridge triumphantly. Tomorrow evening, 5 o'clock. My office. I repeat, this is a lie. The Ministry of Magic guarantees that you are not in danger from any dark wizard. If you are still worried, by all means come and see me outside class hours. If someone is alarming you with fibs about reborn dark wizards, I would like to hear about it. I am here to help. I am your friend. And now, you will kindly continue your reading. Page 5. Basics for Beginners. Professor Umbridge sat down behind her desk again. Harry, however, stood up. Daphne spared a desperate look towards Theo, who could only shrug in answer. What was he supposed to do? Everyone was staring at him. Harry, no? Theo heard Granger whisper in a warning voice, tugging at his sleeve, but Harry jerked his arm out of her reach. So, according to you, Cedric Diggory dropped dead of his own accord, did he? Harry asked, his voice shaking. There was a collective intake of breath from the class. Besides Dumbledore's speech, no one had heard anything regarding the night that Cedric had died. Everyone stared avidly from Harry to Professor Umbridge, who had raised her eyes and was staring at him without a trace of a fake smile on her face. Cedric Diggory's death was a tragic accident, she said coldly. It was murder, said Harry. Theo could feel his heartbeat in his ears. Harry had barely talked about this with anyone. But there he was, eyes blazing and staring down their professor. Voldemort killed him, and you know it. Professor Umbridge's face was quite blank. For a moment Theo thought she was going to scream at Harry. Then she said, in her softest, most sweetly girlish voice, "Come here, Mr. Potter, dear." He held his breath along with the rest of the class, watching as Professor Umbridge pulled a small roll of pink parchment out of her handbag, stretched it out on the desk, dipped her quill into a bottle of ink, and started scribbling, hunched over so that no one could not see what she was writing. Nobody spoke. After a minute or so, she rolled up the parchment and tapped it with her wand. It sealed itself seamlessly so that he could not open it. "Take this to Professor McGonagall, dear," said Professor Umbridge, holding out the note to Harry, who took it without a word before storming out of the classroom. "Now, everyone," Umbridge said with a sickening giggle. "Basics for beginners, if you please." Well, when you put it like that, Theo thought as he lowered his head. It wasn't a surprise to find out Harry had landed himself in detention. The surprise was when both Weasley and Granger intruded on them in the Clockwork Tower. Granted, Theo had no valid claim to it, but at the risk of sounding like a child, he was there first. "What I don't get," said Harry in a shaking voice, throwing his book bag to the floor, "is why they all believed the story 2 months ago when Dumbledore told them." "The thing is, Harry, I'm not sure they did," Granger told him grimly. Theo had elected to just listen in until he was needed, preferring instead to get a head start on the mountain of homework they had been assigned. "What you mean? You're not sure they believed Dumbledore?" Harry asked. "Look, you don't understand what it was like after it happened," Granger answered quietly. "You arrived back in the middle of the lawn, clutching Cedric's dead body. None of us saw what happened in the maze. We just had Dumbledore's word for it that you know who had come back and killed Cedric and fought you." Theo supposed she had a point there. "Which is the truth?" Harry said loudly. "Point there as well," Theo thought as he bit his quill. "I know it is, Harry, so will you please stop biting my head off?" Granger retorted wearily. "It's just that before the truth could sink in, everyone went home for the summer, where they spent 2 months reading about how you're a nutcase and Dumbledore's going senile." Another point to Granger, Theo frowned. They were both being awfully factual and to the point with this argument. Rain pounded on the walls as they spoke. In Theo's humble opinion, it felt as though that first day had lasted a week. He chanced to look at Harry, who was looking both drained and exhausted. Perhaps it was about time he intervened. "How can Dumbledore have let this happen?" Granger cried suddenly, making everyone jump. She pounded the floor in fury. "How can he let that terrible woman teach us? And in our OWL year 2. "You're asking as if he had a choice," Theo interjected. "He's the headmaster, of course he does." Weasley shot at him with a glare. "Dumbledore, have any of you read the educational decrees Fudge created at the end of August?" Of course they hadn't, Theo thought. He'd only know about them thanks to Draco's big mouth right after class. "The ministry has the right to appoint a suitable candidate if the headmaster is unable to find one." I'm sure it didn't take them too long to find one themselves. That had all 3 Gryffindors lost for words. "Were you ever planning on telling us?" Weasley asked scathingly. Theo raised an eyebrow in answer. "Whatever happened to don't shoot the messenger?" "Calm down. I only found out on my way here. You can thank Malfoy for that little piece of information." "Well, we've never had great defense against the dark arts teachers, have we?" Harry said, bumping his shoulder with Theo's in solidarity. "At least he had that. I think this one is blowing it out of proportion. She's trying to get people to spy for her," Weasley added darkly. Remember when she said she wanted us to come and tell her if we hear anyone saying, who's back? Of course she's here to spy on us all. That's obvious. Why else would Fudge have wanted her to come? Granger snapped. Not only to spy, Theo scoffed. She wants to discredit Harry and Dumbledore, to serve Fudge's agenda of disinformation. To what end I don't know, but she provoked you so that you'd shout at her about Voldemort, and you did, he told his friend without spite. No matter what you do, she'll use any opportunity she comes across to make you look unbalanced. You'd best be careful during your detentions. Granger nodded in support, nervously twirling a strand of hair between her fingers. This isn't about who's telling the truth or who's not, she concluded. It's about keeping your head down and your temper under control, Harry. It's the court of public opinion that's at stake. Chapter end notes. Your kudos badger Ron and Hermione to stop creating additional stress for Harry, and your comments tell Theo to please get some decent sleep. The Discord server is ready. It's a work in progress and still taking its first steps, but hopefully we can still have some nice chats over there. https://discord. gg/tpkuruuxdb. Stay safe and see you next time. XXX. Harry's hell of a week. Chapter notes. I live. Despite my professor's best attempts. Hopefully I'll be able to get back on schedule after this. As always, a heartfelt thank you to my beta Miss Freya. We now have a Discord server. So come and join, smiley face. https://discord. gg/tpkuruuxdb. Anyways, I hope you enjoy the chapter. See the end of the chapter for more notes. When Harry woke up the following day, it was just as leaden and rainy as the previous one. Hagrid was still absent from the staff table at breakfast. But on the plus side, no Snape today, said Ron bracingly around a mouthful of toast. But no Theo either, Harry thought before shaking his head. It wasn't like they talked much during classes. He really had been trying to be understanding about the entire ordeal, but ever so often, an ugly thought emerged about how perhaps Theo just didn't want to be seen with him. Scowling, he shot that thought back to hell. Theo cared. Things were just difficult right now. Hermione yawned widely and poured herself some coffee. She looked pleased about something, and when Ron inquired, she simply said, "The hats have gone. Seems the house elves do want freedom after all, right?" Hermione had stayed up late knitting hats to liberate the house elves from their slavery. "I wouldn't bet on it," Ron told her cuttingly. "They might not count as clothes. They didn't look anything like hats to me, more like woolly bladders." Hermione didn't speak to him for the rest of the morning. Double Charms was succeeded by Double Transfiguration. Professors Flitwick and McGonagall both spent the first 15 minutes of their lessons lecturing the class on the importance of OWLS, and by lunchtime Harry was panicking slightly about the amount of homework they had to do. He decided to spend his lunch hour in the library looking up the uses of moonstones in potion making. Ron joined him, forgoing his lunch which, considering his friend, spoke volumes about the severity of the situation. When they reached care of magical creatures in the afternoon, Harry's head was aching again. The day had become cool and breezy, and as they walked down the sloping lawn toward Hagrid's cabin on the edge of the Forbidden Forest, Harry felt the occasional drop of rain on his face. Professor Grubblyplank stood waiting for the class some 10 yards from Hagrid's front door, a long trestle table in front of her laden with many twigs. As Harry and Ron reached her, a loud shout of laughter sounded behind them. Turning, they saw Draco Malfoy striding toward them, surrounded by his usual gang of Slytherin cronies. He had clearly just said something highly amusing, because Crabbe, Goyle, Pansy Parkinson, and the rest continued to snigger heartily as they gathered around the trestle table. Judging by the fact that all of them kept looking over at Harry, he was able to guess the subject of the joke without too much difficulty. By the time Theo, Zabini, Greengrass, and Davis arrived, the only space open around the table was in between Harry and the non-pleasant Slytherins. Giggling, the other three gathered closer to Malfoy and his group, leaving the space next to Harry for Theo. It was the little things, Harry thought to himself as he shot his friend a quick smile. "Everyone here," barked Professor Grubblyplank, once all the Slytherins and Gryffindors had arrived. "Let's crack on then. Who can tell me what these things are called?" She indicated the heap of twigs in front of her, and Hermione's hand shot into the air. Before she could answer, The twigs on the table leapt into the air and revealed themselves to be what looked like tiny pixie-ish creatures made of wood, each with knobbly brown arms and legs, two twig-like fingers at the end of each hand, and a funny, flat, bark-like face in which a pair of beetle-brown eyes glittered. "Ooh-hoo!" Lavender and Parvati exclaimed, thoroughly irritating Harry. Anyone would have thought that Hagrid never showed them impressive creatures. Admittedly, the flobberworms had been a bit dull, but the salamanders and hippogriffs had been interesting enough, and the blast-ended scroots perhaps too much so. He whispered that much to Theo, who only cocked one of his eyebrows in response. "So," Grubbly Plank continued, "anyone know the names of these creatures?" "Miss Granger." "Bowtruckles," said Hermione. "They're tree guardians, usually living in wand trees." "5 points for Gryffindor," said Professor Grubbly Plank. "Yes, these are bowtruckles and, as Miss Granger rightly says, they generally live in trees whose wood is of wand quality." "Anybody know what they eat?" "Wood lice," said Hermione promptly. "But fairy eggs too, if they can get them." "Good girl. Take another 5 points." So whenever you need leaves or wood from a tree in which a bowtruckle lodges, it is wise to have a gift of wood lice ready to distract or placate it. They may not look dangerous, but if angered they will gouge out human eyes with their fingers, which, as you can see, are very sharp and not at all desirable near the eyeballs. So, if you like to gather closer, take a few wood lice and a bowtruckle. I have enough here for one between 5, so it'd be best if you all split into 2 groups so you have a bit of variety to draw from. You can study them more closely. I want a sketch from each of you with all body parts labeled by the end of the lesson. The class surged forward around the trestle table. Harry tried to go over to talk to Grubbly Plank, but was dragged away by Theo. "I wanted to ask about Hagrid," Harry groaned as they chose a bowtruckle and headed over to join Ron and Hermione. Zabini, Davis, and Greengrass joined them, leaving the other Slytherins and Gryffindors to group together. "You already know what answer you'll get," Theo shot back as he sat down and got comfortable. Well, that was being generous, Harry thought with a grin. The Slytherin was mostly trying to extend his cloak as much as possible to make sure his trousers didn't touch the grass. The others weren't faring much better, but at least the girls had been sensible enough to not wear skirts that day. Thankfully, Ron and Hermione were distracted, trying to get their bowtruckle to stay still long enough for him to sketch it. Otherwise, Harry doubted he'd put a stop to the teasing that was surely to take place. Harry felt someone sit down behind him, but didn't have to wait for too long before he knew who it was. The shove he got to his shoulder was answer enough. Gritting his teeth, he grabbed the bowtruckle so he could take a look at its arms. "Yes," came Malfoy's clear drawl from the other group. "Father was talking to the minister just a couple of days ago, you know, and it sounds as though the ministry's really determined to crack down on substandard teaching in this place. So even if that overgrown moron does show up again, he'll probably be sent packing straight away." Ouch! Harry had gripped the bowtruckle so hard that it had almost snapped. It had just taken a great retaliatory swipe at his hand with its sharp fingers, leaving 2 long, deep cuts there. Harry dropped it. Crabbe and Goyle, who had already been guffawing at the idea of Hagrid being sacked, laughed even harder as the bowtruckle set off at full tilt toward the forest. A little, moving stickman soon swallowed up by the tree roots. Theo groaned a bit before leaning over to check Harry's finger, pulling it away from his drawing. "That looks bad. You should wrap it before you bleed all over your robes. And before it gets infected," Hermione piped in from across them, biting her lip in concentration as she added the finishing touches to her own. "Bowtruckles aren't exactly clean." Harry looked around to try and find something to wrap his fingers in, but other than his parchment or his own robes, came up short. Before he could tug his sleeve over his fingers, Theo pressed something soft into his uninjured hand. Looking down, he realized it was a dark blue handkerchief. "Thanks, He turned to look at him, but Theo had his head down, focusing on labeling his drawing. "You didn't have to." Theo just shrugged. "Don't worry about it. You should focus on finishing your sketch. Class is almost over." Wrapping the piece of cloth tightly around his injured fingers, Harry hurried to finish whatever he could. He freestyled some of the bowtruckle's facial features and labeled its body parts as quickly as he could. The bell rang a couple of seconds after he'd finished, prompting him to sigh in relief. Malfoy had been quick to hand in his parchment and walk away, his derisive laughter still ringing in Harry's ears. Beside him, Theo helped him gather his things, signaling to his friends not to wait for him. "If he calls Hagrid a moron one more time," Harry snarled, clutching Theo's handkerchief tightly. "Harry, don't go picking a row with Malfoy. Don't forget, he's a prefect now. He could make life difficult for you." "Wow, Hermione. I wonder what it'd be like to have a difficult life," said Harry sarcastically. Ron and Theo both laughed, stopping the second they saw each other, but Hermione frowned. As they walked up to the castle, the sky still seemed unable to make up its mind whether it wanted to rain or not. "I just wish Hagrid would hurry up and get back, that's all," said Harry in a low voice, as they reached the greenhouses. "And don't say that grubbly plank woman's a better teacher," he added threateningly. "I wasn't going to," said Hermione calmly. "Because she'll never be as good as Hagrid," said Harry firmly, fully aware that he had just experienced an exemplary care of magical creatures lesson and was thoroughly annoyed about it. Beside him, Theo coughed loudly. "And you? It wouldn't kill you to look a little less happy about Hagrid's absence," Harry grumbled at him, but he couldn't quite make the tone match his previous threat to Hermione. "Oh, let me enjoy this. Hagrid will be back soon enough, and we'll make up with Loki knows what kind of creatures," Theo smirked in answer. "Dumbledore sent him, right? So he'll bring him back. He has appearances to keep with that organization of his." "Sure." Hermione hissed in alarm. "Someone could hear you." "Of course. I'm sure we're surrounded by dozens of unregistered bird animagi. Don't worry, I'll behave." Theo made a motion of zipping his lips closed, making Harry laugh. "This is where I, to you Gryffindor's everlasting delight, leave you. I have Transfiguration next. Good luck with your detention, Harry." "Wait, Harry began, extending his injured hand toward Theo. "Keep it," the Slytherin interrupted him, making no move to take back his handkerchief. "It looks like it's still bleeding. Maybe you should go to the infirmary after class, just in case." Theo nodded at them before heading up to the castle, and Harry followed Ron and Hermione to the greenhouses. As they neared them, the door closest to them opened and some fourth years spilled out of it, including Ginny. "Hi," she said brightly as she passed, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. A few seconds later, Luna Lovegood emerged, trailing behind the rest of the class, a smudge of earth on her nose and her hair tied in a knot on the top of her head. When she saw Harry, her eyes seemed to bulge excitedly, and she made a beeline straight for him. Many of his classmates turned curiously to watch. Luna took a great breath and then said, without so much as a preliminary hello, "I believe he who must not be named is back, and I believe you fought him and escaped from him." Thanks," said Harry awkwardly. Luna was wearing what looked like a pair of orange radishes for earrings, a fact that Parvati and Lavender seemed to have noticed, as they were both giggling and pointing at her earlobes. "You can laugh," Luna said, her voice rising, apparently under the impression that Parvati and Lavender were laughing at what she had said rather than what she was wearing. "But people used to believe there were no such things as the blibbering humdinger or the crumplehorn snorkack." "Well, they were right, weren't they?" said Hermione impatiently. "There weren't any such things as the blibbering humdinger or the crumplehorn snorkack." Luna gave her a withering look. "I think I like Harry's other friends best," and flounced away, radishes swinging madly with each step. Parvati and Lavender were not the only ones hooting with laughter now. As they made their way into class, Hermione looked like she had swallowed an entire lemon. "Do you mind not offending the only people who believe me?" Harry asked Hermione as they made their way into class. Before she could answer, Ernie Macmillan stepped up to him. "I want you to know, Potter," he said in a loud, carrying voice, "that it's not only weirdos who support you. I personally believe you 100%. My family has always stood firm behind Dumbledore, and so do I." Thanks very much, Ernie," said Harry, taken aback but pleased nonetheless. At the rate things were developing, he'd take any vote of confidence he could get, even if they came from somebody who was wearing radishes in their ears. Harry's week went by in a blur, swamped in coursework and drowning in panic. His mood remained sullen and sodden. He left his Friday detention with Umbridge clutching his, now freely bleeding, right hand. The words, "I must not tell lies," were now cleanly cut into his skin in his own handwriting. Yet it wasn't that pain that had made him stumble out of that dreadful pink office. It had been the pain that had seared across his scar that had made him yank his hand out of Umbridge's grasp. Stay calm, he told himself as he walked away, fumbling with his uninjured hand into his pocket. Stay calm. It doesn't necessarily mean what you think it means. He found both things he'd been looking for: Theo's handkerchief, which had been serving as a makeshift bandage, and the now wrinkled piece of parchment in which Theo had written the chant all those weeks ago. He wrapped the piece of cloth around his hand before clutching the pendant he always wore and read the words under his breath. Algis, dagas et thurisas protegemi, scutum meum eris animus sine noxa erit, dum sol occupit luna custodiat me et sic semper erit. He focused on the acclimacy exercises he'd read and, very slowly, the pain subsided, leaving behind the constant ache in his right hand. He wasn't quite sure what to think of what had just happened. Harry? A low voice muttered from the end of the corridor. At the sound of it, Harry's head snapped back up, hurriedly stuffing the parchment back into his trousers. He shouldn't have bothered, really. Right there, standing by one of the windows, was Theo. You scared me half to death, Harry huffed, walking toward him. He tried smiling at the Slytherin, but the gesture wasn't returned. Instead, Theo inspected him with narrowed eyes and reached over slowly to grab Harry's right wrist. What is this? He asked, horrified, unwrapping the piece of cloth so he could inspect the damage. The blood was nearly dried, but under the moonlight, the words were ghastly, noticeable over his skin. What can I say? Umbridge doesn't like me telling lies, he shrugged, still trying to calm down. He could still hear his heart beating furiously in his ears. This is what she has you doing during detention? Theo asked in a small voice. Harry, that's all shades of fucked up. Haven't you told anyone? I can take it, Theo. I'm not saying you can't. I'm saying you shouldn't have to. Theo's voice got high enough that he was barely whispering at that point. He took a deep breath before speaking again. This right here? This isn't even legal, Harry. Corporal punishment has been banned from Hogwarts for decades. I'm writing lines. It's far from corporal punishment. The blood on your hand says otherwise. Harry swallowed thickly, tugging his hand back. He was in pain, exhausted and barely recovering from a panic attack. Having Theo see him like this was far from his ideal situation. I'll handle it. Just don't tell anyone, please. He didn't dare think of what people would say, of what Sirius would think of him not being able to deal with a little thing like that. Harry, Theo, please. I don't want to give her the satisfaction she got to me, Harry spat out, clenching his fists. The sting of pain brought him back to the present, to his conversation with Theo. Besides, my week of detention is over. The only time I'll have to look at that toad will be during classes. Fine. Theo breathed out harshly through his nose. Follow me, will you? I don't want Filch catching us. He followed the Slytherin into one of the empty classrooms, closing the door behind them. Harry dumped his bag on the desk, watching as his friend drew his wand and pointed it at the door. Muffliato, Theo muttered. He didn't spare him a glance before walking over and taking Harry's bag, digging through its contents. Harry just watched him, curious about where this was going. After a couple of seconds, Theo found what he was looking for: a jar of ink and a quill. Pray to the Norns this works, because I've never tried it before, Theo muttered as he uncapped the jar and dipped the quill in it, coating it generously. Give me your hand, Potter. Palm facing upwards. Not only am I injured, but I've also lost my first-name privileges? Harry asked as he extended his right hand without any further questions. He watched intrigued as Theo traced a series of symbols into his palm. He began with a diamond with a line across its middle, followed by what he assumed to be a rune in the middle of each line. What looked like a slanted F and a lighting bolt in the upper half, a less than a symbol in the middle line, and finally an X along with the one he recognized as dagas in the lower half. Placing the ink and quill back on the desk, Theo grabbed Harry's hand gently covering the back of it with both sets of fingers. Entranced, Harry stared at him as he closed his eyes and took a deep breath before speaking. Erlau, ek kaltiller Jeffy Mare, Leknishender, mean lifem, Gibo Lawkas. To Harry's surprise, he felt a prickling in the back of his hand. Hurriedly, he turned his hand over and looked it over with a critical eye. The cuts were no longer open. He heard Theo sigh as the other boy let his own hands fall to his lap. I suppose that's better than nothing. I haven't mastered any healing spells in our curriculum, so that was our best bet. Theo stopped speaking suddenly. Air knocked from his lungs as Harry lunged at him and hugged him tightly. Don't be an idiot, Theo. You insufferable genius, Harry mumbled against Theo's hair. He could feel it tickling his nose. Thank you, really. Every time I think you can't surprise me anymore, you do something like this. What was that anyway? He asked, leaning back and staring at his palm. The ink was gone. A runic formula, Theo stuttered out, clearing his throat. He fumbled with his sleeves. Before continuing, that one in particular is formed by the seeds of 5 runes: Fehu, Soilo, Kinnas, Dagas, and Gibo. They activate and open the etheric body in order to accept the healing energies of the runes. It's Old Norse seer. It should heal a wound completely in theory, but I suppose I need more practice. Theo, whatever. Consider me a willing guinea pig whenever you need one. This is crazy. I had no idea runes could be used like that, Harry said, still inspecting his hand in shock. The scars were still tender to the touch under all the dried blood. That he could deal with him himself, he thought, drawing out his own wand. Scourgify. That took care of it, leaving behind the fresh, raised, pink scars. The words were barely decipherable, he realized with glee. That drew his attention to his watch. It was almost 1 in the morning. What were you even doing walking around at this time? Harry asked, stunned. Theo just shrugged in answer, storing Harry's things back into his bag. I was waiting for you. You've been looking worse day by day, and I wanted to see for myself if you were all right. The head boy is a Slytherin this year, and he's patrolling the corridors tonight, so I didn't have to worry about getting caught. But you do, so you'd best be going. Harry nodded absently, flexing his hand. Before we leave, would you mind meeting at the Clockwork Tower tomorrow night? After dinner, I mean. Theo gave him a calculating look before answering. It depends. Will your shadows be joining us? Come Saturday morning, Harry felt more refreshed than he had all week. He'd lain in bed for longer than needed, savoring the thought that it was Saturday and focusing on the silver linings. The week was over. He had completed his detentions with Umbridge. Ron had made keeper. They had training that day, and he was meeting with Theo that night. After finally gathering the will to get up, he'd written a short letter to Sirius. While meditating had eased his worries regarding last night's pain across his scar, he was still particularly worried about the fact that it had happened immediately when Umbridge grabbed his hand. He wasn't interested in another quarrel. As he walked past window after window, his spirits rose upon seeing the brilliantly blue sky. He had Quidditch training later that day. He would be back on the Quidditch pitch at last. The sun was high in the sky now, and when Harry entered the Owlery, thick beams of sunlight crisscrossed the circular room in which hundreds of owls nestled on rafters, a little restless in the early morning. The straw-covered floor crunched a little as he stepped across tiny animal bones, craning his neck for a sight of Hedwig. There you are, he said, spotting her somewhere near the very top of the vaulted ceiling. Get down here. I've got a letter for you. With a low hoot, she stretched her great white wings and soared down onto his shoulder. Right? I know this says Snuffles on the outside, he told her, giving her the letter to clasp in her beak and, without knowing exactly why, whispering, but it's for Sirius, okay? She blinked her amber eyes once, and he took that to mean that she understood. Safe flight, then, said Harry, and he carried her to one of the windows. With a moment's pressure on his arm, Hedwig took off into the blindingly bright sky. He watched her until she became a tiny black speck and vanished, then switched his gaze to Hagrid's hut, clearly visible from this window, and just as clearly uninhabited, the chimney smokeless, the curtains drawn. The treetops of the forbidden forest swayed in a light breeze. Harry watched them, savoring the fresh air on his face, thinking about Quidditch later. And then he saw it. Another thestral, with its leathery black wings spread wide like a pterodactyl's, rose up out of the trees like a grotesque, giant bird. It soared in a great circle and then plunged once more into the trees. Harry didn't bother repressing his shiver. Suddenly, the Owlery door opened behind him. He leapt in shock and, turning quickly, saw Cho holding a letter and a parcel in her hands. Hi, said Harry automatically. Oh, hi, she said breathlessly. I didn't think anyone would be up here this early. I only remembered 5 minutes ago. It's my mum's birthday. She held up the parcel. Right, said Harry. His brain seemed to have jammed. He wanted to say something funny and interesting, but his mind was blank. Nice day, he said, gesturing to the windows. His insides seemed to shrivel with embarrassment. The weather. He was talking about the weather. Yeah, said Cho, looking around for a suitable owl. Good Quidditch conditions. I haven't been out all week, have you? No, said Harry. Cho had selected one of the school barn owls. She coaxed it down onto her arm where it held out an obliging leg so that she could attach the parcel. Hey, has Gryffindor got a new keeper yet? She asked. Yeah, said Harry. It's my friend Ron Weasley. Do you know him? Is he any good? Yeah, said Harry. I think so. I didn't see his tryout, though. I was in detention. Cho looked up, the parcel only half attached to the owl's legs. That Umbridge woman's foul, she said in a low voice. Putting you in detention just because you told the truth about how he died. Everyone heard about it. It was all over the school. You were really brave standing up to her like that. Harry's insides reinflated so rapidly he felt as though he might actually float a few inches off the dropping-strewn floor. Cho thought he had been really brave. They left the Ollery together after that. At the entrance of a corridor that led toward the west wing of the castle, Cho turned to him. I'm going this way. Well, I'll see you around, Harry. Yeah, see you. She smiled at him and departed. He walked on, feeling quietly elated. He had managed to have an entire conversation with her and not embarrassed himself once. You were really brave standing up to her like that. She had called him brave. She did not hate him for being alive, of course. She had preferred Cedric. He knew that, though if he'd only asked her to the ball before Cedric had, things might have turned out differently. She had seemed sincerely sorry that she had to refuse when Harry had asked her. Harry was so immersed in his own thoughts, he almost trampled over another student and barely caught himself, bracing his arm against the wall. Theo, he said, grinning the second he saw his friend. The Slytherin didn't return his smile. Was that Chong just now? Theo asked with a small frown, clutching his shoulder bag tightly. I've seen more of her this last week than in all of my past years. Harry just shrugged in answer, burying the excitement he felt at the idea of Cho actively seeking his presence. Yeah, I ran into her after sending a letter, he said, as they both walked toward the Great Hall. What are you up to so early? I thought only Filch and his cat would be up and about. Theo looked affronted at his question, his brow furrowing in indignation. Must I be up to something? Perhaps I just fancied an early start on the day. Harry was quite proud about the fact that it only took shooting Theo a look before the other boy sighed and gave up. I thought I would pester Snape some more before breakfast. I think I'm close to wearing him down. Harry grinned widely, startling a young-looking Hufflepuff who, until that moment, was wandering the corridor while looking quite dead on his feet. Regardless of the result, Theo continued, I'll head over to the library to finish my homework. The amount of work they've given us is ridiculous. As long as you promise me you'll try to get some sleep, Harry told him, taking care to inspect the other boy's face. His ever-present dark circles were beginning to look like bruises. You look like a corpse, Snot. Theo snorted gracelessly. Well, thank you, Harry. I'll try my best to not let that get to my head. They parted ways upon entering the Great Hall, with Theo making a beeline for Snape, who was currently looming menacingly over a couple of students. Harry swallowed down a laugh at the face the potion's master made when he spotted Theo approaching him determinedly. Morning, he said brightly to Ron and Hermione, who were already sitting at the Gryffindor table. What are you looking so pleased about? Ron asked, eyeing Harry in surprise. Just having a nice day, said Harry happily, pulling a large platter of bacon and eggs toward him. Uh-huh, yeah, Ron said, narrowing his eyes at him before sighing. He put down the bit of toast he was eating and took a large swig of pumpkin juice. Listen, about training today, you don't fancy going out a bit earlier with me, do you? Just to, give me some practice before training? So I can, get my eye in a bit. Yeah, okay, said Harry. Look, I don't think you should, said Hermione seriously. You're both really behind on homework as it. She was interrupted by a speckled brown owl landing perilously close to the sugar bowl. When it perched up its leg, Hermione pushed a Canute into its leather pouch, took the newspaper, and scanned the front page critically as the owl took off again. "Anything interesting?" said Ron. Harry smiled into his pumpkin juice. He knew Ron was just trying to get her off the subject of homework. "No," she sighed. "Just some guff about the bass player and the weird sisters getting married." "Oh, no. Serious. What's happened?" said Harry, snatching the paper from her. "The Ministry of Magic has received a tip-off from a reliable source that Sirius Black, notorious mass murderer, blah blah blah, is currently hiding in London." Lucius Malfoy. "I'll bet anything," he continued in a low, furious voice. He did recognize Sirius on the platform. "What?" Ron asked, looking alarmed. "You didn't say." "Shua. Ministry warns wizarding community that Black is very dangerous. Killed 13 people, broke out of Azkaban." "The usual rubbish," Hermione read over Harry's shoulder before looking fearfully at them. "Well, he just won't be able to leave the house again, that's all," she whispered. Dumbledore did warn him not to. Later that day, Harry struggled in getting Ron to focus on anything other than Fred and George's teasing as they changed into their Quidditch robes. Their practice earlier had gone well enough. Hopefully, it would carry on to their team training. "Okay, everyone," said Angelina, entering from the captain's office, already changed. "Let's get to it. Alicia and Fred, if you can just bring the ball crate out for us." "Oh, and there are a couple of people out there watching, but I want you to just ignore them. All right?" Something in her too casual voice made Harry think he might know who the uninvited spectators were, and sure enough, when they left the changing room for the bright sunlight of the pitch, it was to a storm of catcalls and jeers from the Slytherin Quidditch team and assorted hangers-on, including all of the Slytherin fifth years, who were grouped halfway up the empty stands and whose voices echoed loudly around the stadium. It wasn't hard for him to spot Theo, sitting in between Zabini and Davis and scribbling in something on his lap. A notebook, probably. "What's that Weasley's writing?" Malfoy called in his sneering drawl. "Why would anyone put a flying charm on a moldy old log like that?" Crabbe, Goyle, and Pansy Parkinson guffawed and shrieked with laughter. Besides them, Harry could see Zabini and Greengrass snickering behind their hands. Ron mounted his broom and kicked off from the ground, and Harry followed him, watching. His ears turned red from behind. "Ignore them," he said, hurrying to catch up to Ron. "We'll see who's laughing after we play them." Ignoring them quickly became a problem once they began warm-ups. Angelina had them all passing the quaffle to each other, which went fine for a whopping minute. She threw it hard to Fred, who passed it to George, who passed it to Harry, who passed it to Ron. Ron immediately dropped it. The Slytherin mob in the stands, led by Malfoy, roared and screamed with laughter. Ron was forced to fly toward the ground to catch the quaffle before it landed, pulling out of the dive untidily and slipping sideways on his broom. When he returned to playing height, blushing the color of his hair, Harry was grateful that Fred and George saved their usual teasing, preferring instead to exchange looks. "All right," Angelina called, acting as if nothing had happened. "Fred, George, go and get your bats and a bludger. Ron, get up to the goalposts. Harry, release the snitch when I say so. We're going to aim for Ron's goal, obviously." Harry zoomed off after the twins to fetch the snitch. "Ron's not really leaving a good first impression, is he?" George muttered as the three of them landed at the crate containing the balls. "He's just nervous," Harry said, carefully grabbing the snitch. "He was fine when I was practicing with him this morning." "Yeah, well, I hope he hasn't peaked too soon," said Fred gloomily. They returned to the air after grabbing one of the bludgers. Angelina was busy talking to Ron, so Harry chanced to look toward the stands. Theo had abandoned his notebook and was staring right at him. Feeling the usual warm feeling he attributed to his friend, he supposed it didn't matter that much if Malfoy and his gang had crashed their practice. When Angelina blew her whistle, Harry released the snitch, and from that moment on, Harry was barely aware of what the others were doing. He was focused on the snitch and the snitch alone. Well, perhaps he was also just a bit aware of his audience. Maybe he could convince Theo that Quidditch was interesting and shove it in Malfoy's face that some Seekers actually made the team by skill alone, all in one afternoon. He accelerated, rolling and swerving in and out of the chasers, the warm autumn air whipping his face and the distant yells of the Slytherins, so much meaningless roaring in his ears. But too soon, the sound of the whistle brought him to a halt. "Stop, stop, stop!" Angelina screamed. "Ron, you're not covering your middle post." Harry looked around at Ron, who was hovering in front of the leftmost hoop, leaving the other two completely unprotected. "Oh, sorry. You keep shifting around while you're watching the chasers." Angelina lectured him. "Either stay in center position until you have to move to defend a hoop, or else circle the hoops, but don't drift vaguely off to one side. That's how you led in the last 3 goals." "Sorry," Ron repeated, his red face shining like a beacon against the bright blue sky. The rest of their training got progressively better for Ron, enough that some of the Slytherins lost their interest and left the stands. By the time Angelina eased up on them and declared training was over, only the Slytherin Quidditch team and the 5th years were left. Harry had even gotten the chance to make Flint duck from his seat the one time the snitch was hovering over his ear. Immediately after dinner, Harry eagerly made his way to the Clockwork Tower. He hadn't seen Theo at the Slytherin table, so he'd taken care to wrap a couple of rolls in a napkin. Unsurprisingly, the Slytherin was already there, books strewn all around in a way that hinted that not only he'd been there for a while, but he'd been meaning to stay for longer. "I'm declaring break time," Harry announced, taking care not to step on anything. "Move over, I need space," he sighed as he finally sat down. Training and all those stairs to get to the tower. His legs were going to kill him tomorrow. Carefully, he took out the wrapped rolls. "I didn't know if you'd eaten." What the hell is that?" The second Theo took the rolls from him, Harry grabbed the book that had caught his attention. It was a frankly disturbing image of a humanoid figure crawling out of a frame. "I think I've found the cause of your insomnia," he muttered, closing the book with a shiver. "Dare I ask, what are you trying to do now?" Theo made to answer, but only yawned right into Harry's face, his eyes watering with the effort. Harry snickered in response and waited for the Slytherin to answer. "Sod off," he scowled, biting into a scone. Harry rolled his eyes while he waited for him to finish chewing. "I'm researching mirrors. You just saw a drawing of a lost soul exiting a one. I need to find something in one that will show me something hidden, or something along those lines." Harry started. "I'm going to need more than that." Theo just sighed, staring past the window at the sky. It was a warm night, without a cloud in sight. "You can't say a word about this, all right? Blaise will kill me if he finds out I told you." Harry made the motion of zipping his lips shut. "Not a word, I promise." "Very well. Where do I start?" Theo muttered to himself, tearing the remains of his roll to pieces. "You'll recall I stayed with Blaise the last weeks of summer holiday, right? Signora Zabini told us about this book, the Galdrebach. It's this Icelandic grimoire in which you may find both ancient spells and runic material. Well, that explained Theo's interest at least. There aren't many copies left, so it's not easy to acquire. The Signora said there's a store in the magical district of Firenze who may procure me a copy. The challenge is finding that store." Harry frowned and thought, what do mirrors have to do with it? And why would Ziny have a problem with you telling me this? That's where the rest of the story comes in. Theo leaned in, smirking conspiratorially. Harry's heart skipped a beat. It's sort of a family tradition for the Zabinis to find this store, solve the riddle, find the store. Blaise gets to complete his rite of passage, and I get my book. A win-win scenario. Personally, Harry thought it seemed more trouble than it'd be worth. But who was he to stand in the way of Theo and his one true love, books? "Do I get to hear the riddle?" "I won't tell a soul," Harry asked eagerly. When he got no answer other than a teasing smile, he swatted the Slytherin's arm. "Theo, Harry," the other boy obnoxiously replied before laughing. "Of course I was going to tell you. I wouldn't be so cruel as to leave you hanging like that. Just give me a second," he said, digging into the book bag next to him. After a couple of seconds, he dug out a wrinkled piece of a parchment with a victorious huff. "Here we go. In a serpent's nest I am born, and out of venom my heart is carved. Forever drifting in eternal mirrors, always aware of your heart's desire. Always open, never closed. Point me, and what you wish for, you shall acquire." "Your heart's desire?" Harry whispered, his mind flashing back to his 3rd year. It couldn't be the mirror of Erist, right? This was supposed to be a Zabini tradition, an Italian tradition. Still, there wouldn't be any harm in telling Theo about it, right? Weird, isn't it? What kind of mirror shows you your deepest desires? Theo huffed, taking a bite from another roll. The first one was laying in a pile of crumbles. We thought maybe it could be a metaphor of sorts. After all, mirrors aren't eternal as far as we know, and Harry, shaking his head, he turned toward Theo. The other boy was staring at him in worry. Is everything all right? You spaced out. I was just thinking about some memories. Have you ever heard of the Mirror of Ariste? Harry almost laughed at the way Theo scrunched his nose, trying to remember. I don't think so, no. What's so special about it? I actually came across it in my first year here. God knows where it is now, though. It's this magical mirror that shows you your heart's desire. The exact same wording, that's what caught my attention. Harry caught the hungry look in Theo's eyes and hurried to add, you were right, though. Mirrors aren't exactly eternal. That one certainly isn't. And it was huge and impractical, not good at all for pointing. His words weren't doing anything to dissuade the Slytherin by the looks of it. Dumbledore had it last anyway, he muttered, looking at the roof above them. There was a bird currently fidgeting in its nest, settling in for the night. If it's a family tradition, they'd keep sight on one of its crucial elements, right? To Harry's relief, Theo sighed in acquiescence. I suppose you're right. That would render the riddle useless. I really thought there was a lead there for a moment, he broke off, rubbing his face tiredly. When Theo finally looked up, he looked so lost it tugged at Harry's stomach. Harry tried to grasp at anything he knew to try to be of help. Hey, but speaking of something that will show you something hidden, remember Luna from the train? And the Ouija board's planchette? It's a game in the Muggle world, but maybe it was based on something real? Theo smiled at him softly. Maybe? Blaise keeps insisting on holes. He may be onto something after all. He trailed off for a moment before shaking his head. Thoughts for another day, perhaps. I'll take that break you mentioned before, if you don't mind distracting me from that dreadful riddle. As if Harry would deny him something that's simple. You only think it's dreadful because you've yet to solve it, he teased, skillfully dodging Theo's shove. Instead, he grabbed the Slytherin's hand and pulled him up as well. Come on, let's get some air. They walked over to the tower's landing, where it opened up to a balcony overlooking Hogwarts grounds. The cold breeze felt like heaven against Harry's skin. He realized that no matter what that toad of a dada professor was teaching, this was his home. There was nowhere else that he felt so calm and peaceful. You'll never believe what Umbridge's office looks like, he said, breaking the comfortable silence that had settled over them. Theo snorted, leaning over the railing to look down. Let me guess, it's the same garish pink as the rest of her wardrobe. Harry barked out a laugh, shooting Theo a look before averting his eyes. The wind was gently ruffling his hair, giving him that same wild look he'd had during his visits to Privet Drive. That's lazy deduction work, Theo. Guess something less obvious. Why don't you tell me instead, Harry? I'm supposed to be on break. Theo smiled, closing his eyes and breathing in as he tilted his head back. Harry's throat went dry when he caught sight of the sliver of skin over his collar. He coughed to try and get his bearings back. You're lucky I'm feeling generous tonight. So, to begin with, everything, and I mean everything, is covered in lace and cloths belonging to the medieval era or something. I'd say lace belongs in the 18th century, but carry on. There were vases of dried flowers around the room. She does look like the type. And all along this one wall, tons of ornamental plates, each one with a different kitten wearing a bow around its neck. Theo finally opened his eyes and turned to blink owlishly at Harry. You're joking. They looked perfectly cared for. He really did try to continue, but Theo had dissolved into a mess of giggles over the railing. Harry, and you know what? Harry went on, trying his best to keep a straight face. I'd go as far as to say they're collection-worthy. He finally caved, joining his friend in laughter. They stayed like that for a while, enjoying the cool breeze and talking over their respective weeks. In particular, Harry felt only peace when he stared at the black lake, a real-life mirror of the starry night sky. Chapter End Notes. Your kudos enjoy some dinner rolls brought to you by Harry, and your comments practice runic formulas with Theo. The Discord server is ready. It's a work in progress and still taking its first steps, but hopefully we can still have some nice chats over there. https://discord. GG/TPKuruUXDB. Stay safe and see you next time. XXX. A Snake's Day in the Life. Chapter Notes. I'm alive. I'm really sorry for the delay. I managed to get infected with COVID during my holidays. Sad face. Thankfully, I'm almost back to full health. I hope you enjoy this short chapter. The plot will be picking up speed soon. A heartfelt thank you to my beta Miss Freya, who keeps making sure this story reaches the quality you guys deserve. Enjoy your reading. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Personally, Blaze thought he didn't really ask for much in life. From birth, he'd had his future sorted for him. Compared to his peers, his experiences at both home and at school were carefree. The Zabini name assured him he'd only have to work if he wished to, its reputation enough to grant him access to any circles he so desired to join, and the only requirement expected in turn was for him to eventually marry and produce a legitimate heir. An exchange, he thought, that was more than fair. However, as his curtains were pulled aside and light hit his face, sometimes life tested him. Sometimes in the form of his best friend. "You need to wake up, we're running late," Theo grumbled, stumbling on his way to the bathroom. Blaze just lay there for a moment, blinking and trying to will his brain to finish waking up. "I hate Mondays," he declared, stretching his arms and finally sitting up. Taking a look around, it seemed all the boys had slept in. Draco was hurriedly trying to style his hair. Goyle kept trying to pull his trousers up and failing. Crab had his sweater on backwards. "Doesn't everyone?" Draco asked as he turned his head to inspect his hair from all angles. Blaze thought it rather looked like peacocking. Absent-mindedly, he changed into his uniform, making sure his sweater was on correctly. He was nearly done when Theo finally came out of the bathroom. "Seriously not?" Draco continued. "I know you're going for the disheveled look this year, but would it kill you to make an effort? You look like you gave up on life." "The day's still young," Theo mumbled, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. "I just might." Rolling his eyes, Blaze threw an arm over his friend's shoulders. "Don't be dramatic. Once we get some tea on you, you'll be back to your cheerful self." Theo just sighed in answer, shrugging off Blaze's arm in order to walk back to his bed and grabbing the strap of his book bag. "As if he's ever cheerful," Goyle grumbled, finally managing to get his legs in the correct trouser holes. Following Theo's lead, Blaze grabbed his book bag as well and walked over to the door. As the other Slytherins joined him near the exit to the dorms, Blaze took a moment to look him over critically. Theo's tie was crooked. "Honestly," he said in exasperation, fixing it quickly, "what would you do without me?" Theo scrunched his nose in answer. "At least I remembered to brush my teeth." "Go on, I'll wait," he said, barely holding in a yawn. Breakfast was almost over by the time they both walked into the Great Hall. Most of the students were busy chattering amongst each other instead of eating. Thankfully, Blaze was quick to spot Daphne and Tracy sitting by themselves near one of the ends of the Slytherin table reading Daphne's copy of the Daily Prophet. Once they were seated, his relief was cut short when he caught sight of a photograph of Dolores Umbridge smiling nastily at everyone from beneath the headline. "Ministry seeks educational reform. Dolores Umbridge appointed first ever High Inquisitor." Theo took a look at it before making a grab for the nearest teapot. Daphne smiled at him bemusedly as she pushed the sugar toward him. Blaze just sighed as he motioned for her to pass over the paper. "You might want to get some food in you first," Tracy groaned, resting her head on her palm as she glared at the staff table. "If you eat while reading, you might choke on all that bullshit." "Tracy," Daphne admonished, but her friend paid her no mind. "Just look at her," Tracy grumbled, glaring at the bright pink spot occupying a chair. "She's positively glowing." Ignoring the girls, Blaze read aloud the contents of the article. "The minister has been growing uneasy about goings-on at Hogwarts for some time," said junior assistant to the minister, Percy Weasley. "He is now responding to concerns voiced by anxious parents who feel the school may be moving in a direction they do not approve. More like they don't approve of Dumbledore and admitting Voldemort is back. But what do I know?" Tracy interrupted before Theo shushed her, nodding at Blaze to continue. "This is not the first time in recent weeks Fudge has used new laws to effect improvements at the Wizarding School. As recently as August 30th, Educational Decree 22 was passed To ensure that, in the event of the current headmaster being unable to provide a candidate for a teaching post, the ministry should select an appropriate person. Well now, isn't that useful? Blaze muttered, chewing on the inside of his cheek. I'll bet you anything we'll be seeing a lot more of those new laws now, Theo mumbled into his cup. His eyes had darkened progressively as Blaze read, yet he stared resolutely into his tea. Forget about the ministry dipping their fingers into Hogwarts, their elbows deep at best. Of course, she's been an immediate success. Blaze paused for a second to scoff, reaching for the goblet of pumpkin juice Tracy was holding up to him, totally revolutionizing the teaching of defense against the dark arts and providing the minister with on-the-ground feedback about what's really happening at Hogwarts. It is this last function that the ministry has now formalized with the passing of Educational Decree 23, which creates the new position of Hogwarts High Inquisitor. This is an exciting new phase in the minister's plan to get to grips with what some are calling the falling standards at Hogwarts, said Weasley. The Inquisitor will have powers to inspect her fellow educators and make sure that they are coming up to scratch. Well, good luck inspecting Snape. That's something I'd like to see, Blaze said, placing the paper back on the table before taking a sip from his goblet. There's not much more to it, Daphne told them, subtly pushing a plate with toast into Theo's line of sight. Lucius Malfoy got to blabber about how concerned all the parents had been with Dumbledore's eccentric decisions in the last few years. Blaze sighed. It seemed their tentative peace had just flown out the window. His mother always said politics had no place in a school, yet it seemed the British ministry didn't share the sentiment. Scowling, he reached over for some fruit. He wasn't in the mood to scarf down something else before their first lesson began. Time went by quickly. Tracy joined Daphne in badgering Theo to eat his piece of toast, which he eventually did, and soon enough the four of them were on their way to the greenhouses for herbology. As they walked, Blaze wondered if Umbridge would be joining for class. But Umbridge was not inspecting their herbology class or their history of magic lesson, which was just as boring and distasteful as the previous Monday. Nor was she in Snape's dungeon when they arrived for double potions, where their professor handed them their Moonstone essays back. Blaze sighed as he stared at the large, spiky black scrawled in an upper corner. He knew he should have gotten Daphne or Theo to help him with it. At least he'd gotten passing marks. I have awarded you the grades you would have received if you presented this work in your OWL, Snape said with a smirk as he swept among them. This should give you a realistic idea of what to expect in your examination. He reached the front of the class and turned to face them. The general standard of this homework was abysmal. Most of you would have failed had this been your examination. I expect to see a great deal more effort for this week's essay on the various varieties of venom antidotes, or I shall have to start handing out detentions too. Those dunces who get DS. Snape smirked as Draco sniggered and said in a carrying whisper, Some people got DS? Huh. Blaze rolled his eyes, sniggering internally. He'd bet those DS were in the hands of some of the Gryffindors, perhaps in Crabbe and Goyle's as well, if Snape had been in a bad mood while grading them. As Snape turned to write their instructions for the day on the blackboard, Blaze turned to Theo, who was reading over the comments Snape had scribbled in the margins of his essay. In the right upper corner, a spiky O was scrawled, so small it could be confused for a drop of ink. Seriously? Blaze whispered to him. You got an O? Theo rolled his eyes at him before whispering back. You would have gotten an E if you'd bothered to do your work when you were supposed to, instead of waiting until the night before it's due. They both got up and followed the group to gather their ingredients. Well, I wasn't the only one. Tracy was right there with me, Blaze argued over the vials, looking for the powdered griffin claw. Would it kill Snape to label his ingredients with decently sized letters? He wondered as he squinted at some bottles of a fine gray powder before noting it read African sea salt in small spiky letters. Not that one then. And she nearly failed her essay as well, Daphne interjected, leaning over them to grab several bottles before handing two of them over to Blaze. Sighing, he noted they both read Griffin Claw and was quick to thank her. Any pass is a victory, Tracy added proudly, as she and Theo weighed the fanged geranium. I'll leave the top marks to our resident geniuses. And Draco, Blaze sniggered. Daphne was quick to smother the grimace that came over her. Why Professor Snape insists on giving Malfoy top marks, I'll never understand, she sighed, gathering her portion of the fang geranium. Theo merely shrugged as they made their way back to their cauldrons. He isn't as bad at potions as you think he is, he said, placing his ingredients on the table. But Professor Snape favors him, I won't deny that. Tracy scoffed loudly at that, but was quick to stop after Snape glared at her from across the room. After that, the four of them lowered their heads and got to work on their respective potions. By the end of the lesson, the flasks they delivered to Snape's desk were varying shades of turquoise, but passable enough that their professor nodded at them in approval before they left. So, homework. Theo and Daphne got O's, and Blaise and I both got A's, right? And those are all the passing marks, right? Tracy asked as they climbed the steps out of the dungeon and made their way across the entrance hall for lunch. No, Blaise shook his head. There's an E4, exceeds expectations between outstanding and acceptable, then you get the failing marks. He really needed to focus more on his schoolwork. Acceptable would not do for a Zabini. His mother would have his head if she knew. It's fine, Daphne encouraged them, as they sat down at the Slytherin table. There's plenty of time to improve before the exam. You just need to work harder and stop leaving everything until the night before. But Daph, I thrive on that adrenaline rush. Tracy cried, pouting at the blonde. Blaise watched as Daphne blushed and shoved her back lightly. He shook his head at them both, smiling slightly before focusing on Theo. He'd been awfully quiet up until that moment. Everything all right? He asked, ladling soup into his bowl. Theo smiled at him in answer. Just thinking, Professor Snape wrote some commentary about my essay in the margins, and it was quite useful. I'm thinking about heading over to the library after our last lesson today. Take this one with you, Daphne joked, sipping her soup delicately. Tracy just shrugged, dunking a bread roll into her bowl. Might as well, she added. Everyone has us drowning in work. If we begin lagging behind, we'll be done for. We'll make an evening out of it, Blaise said. Might as well get it over and done with. Bring your essay, Theo. If Snape graced you with his comments, democracy demands you share them with us. That's not exactly how democracy works, Blaise, Theo said, scrunching his nose. Blaise just hummed and focused on his soup. After lunch, they parted ways with Theo and grudgingly headed up to the North Tower. Blaise was pulling out his dream diary in a seat at the very back of the shadowy divination room when Tracy elbowed him in the ribs and, looking round, he saw Umbridge emerging through the trapdoor in the floor. The class, which had been talking cheerily, fell silent at once. The abrupt fall in the noise level made Trelawney, who had been wafting about handing out dream oracles, look round. Good afternoon, Professor Trelawney, Umbridge said with her wide smile. You received my note, I trust? Giving the time and date of your inspection? Trelawney nodded curtly and, looking very disgruntled, turned her back on Umbridge and continued to give out books. Still smiling, Umbridge grasped the back of the nearest armchair and pulled it to the front of the class so that it was a few inches behind Trelawney's seat. She then sat down, took her clipboard from her flowery bag, and looked up expectantly, waiting for the class to begin. Professor Trelawney pulled her shawls tight about her with slightly trembling hands and surveyed the class through her hugely magnifying lenses. We shall be continuing our study of prophetic dreams today, she said in a brave attempt at her usual mystic tones, though her voice shook slightly. Divide into pairs, please, and interpret each other's latest nighttime visions with the aid of the oracle. She made as though to sweep back to her seat, saw Professor Umbridge sitting right beside it, and immediately veered left toward a couple of Gryffindors. Blaise paired off with Draco, who was eagerly watching Umbridge. She was making notes on her clipboard now. After a few minutes, she got to her feet and began to pace the room in Trelawney's wake, listening to her conversations with students and posing questions here and there. They were standing next to Longbottom while Trelawney questioned him about his dream diary, close enough they could faintly hear their conversation. Now, said Umbridge, looking up at Trelawney, you've been in this post for how long exactly? Trelawney scowled at her, arms crossed and shoulders hunched as though wishing to protect herself as much as possible from the indignity of the inspection. After a slight pause in which she seemed to decide that the question was not so offensive that she could reasonably ignore it, she said in a deeply resentful tone, nearly 16 years. Seriously? Draco whispered incredulously. Quite a period, Umbridge remarked, making a note on her clipboard. So it was Professor Dumbledore who appointed you? That's right, Trelawney answered curtly. Umbridge made another note. To Blaise it seemed like a poor intimidation tactic, but it seemed to be working on Trelawney. And you are a great-great-granddaughter of the celebrated seer Cassandra Trelawney? Yes, said Professor Trelawney, holding her head a little higher. Another note on the clipboard. But I think, correct me if I am mistaken, that you are the first in your family since Cassandra to be possessed of second sight? These things often skip, 3 generations, said Trelawney. Convenient, Blaise whispered to Draco, making him snicker. Umbridge's toad-like smile widened. Of course, she said sweetly, making yet another note. Well, if you could just predict something for me, then? She looked up inquiringly, still smiling. Trelawney had stiffened as though unable to believe her ears. Just watch, Draco murmured, watching entranced. She'll predict something horrible will happen to Umbridge. That's all she ever does. I don't understand you, said Trelawney, clutching convulsively at the shawl around her scrawny neck. I'd like you to make a prediction for me, Umbridge repeated clearly. By then, they were not the only people watching and listening sneakily from behind their books now. Most of the class were staring transfixed at Trelawney as she drew herself up to her full height, her beads and bangles clinking. The inner eye does not see upon command, she croaked in a scandalized tone. I see, Umbridge said softly, making yet another note on her clipboard. That'll be all then. But wait, Trelawney called suddenly, in an attempt at her usual ethereal voice, though the mystical effect was ruined somewhat by the way she was shaking with anger. I think I do see something that concerns you. Why, I sense something dark, some grave peril. Trelawney pointed a shaking finger at Umbridge, who continued to smile blandly at her, eyebrows raised. I am afraid that you are in grave danger. Trelawney finished dramatically. There was a pause. Professor Umbridge's eyebrows were still raised. Draco raised his hands slightly in victory. Right? She said softly, scribbling on her clipboard once more. Well, if that's really the best you can do. She turned away, leaving Trelawney standing rooted to the spot, her chest heaving. Briskly, the divination professor turned to an unsuspecting Potter and Weasley, asking about their dream diary. She then proceeded to interpret that all of Potter's dreams foretold a gruesome and early death. This is a waste of time, Blaise muttered, rubbing his eyes. Next to them, Daphne was still watching Trelawney as Tracy kept flicking the pages of the dream oracle. What are you even looking for, Davis? Draco asked, finally bored enough to pay attention to his surroundings. I was hoping there'd be something here about scrying, but there's nothing. These classes have been nothing but a disappointment, she said sullenly, slamming the book closed. When the bell rang, Umbridge packed her clipboard back into her back and descended the silver ladder first so that she was waiting for them all when they reached their defense against the dark arts lesson 10 minutes later. She was humming and smiling to herself when they entered the room. Theo joined them after a couple of minutes, sliding into his usual seat in between Tracy and Blaise. Did she eat a fly? Why does she look so happy? He asked Blaise, settling down and placing his books on the desk. There was a new one there, Macbeth. He wondered where Theo was getting those books from, not the library for sure, unless they had suddenly added them to their collection. She was inspecting Trelawney. As we expected, it didn't go well, Blaise answered, keeping his eyes fixed on their professor while the rest of the class sat down. After a few moments, Umbridge called them all to order and silence fell. Wands away, she instructed them all smilingly, and those people who had been hopeful enough to take them out sadly returned them to their bags. As we finished Chapter 1 last lesson, I would like you all to turn to page 19 today and commence Chapter 2, Common Defensive Theories and Their Derivation. There will be no need to talk. Still smiling her wide, self-satisfied smile, she sat down at her desk. The class gave an audible sigh as it turned, as one, to page 19. After reading the first paragraph, Blaise gave up on the lesson and raised his head to look around the classroom. Granger wasn't reading and her hand was up. Again. He turned to Theo, rolling his eyes when he noticed that his friend had his copy of Macbeth open over defensive magical theory and was reading that instead. He nudged him with his foot, before subtly staring at Granger again. It seemed that Umbridge had noticed her too, but was pretending she hadn't as of yet. Instead, she got to her feet and walked around the front row of desks until they were face to face. Then she bent down and whispered something he couldn't hear. By then Theo had already nudged Tracy in turn, who had dutifully nudged Daphne. Umbridge and Granger were still whispering to each other while Potter and Weasley tried, and failed, to look like they weren't listening. "Yes, I do," Granger said suddenly in a clear, carrying voice that attracted the rest of the class's attention. "Mr. Slinkard doesn't like jinxes, does he? But I think they can be very useful when they're used defensively." "Oh, you do you?" said Umbridge, also raising her voice and straightening up. "Well, I'm afraid it is Mr. Slinkard's opinion, and not yours, that matters within this classroom, Miss Granger."
But
"That is enough," said Umbridge. She walked back to the front of the class and stood before them, all the jauntiness she had shown at the beginning of the lesson gone. "Miss Granger, I am going to take 5 points from Gryffindor House." The class erupted in mutters. "What for?" Potter said angrily. Next to Blaise, Theo jerked upright, his head whipping around in Potter's direction. "For disrupting my class with pointless interruptions," said Umbridge smoothly. "I am here to teach you using a ministry-approved method that does not include inviting students to give their opinions on matters about which they understand very little. Your previous teachers in this subject may have allowed you more license, but as none of them, with the possible exception of Professor Quirrell, who did at least appear to have restricted himself to age-appropriate subjects, would have passed a ministry inspection." "Yeah, Quirrell was a great teacher," Potter interrupted her loudly. "There was just that minor drawback of him having Lord Voldemort sticking out of the back of his head." This pronouncement was followed by one of the loudest silences Blaise had ever heard. "I think another week's detentions would do you some good, Mr. Potter," Umbridge said sleekly. Blaise pressed his lips together tightly as Theo's head dropped to his hands with a groan. That afternoon they reconvened to study as agreed on, gathering around one of the tables near the back, far away from Pants so that they could talk freely. They were all careful to avoid the Potter issue, noting how tense Theo got about the subject. "Honestly, Tracy," Daphne was saying, going over the other girls' notes, "you need to focus. Jupiter only has 4 main moons. Where did you get 7 from?" "I know," Tracy cried, flailing her quill around. "I'm trying. There's just too much information." "I'm sorry to say this," Daphne began, shushing Tracy's wailing, "but we're establishing a study schedule. You can't take only the practical exam. You need to pass the written one as well." Tuning out the girls, Blaise focused again on what Snape had written in Theo's essay, taking note for future assignments. Compared to this essay, he could understand how his own was lacking. Next to him, Theo was busy researching snakes' nests, trying to understand what could come out from them that could lead them to the bookshop. Well, he was trying to. Blaise thought. His hands kept twitching. "All right," he declared, standing up and tugging on Theo's arm. "We're taking a walk. I need a break." Sighing, Theo ripped a spare piece of parchment and placed it as a bookmark, following him after stretching out his back. They headed out the library and into the corridor, which was thankfully empty. Most of the students were outside, enjoying the last days of warmth and sun. "There's something bothering you," he said, turning to face Theo. "And whatever it is, I would like to help in any way I can. So please tell me how." Theo's face had gone blank while he spoke, but eventually he sighed and broke down. When that happened, Blaise could clearly see how dark his eye bags had gotten and mentally kicked himself for not noticing before. "It's fine. I'm fine." Blaise shot him an incredulous look, making Theo snort before continuing. "Very well. I'm not doing my best. I just have a lot going on, and I'm not certain as to how to proceed, or what the best choices are." Blaise nodded. It made sense. "Does one of those choices involve a certain Gryffindor?" Theo blushed in answer and Blaise laughed, throwing his arm over his friend's shoulders and beginning to walk. "Of course it does. Now, what has Potter done? It's just, he keeps getting these detentions and ruining whatever is left of his reputation. And you know eventually Umbridge will report all of this to Fudge, and somehow it will all reach my father." He breathed in deeply, tugging his sleeves over his hands. "If he finds out I'm spending my time with Harry, that's pretty much the opposite of laying low and not calling attention to myself." Blaise frowned. He hated how useless he felt whenever Theo brought up his father. Not Senior was a piece of work and absolutely horrible to his son. When the bruises had begun appearing on Theo's arms, Blaise had run to tell his mother. In turn, his mother had spoken about it to the Malfoys over tea, acting as though it was just a preposterous rumor. Eventually, it seemed the Malfoys had spoken with Not Senior about it, considering the bruises faded and never appeared again. If it was up to him, Theo would spend every holiday with him, far away from that awful manor and his father, but Not Senior disagreed with him, and that was that. At least Wilby was there to take care of Theo. But Potter makes you happy, doesn't he? Blaise asked reluctantly. He knew it wasn't good for Theo in the long run. But what was? He does, Theo said with a small smile. It's just, is the risk worth it? Is Potter worth it? Theo sighed, running a hand through his hair. They came to a stop next to a window and paused their conversation in order to look at the sunset, painting everything in an orange glow. He is, Theo whispered, breathing in deeply. Blaise looked down at some Ravenclaws playing gobstones. One of them was getting sprayed. There's your answer, then. Don't worry too much about your father, he told him, as they resumed walking and turned around, heading back to the library. We'll figure something out. We always do. Except for that riddle, Theo retorted with a warm smile, bumping his shoulder against Blaise's. We'll figure that out as well. I refuse to be the only Zabini who failed to figure it out. Can you imagine? The name Blaise Zabini will forever be tarnished by failure. They entered the library in lighter spirits than they had gone out with, but Blaise's mind was still reeling. Theo's parental worries aside, he had a problem to take care of, and that problem had green eyes and a scar on his forehead. Chapter End Notes. Your kudos study with the Slytherins and your comments spy on Blaise's not-so-evil plan. Thanks for reading and see you next time. XX. Juniper Offerings. Chapter Notes. Surprise. I'm not dead. I'm sorry it's been so long. Real life gets in the way. On that sad note, updates will be monthly from now on. Any extra is a bonus, right? I hope you enjoy this chapter as much as I did writing it. This story makes me so happy, and knowing you guys are enjoying makes everything worth it. A heartfelt thank you to my beta Miss Freya, who keeps making sure this story reaches the quality you guys deserve. Here's a friendly reminder, we have a Discord server, https://discord. gg/tpkuruuxdb. Everyone is welcome. We're a quiet bunch, but we're nice. Enjoy your reading. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Despite Theo's best efforts, the back of Harry's hand was bleeding again. He did not complain during last night's detention. He was determined not to give Umbridge the satisfaction. Over and over again he wrote, "I must not tell lies," and not a sound escaped his lips, though the cut deepened with every letter. The very worst part of this second week's worth of detentions was the reaction from Gryffindor's Quidditch team captain Angelina. She cornered him just as he arrived at the Gryffindor table for breakfast on Tuesday and shouted so loudly that Professor McGonagall came sweeping down upon the pair of them from the staff table. It wasn't enough that his head of house was now well aware of his detention. She took 5 points from Gryffindor as an additional punishment. She's taken points off Gryffindor because I'm having my hands sliced open every night. How is that fair? How? Harry groaned, flinging himself onto the bench beside Ron. I know, Ron said sympathetically, tipping bacon onto Harry's plate. She's bang out of order. Hermione, however, said nothing. You think McGonagall was right, do you? Harry asked angrily. I wish she hadn't taken points from you, but I think she's right to warn you not to lose your temper with Umbridge, Hermione told him, keeping her eyes fixed on her breakfast. Harry did not speak to Hermione all through charms, but when they entered Transfiguration he forgot his anger. Umbridge and her clipboard were sitting in a corner, and the sight of her drove the memory of breakfast right out of his head. Excellent, Ron whispered excitedly as they sat down in their usual seats. Let's see Umbridge get what she deserves. Professor McGonagall marched into the room without giving the slightest indication that she had seen Umbridge sitting there. Settle down, she said, and silence fell immediately. Miss Brown, please take this box of mice. Don't be silly, girl, they won't hurt you. And hand one to each student. Him, Umbridge coughed in the same annoying manner she used to interrupt Dumbledore on the first night of term. Professor McGonagall ignored her. Right then, everyone, listen closely. Dean Thomas, If you do that to the mouse again, I shall put you in detention. Most of you have now successfully vanished your snails, and even those who were left with a certain amount of shell have the gist of the spell. Today we shall be him, Umbridge tried once more. Yes, said Professor McGonagall, turning round. Her eyebrows so close together they seemed to form one long, severe line. I was just wondering, Professor, whether you received my note telling you of the date and time of your inspec? Obviously I received it, or I would have asked you what you were doing in my classroom, Professor McGonagall said sharply, turning her back firmly on Professor Umbridge. Harry and Ron exchanged looks of glee. As I was saying, today we shall be practicing the altogether more difficult vanishment of mice. Now, the vanishing spell, him. I wonder, Professor McGonagall said in cold fury, turning toward Umbridge. How do you expect to gain an idea of my usual teaching methods if you continue to interrupt me? You see, I do not generally permit people to talk when I am talking. Professor Umbridge looked as though she had just been slapped in the face. She did not speak, but straightened the parchment on her clipboard and began scribbling furiously. How can she lecture me about not losing my temper with Umbridge? Harry whispered to Ron, but he was grinning. His anger with Professor McGonagall had disappeared. Harry had thought that the next time he would see Umbridge would be in his detention that evening, but he was wrong. When they walked down the lawns toward the forest for care of magical creatures with the Slytherins, they found her and her clipboard waiting for them, beside Professor Grubblyplank. You do not usually take this class, is that correct? Harry heard her ask as they arrived at the trestle table where the group of captive bowtruckles were scrabbling around for woodlice like so many living twigs. Quite correct, Professor Grubblyplank said with her hands behind her back and bouncing on the balls of her feet. I am a substitute teacher standing in for Professor Hagrid. Harry exchanged uneasy looks with Ron and Hermione. Across the table, Malfoy was whispering with Crabbe and Goyle. He would surely love this opportunity to tell tales on Hagrid to a member of the Ministry. Umbridge said, dropping her voice, though Harry could still hear her quite clearly. I wonder. The headmaster seems strangely reluctant to give me any information on the matter. Can you tell me what is causing Professor Hagrid's very extended leave of absence? Afraid I can't, Professor Grubblyplank said. Don't know anything more about it than you do. Got an owl from Dumbledore. Would I like a couple of weeks teaching work? Accepted. That's as much as I know. Well, shall I get started then? Yes, please do, Umbridge nodded, scribbling upon her clipboard. This time, she chose to wander among the students, questioning them on magical creatures. She made sure to question all of the Slytherins, and Harry's spirit lifted when Theo made sure to answer all of her questions well, winking at him behind Umbridge's back. Even if the other boy didn't particularly like Hagrid as a professor, Harry appreciated his efforts. Overall, Umbridge started, returning to Professor Grubblyplank's side after a lengthy interrogation of Millicent Bulstrode. How do you, as a temporary member of staff, an objective outsider, I suppose you might say, how do you find Hogwarts? Do you feel you receive enough support from the school management? Oh, yes, Dumbledore's excellent, Professor Grubblyplank answered heartily. No, I'm very happy with the way things are run, very happy indeed. Looking incredulous, Umbridge made a tiny note on her clipboard and went on. And what are you planning to cover with this class this year? Assuming, of course, that Professor Hagrid does not return? Oh, I'll take them through the creatures that most often come up in OWL, Professor Grubblyplank said. Not much left to do. They've studied unicorns and nifflers. I thought we'd cover Porlocks and Neasels. Make sure they can recognize Krups and Gnarls. You? No. Well, you seem to know what you're doing at any rate, Umbridge remarked, making a very obvious tick on her clipboard. Harry did not like the emphasis she put on you, and liked it even less when she turned to question Goyle. Now, I hear there have been injuries in this class? Goyle gave a stupid grin. Malfoy hastened to answer the question. That was me, he said. I was slashed by a hippogriff. A hippogriff? Umbridge gasped, now scribbling frantically. Only because he was too stupid to listen to what Hagrid told him to do, Harry interrupted angrily. Ron and Hermione groaned as Umbridge turned her head slowly in Harry's direction. Another night's detention, I think, she said in a soft voice. Well, thank you very much, Professor Grubblyplank. I think that's all I need here. You will be receiving the results of your inspection within 10 days. As Professor Umbridge set off back across the lawn to the castle, Harry ground his teeth and turned around to try and catch Theo's eye, knowing very well Ron and Hermione would be pissed at him already. His stomach dropped when the other boy wouldn't meet his eye. Once class was finished, Harry was about to follow the rest of his year mates back to the castle when his book bag suddenly tore open, its contents spilling on the lawn. "Go on, I'll catch up," he told Ron and Hermione, leaning down to gather his things. His bag was fine. He knew what this was. He took his time getting everything in order, pausing when a pair of well-polished shoes came into view. An unfamiliar pair of well-polished shoes. Groaning, he grabbed everything and got back on his feet, knowing very well it wouldn't be Theo's face staring back at him. Those shoes were too detailed and showy to be his friends. It was Zabini. Harry frowned at him. Their knowing each other was only due to Theo, and until now, neither party had any attempts to talk since the summer holidays. "Can I help you? I don't know. Are you capable of basic logical thought?" Groaning, Harry shouldered his now tattered book bag. "I don't have time for this, Zabini. What do you want?" The Slytherin sneered at him, taking a step closer to him while keeping his hands in his pockets. "I want to know if you're able to understand the connection between speaking out against Professor Umbridge and your detentions." Harry glared at the other boy, feeling more grateful than ever for the inches he had grown during the summer, placing him a couple of inches taller than Zabini. It made staring him down easier. The Slytherin didn't back down. "That leads to no speaking out." He raised his left palm. "No detentions." He raised his right palm, extending them both towards Harry. "Do you understand me?" Zabini asked slowly and condescendingly before lowering his hands. "Are you an idiot?" "Of course I do," Harry said shortly. "Then why do you seem incapable of doing so?" Zabini asked him, finally losing his calm exterior. Harry noticed both of his fists clenched tightly and took care to sidestep the other boy. He'd seen that behavior on Dudley, and there was no way he was getting punched. "My life is none of your business, Zabini," Harry said, furious at the turn the conversation had taken. "When it affects my best friend, it is my business, Potter." Zabini snarled. "Have you taken care to notice how out of it Theo has been lately?" Harry felt his anger leave him, blowing out of him and leaving him deflated and confused. "What? His stunt with those runes? Do you know just how many sleepless nights it took for him to come up with it?" "Of course you don't," the Slytherin continued. "All you see is that now you're free of injuries and ready to go at it once again. I don't care about whatever issues you've got, Potter. I don't know you, and I'm not remotely interested in getting to know you. But I care about Theo. Can you say the same?" Harry's anger returned to him tenfold. "Of course I do," he spat. "Theo's my friend." But even as he said them, the words felt off. "Then act like it. Your actions have consequences for those around you. Don't you think I know that?" Harry asked coldly, feeling the sweat gathering in his clammy hands. He felt sick all of the sudden. The air he was breathing did not reach the depth of his lungs. Every blink of his eyes took him back to the graveyard, to Cedric's sightless eyes. "Then why, Potter?" Zabini asked, lowering his tone. Harry didn't dare meet his eyes, but he felt the Slytherin take a step back, making it easier for him to breathe. Harry tried to gather his thoughts. He couldn't believe he was talking about this with Zabini. "I feel so angry all the time. I feel like I'm always a second away from blowing up." Zabini sighed. "I didn't sign up for this. Listen, Potter, Harry, you can't allow your emotions to get the best of you. I'm sorry, but you don't have that luxury anymore." As true as the words were, Harry still felt the sting of them. He finally had enough air in his lungs to look over at the Slytherin. Zabini had his hands in his pockets once more, and was staring resolutely at Hagrid's hut. "I suppose you now have a first-class seat to how it feels to have the world judging your every move," he muttered absent-mindedly before shaking his head. "Take care of yourself, would you? For Theo's sake," the Slytherin added quickly, as he finally turned away from Harry and began walking back to the castle. Harry could only stare at his back dumbly. All of the fight had left his body. "And if you could somehow summon some self-preservation," Zabini shot over his shoulder, "that would be great." It was nearly midnight when Harry left Umbridge's office that night, and his hand ached terribly. Umbridge had inspected his hand with a deep-set frown, looking more like a toad than ever, before dismissing him for that night. He expected the common room to be empty when he returned, but Ron and Hermione had sat up waiting for him. He was pleased to see them, especially as Hermione seemed to be in a sympathetic mood rather than critical. "She's an awful woman," Hermione said in a small voice, inspecting his hand carefully. "Awful. You know, I was just saying to Ron when you came in, I was thinking that maybe the time's come when we should just do it ourselves." "Do what ourselves?" Harry asked, thumbing his pendant. It seemed to be running warmer than usual lately. "Well, learn defense against the dark arts." "We can't do much by ourselves," Ron mumbled in a defeated voice. "I mean, all right, we can go and look jinxes up in the library and try and practice them, I suppose." "No, I agree. We've gone past the stage where we can just learn things out of books," said Hermione. "Have you read the news lately?" Both boys shook their heads in answer, waiting for her to continue. "Disappearances are higher than ever, and Fudge keeps blaming it all on Sirius," she sighed before standing up, walking over to the fireplace. "He's out there, wreaking havoc while the Ministry turns a blind eye. We've got to be able to defend ourselves, and if Umbridge refuses to teach us how, we need someone who will." Hermione then turned to look at Harry, who spluttered in shock. "What?" "That's an idea," Ron muttered, frowning slightly. "But I'm not a teacher, I can't." "You are the only one with practical experience," Ron stated, leaning back contemplatively. "And Harry, you're the best in the year at defense against the dark arts," Hermione said with a small smile. She sat back down in one of the empty armchairs, facing them. "Me?" Harry asked incredulously, his mouth dry all of a sudden. "No, I'm not. You've beaten me in every test." "Actually, I haven't," Hermione interrupted him. "You beat me in our third year, the only year we both sat the test and had a teacher who actually knew the subject. But I'm not talking about test results, Harry. Look what you've done." "What you mean?" "You know what? I'm not sure I want someone this stupid teaching me," Ron said to Hermione, smirking slightly. He then turned to Harry. "Let's think," he said, pulling a face, like Goyle concentrating. First year. You saved the stone from you-know-who. That wasn't skill." "I didn't know." "Second year," Ron interrupted him. "You rescued Ginny, killed the basilisk, and destroyed Riddle. But if Fawkes hadn't turned up, I—" "Third year," Ron continued, raising his voice to talk over Harry, "you fought off about 100 Dementors at once. If the Time Turner hadn't—" "Last year," Ron said, almost shouting by then, "you fought you-know-who again." "Listen to me," Harry snapped, annoyed at the way Ron and Hermione were both smirking at him. "Just listen to me, all right? It sounds great when you say it like that, but all that stuff was luck. I didn't know what I was doing half the time. I didn't plan any of it. I just did whatever I could think of, and I nearly always had help." Ron and Hermione were still smirking. Harry felt his temper rise. He wasn't even sure why he was feeling so angry. He barely noticed his pendant was heating up once more. "Don't sit there grinning like you know better than I do. I was there, wasn't I? I know what went on, all right? And I didn't get through any of that because I was brilliant at defense against the dark arts. I got through it all because help came at the right time. Or because I was lucky. But I just blundered my way through it all. I didn't have a clue what I was doing. Stop it." He became aware that he was on his feet. Though he couldn't remember standing up, Ron and Hermione's smiles had finally vanished. "You don't know what it's like. Neither of you. You've never had to face him, have you? You think it's just memorizing a bunch of spells and throwing them at him, like you're in class or something? The whole time you know there's nothing between you and dying except your own brain or guts or whatever. Like you can think straight when you know you're about a second from being murdered or tortured or watching your friends die. We've never been taught that in classes. What it's like to deal with things like that." Harry trailed off, blinking away the wetness that had gathered in his eyes. "Harry," Hermione said timidly, "don't you see? This is exactly why we need you. We need to know what it's like. Facing him. Facing Voldemort." She trailed off at the end, her hands trembling so bad Ron stood up to rub her shoulders. It was the first time she had ever said Voldemort's name, and it was that fact that calmed Harry. Still breathing hard, he sank back into his chair, becoming aware as he did so that his scar was throbbing horribly again. Well, think about it, Ron said in a small voice. Please. Harry could not think of anything to say. He nodded, hardly aware of what he was agreeing to. He faintly recalled both his friends bidding him good night and heading up to their respective rooms. Instead of joining them, he chose to stay seated near the fire, thumbing his pendant absent-mindedly. It had finally cooled down. He made up his mind with a sigh, finally following Ron upstairs. As he drifted off to sleep, he only hoped Theo's morning rituals wouldn't be subject to any new changes. Heating up, you say? Theo frowned, deep in thought. The morning was chilly enough that, having forgotten his gloves, Harry was forced to stuff his hands into his robes to avoid the cold. Theo had smirked at him unhelpfully when he'd noticed. When exactly did you notice? I don't know, Harry shrugged, staring at his feet. The clock tower courtyard had been empty when they had first sat down, but it was only a matter of time before the early risers arrived. I was fiddling with it yesterday after my detention with Umbridge when I noticed it was warmer than usual. Theo hummed for a moment before standing up, offering his hand for Harry to grasp. Come along then, better safe than sorry. Harry didn't think twice before taking Theo's hand, allowing himself to be pulled to his feet. Where are we headed? To the grounds. Do you know what juniper is? Harry sighed as he tried to remember, but his memory came up blank. He shook his head in answer when Theo looked back at him. The wooden bridge was open enough that a strong gust of wind ruffled their hair. It can be either a tree or a shrub, evergreen with needle or scale-like leaves, Theo answered, tugging his collar up when another particularly cold breeze reached them. So keep your eyes open. We'll be needing at least a branch. Harry nodded absently, trying to will away the sleep still clinging to him. I never asked. How did everything go with Snape? Theo opened his mouth to answer, only to yawn right into Harry's face. He blinked the tears away, offering the Gryffindor a sheepish smile. I've finally annoyed him into acquiescing. We'll be having our first session this Friday. Actually, Theo, that's great. Harry smiled, despite feeling a heavy weight settle on his stomach. That was another thing Theo was doing for him, setting time aside to do for him. I don't think I've thanked you enough for this. It feels like lately you've been running circles around me, dealing with my problems, and he was interrupted by a tug on his arm, reeling him back a couple of steps. Theo was staring at him with a deep-set frown. I offered to help you. Harry blinked back at him at loss. Well, yes, but you barely get enough sleep as it is, and now with everything, it feels like I'm causing you more trouble than I'm worth. Theo pressed his lips together. Well, you're wrong there. I happen to think you actually worth a lot more trouble than that, he blurted out, stumbling a bit around the end. Looking down, the Slytherin abruptly let go of the arm he hadn't noticed he was still holding. Shall we carry on? I would like to have time for some warm tea after this, Theo mumbled, turning and exciting the bridge, bypassing the circle of giant stones that made up the sundial garden. Harry sighed and followed him without another word. Knowing he was looking for something with evergreen with needle or scale-like leaves, Harry thought, was just like not knowing what he was looking for. He settled for walking behind Theo, making sure his friend didn't trip over any fallen branches or loose vines. It turned out to be a particularly difficult task. Seriously? Harry grumbled as he pulled Theo back to his feet for what was probably the fourth time in the last 10 minutes. Are you doing this on purpose? And why would I be doing this on purpose? Theo spluttered, fixing his cloak in indignation, scrambling out of Harry's grasp. His cheeks had gotten pink all of a sudden, probably due to the cold, Harry reasoned. Oh, there. Harry only sighed as he watched the Slytherin hurry towards another bush. If it's another false alarm, you can eat mud the next time you slip, he said as he walked over. Thankfully, it didn't seem like it was, as Theo was busy taking a couple of clippings from it with a small pen knife. Now what? Harry asked after helping Theo to his feet. Now, we burn it. Perhaps we should head over to the garden. Lighting this over grass would be a terrible idea. Harry nodded in answer, throwing a glum look toward the area Hagrid's cabin would be usually billowing up smoke. Maybe later, if they had enough time left, they could take a short walk around it. The general idea of this is to purify your pendant, Theo was saying, drawing Harry's attention back to him. It's this ancient Norse tradition, a smudging ritual. Jupiter is used to invoke spirits and healing powers, and to connect with our ancestors. Smudging is the burning of certain wood or herbs to create a cleansing smoke bath in order to banish negative energies and in so bringing physical, spiritual, and emotional balance. Why have you got that look on your face? Harry snorted. It's just, I can imagine Hermione going crazy over this. Just the word ritual would be enough to send her into a frenzy. Theo sniffed at his answer. Well, there's always someone. Half-bloods and muggle-borns in particular tend to purposely overlook the more obscure branches of magic. It just sounds so close to some fictional stories, Harry mused as they sat down facing each other, with enough space in the middle to safely burn the juniper. That, and every time Theo mentioned some Norse deity, Harry could only picture Thor with his winged helmet from Dudley's old comic books. He was actually tempted to show them to Theo, but he thought the Slytherin might actually implode if he ever saw them. Anyways, do we need some special way to conjure fire? The spark from some mystical rocks rubbing together? Harry asked excitedly. Theo cocked an eyebrow at him, before muttering a quick incendio. Harry scowled as he sat back. I expected more. I'm sorry the ancient traditions of my ancestors aren't flashy enough for you, Potter. Get your pendant out. You need to hold it over the smoke. He did so for a couple of minutes, and they both sat there in silence until the juniper was entirely consumed by the flames. In Harry's opinion, it was a bit anticlimactic, but what did he know? However, the second he put it on, he felt more at ease than he had in days. The same feeling of serenity he'd felt when he first put it on that summer day. It felt like months had passed in between. He rolled his shoulders with a groan, missing entirely the worried frown Theo sent his way. You know what? Who needs flashy magic? Your Norse rituals are just perfect the way they are. I don't know how to thank you. Just promise to tell me the second it begins heating up again, Theo told him, tugging at his sleeves. Harry's smile slipped from his face. Sure. I mean, I'll let you know. I'm serious, Harry. Swear on it. The second it begins heating up, you come find me. Theo insisted, getting up to his feet. He held out his hand to help Harry up. I understand normal, and you generally do not go together, but this? He sighed, running a hand through his already messy hair. Do you remember what I told you over the summer? How could he forget? About my connection with Voldemort? You think it's connected? Harry asked glumly, dusting some of the leftover ash from his trousers. Awful things usually are, he muttered, staring at his hands. It's a very good thing we can finally get a practical start with a clemency. Well, I for one am done with the cold. Shall we go back? Harry shook his head, hurrying to throw an arm over Theo's shoulders and steering him the other way around. But look at the sky. It's such a beautiful morning. Don't you fancy taking a walk? I don't, Theo grumbled, but to Harry's delight, he didn't shrug his arm off. Can we at least walk along the forest line? That may block some of this wind, he muttered as he tugged his collar up once more. Considering his goal of walking past Hagrid's cabin was on their way to reach the forest line, Harry had absolutely no problems with Theo's request. Do you think he'll be back soon? Harry asked when they came to a stop, right outside of the cabin. It felt like an empty echo. He couldn't hear Fong inside or the usual sounds of Hagrid bustling inside. From wherever it is Dumbledore sent him? Do you have reason to distrust Dumbledore? Theo asked him as he eyed the grounds. Harry bit his lip as he thought. Dumbledore had never done anything that wasn't in his best interests, so why did he have so much doubt? I'm sure he'll be back soon, Theo continued, sparing Harry from having to answer. He'll be back and will be studying some weird new creature he somehow got his hands on. Harry barked out a laugh, finally turning his back on the empty cabin. Scared of a little excitement? Any day with you is excitement enough. Is that? Harry turned to look to where Theo was pointing at, and was shocked to see a blonde figure along the trees. They both shared a quick look before hurrying behind her, both drawing out their wands. Oh, are you both out for a walk as well? Luna Lovegood asked them, turning from where she was petting one of the Thestrals. Harry sheepishly lowered his wand, motioning for Theo to do the same. The leaves crunched under their shoes as they walked over to her. Is she barefoot? They're quite gentle, don't you think? Luna was saying in that dreamy tone of hers, watching as the other Thestrals walked around. But people avoid them because they're a bit different. Harry finished for her, feeling a weird feeling of kinship with the winged horses. He felt Theo's hand behind his shoulder in silent support. "Aren't your feet cold?" Luna smiled at him gently. "A bit, but all my shoes seem to have mysteriously disappeared. I suspect Nargles are behind it." "Nargles?" Theo asked dryly, prompting Luna to turn her wide-eyed gaze on him. "Hello, Theodore not. Nargles are terribly mischievous. They probably ran off with them." Theo hummed noncommittal at her answer, giving her a look Harry had grown accustomed to and could only interpret as the Slytherin being up to no good. "You can see them as well," she remarked, as the three of them began walking closer to the herd. "You've seen someone die then?" Harry asked, making Theo wince at his lack of tact. Luna didn't seem to mind, as she walked around carefully amongst the roots and vines covering the forest grounds. "My mum," she answered, staring into the trees. She was quite an extraordinary witch, but she did like to experiment, and one day one of her spells went badly wrong. "I was 9. She shrugged. From his place next to Harry, Theo had gone deathly silent. "I'm sorry," Harry mumbled. "Yes, it was quite horrible. I do feel very sad about it sometimes." He heard Theo take a deep breath before he spoke. "I'm very sorry she's gone." Harry made sure to press his shoulder against his friend's. "Have you lost someone as well?" Luna asked him, her soft and understanding smile still present on her face. "My mother," Theo answered. The hand he still held against Harry's back had gone tense. His voice had taken that breathy tone he had the day he confided in Harry about his nightmares. The same tone he had when he spoke about something deeply important to him. "She was a radiant and beautiful witch before illness took her away. I look at her picture every day, so I'll never forget her face." Luna's wide eyes were warm as she stared back at him. "Do you have someone?" "I have my dad. Who do you have?" Theo's hand finally relaxed, and Harry could feel its warmth through his cloak. "I've got my friends." Luna took a moment to look at Harry carefully before digging into the bag she was carrying. "That's good. Friends. That must be nice," she said dreamily as she took out an apple and tossed it to one of the foals. It wobbled on its feet as it ran to reach it in time. "I'm happy you're Harry's friend. Is that so?" Theo asked, his voice back to normal now. "Friends are important right now," Luna said, looking back at him as though she was humoring him with obvious facts. "Think about it. If I were I'd want Harry to feel cut off from everybody else. Because if it's just you alone, you're not as much of a threat." "I didn't expect you to open up like that to Luna," Harry said as they made their way back to the castle. The wooden bridge was still deserted. The only sound that accompanied them as they walked was the creaking of the wood under their feet. "I surprised myself as well," Theo said, staring straight ahead. I'm not sure what came over me. It felt good, though, talking about her." "Does it feel easier?" "It does. I don't feel as much pain when I think about her these days," the other boy answered before taking a deep breath. "Everything is beginning to feel lighter lately." "Well, I'm glad one of us feels that way," Harry snarked before immediately regretting it. "That came out wrong," he said, looking Theo's way. When the Slytherin didn't meet his eyes, he grabbed his elbow and pulled them to a stop. "I'm really glad you've been feeling better. You deserve it." "This shadow will pass, Harry," Theo said, his hand turning to grasp Harry's forearm. His free hand settled on the Gryffindor's shoulder. "Truth never perishes. You will see." Harry followed Theo's example and breathed in deeply. The cold air in his lungs settled his worries. Luna was on the right track. "You know, I'm really glad you're my friend." Theo smiled at him in that way that made his entire face grow warm. "So am I." They awkwardly let go of each other and resumed their walk. Soon enough, they reached the clock tower courtyard. "I do have one question," Theo mentioned casually as they entered the courtyard. "Who is it that is taking her things?" Harry turned to him. "Sorry, Nargles? Really? Whatever they are, I highly doubt they spend their time taking a teenage witch's shoes," Theo said snidely, leaning against one of the stone pillars. "Who would have known you actually like Luna?" Harry teased him, but the joke didn't land well on him. He felt confused by the conflicted feelings. Was he actually feeling jealous of sharing Theo's friendship with another person? "Quit being stupid," the other boy grumbled. "I feel some sort of kinship with her, and I don't like people taking others' things." The great not, finally doing something for others? with no gain of his own? The world must be ending. Harry laughed, expertly dodging Theo's swat. They both began walking calmly toward the Great Hall. I've always said you were a horrible influence. Chapter end notes. Your kudos get Harry some therapy, and your comments tip Theo off to go and find those Ravenclaws. Thanks for reading and see you next time. XX. The Fine Art of Bullshit. Chapter notes. Hello. Monthly update. Fresh and ready for you all. As always, the most heartfelt thank you to my beta, Miss Freya, who keeps on being awesome and making sure this story is the best it can be. My semester is almost over, so for November you can expect at least a chapter. If we're lucky, maybe two, who knows? Hoping you enjoy this chapter. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Considering how persistent you have been in annoying me into teaching you, Mr. Knott, what is it that you already know about a clemency? Professor Snape asked him, standing menacingly in front of his office's desk. Theo remembered Harry once saying the potion's master looked like an overgrown bat and was quick to stifle the snort that threatened to burst out from him. Antagonizing the wizard who was about to access his thoughts was to be avoided at all costs. I understand it to be the practice of closing one's mind in order to prevent a legilimens from accessing one's thoughts, he answered, receiving a nod from his professor. Theo resisted the urge to fidget in his seat opposite from the desk, settling for straightening his back. Very well. It is an obscure branch of magic, but a highly useful one, Professor Snape said, as he walked around his office. Those who have mastered legilimency are able, under certain conditions, to delve into the minds of others and to interpret their findings correctly, to the point of knowing whether or not somebody is lying to them. Theo valiantly ignored the look the potion's master sent at him, though that certainly explained a lot of things. Only those skilled at a clemency, Professor Snape continued, are able to shut down those feelings and memories that contradict the lie and so utter falsehoods in their presence without detection. There is one condition for this, one which is common for most magic. Do you know what this is? Time and space, Professor. In this case, eye contact is essential. Professor Snape stopped his pacing for a moment to look at him with an unreadable glance. It is often essential. Magic has proven time and time again to create exceptions to its own rules at its whim. Only fools dwell in absolutes. Theo nodded at that, watching as the potion's master pulled out his wand from within his robes and held it at the ready. Stand up and brace yourself, he said softly. We are going to see how well you resist before delving into further details. Theo breathed in deeply and stood up. He focused on pushing back any present emotions, doing his best to settle his mind into a calm and clear state. It was nothing out of the ordinary. He'd done this before. He did this every time he shared space with his father. He could do this. This time, you shall not use your wand in any way. Our first attempt will be based on mental fortitude by itself. Brace yourself now. Legilimens. He could not do this. The office swam in front of his eyes and twisted away, replaced by a flutter of memories that made him unable to focus on anything else. He found himself having afternoon tea with his mother, her smile bright as she wrapped his small fingers around the handle of his cup, being dragged out of his father's study, close to tears from the throbbing in his wrist. A stormy night at the clock tower? Absolutely not. The office came back into focus with a jolt, forcing him to grab at his seat to avoid falling over. His head was spinning as he tried to settle down. A valiant effort, Professor Snape muttered, looking at him critically. You managed to stop me before I got in too far. However, you should not have let me in at all. Easy for you to say, Theo thought bitterly. What is it like? For the caster, Theo asked as rolled his shoulders. Nothing he had read about could have prepared him for what he had just experienced. I saw flashes of what you just experienced, his head of house answered coolly. I'll remind you that curfew is there for a reason, regardless of whatever it is you are up to. Theo tried to come up with an excuse, but Professor Snape's hand shot up to interrupt him. I do not care to know what you get up to, Mr. Knott, he drawled, readying his wand once more. You just repelled me with your brain. However, it is important you do so immediately once you've sensed me. Now, clear your mind. Focus. Theo braced himself once more. At least this time he knew what to expect. He did his best to clear his mind of all thoughts and emotions, leaving a blank slate ready to push back whenever he felt any intrusion in his mind. I will not go as easy on you as I did before. Let's go again. 1, 2, 3. Legilimens. The results were the same as his previous attempt. He might as well have not tried at all. The potion's master breezed through his attempts to block him out like they weren't there, and the room once more twisted out of focus. He could see himself laying fresh flowers at his mother's grave. Wilby bandaging a particularly nasty welt on his arm. He tried his best to push him out as he had before, but he couldn't muster the level of strength he'd felt before. Very well, if he couldn't block him. Theo pulled on the feeling of intrusion, focusing on a particular memory of reading Sherlock Holmes in his bed. The second he felt the memory slipping from his grasp, he poured more into it, the light coming from his wand. Goyle's snores in the background. He didn't know how much time had passed before his memory finally gave way to the office once more. He could feel beads of sweat gathering at his brow and wiped them off with his sleeve. "Why couldn't I push you out?" he muttered, looking up at Professor Snape. Snape was looking at him with a contemplative frown. "I warned you I wouldn't go as easy on you," he said, running his fingers over his wand. "How did you come upon that injury?" "I thought you didn't care about what I got up to, sir," Theo deflected, lowering his head and trying to will the pounding in his brain away. "You're right. I don't," he said sharply. Theo didn't know if he was disappointed or not at the dismissal. Perhaps it was better that way. "Did you mean to trap me in your memory? I figured, if I couldn't push you out by will alone, perhaps I could keep you from seeing anything else of value." "Quick thinking on your part," Professor Snape commented, looking at him intently. "Indeed, it is possible to become so entrapped by a memory the caster can't access anything other than that. However, it is an obvious attempt, and if you were to encounter a talented Legilimens, they could probably just exert more pressure to access other memories. That's why the primary focus should always be on blocking their access as a whole. What if I wanted them to believe they were successful? Is it possible to construct fake memories for them to see?" Theo asked. It always paid to be underestimated, and what better way to get past someone than to make them believe they had the answers they wanted? The potion's master nodded in consideration, tracing his mouth with one finger as he did so. "It is possible to create a false mindscape, albeit particularly hard to accomplish successfully. Fake memories must be saturated with feelings, but not so much that they will stand out from others." Theo nodded. He had figured as much. Yet particularly hard to accomplish did not mean impossible. He just needed time to practice. Sadly, it was the very thing he'd been lacking lately. However, the first step toward becoming a successful Legilimens is not creating your own false memories or entrapping them in a moment. Those are for experienced wizards and a last resort, respectively. You've had enough time to recover. Let's try again, shall we? 1, 2, 3. Legilimens. This time, the room did not twist away the second the spell hit him. He could feel the pressure he now associated with another presence inside his mind and focused on holding it back. His mind was clear, his feelings pushed down, yet that did not help him as he felt the presence gather more strength and push past him. All of a sudden, he felt him flicker past a couple of memories before Theo forced them both to watch his latest chess match with Blaze in the Slytherin common room. He could feel the intrusion push and pull at the borders of it, and every time he pulled any information he could recall into it. They watched it until Professor Snape apparently got bored and left his mind, leaving him blinking away his headache as the office came into view. "Not bad. You did put up some resistance before falling back into boring me with one of your memories. However, you did not even attempt to push me out. I expected more of you with how much you badgered me into this." The pounding in his head had gotten so severe, Theo didn't even attempt to defend himself. "I want you back here, same time next Friday. We will continue then." "Yes, sir," Theo muttered as he stood up, wincing at the feeling of blood rushing to his legs. Just how long had they been practicing? "I expect you to build up your mental resistance for our next session. And do not be fooled. If I so sense you are not putting up the effort you should be, this entire experiment will be over. Do you understand me?" he asked as he pocketed his wand and walked over to the door. He turned to stare coldly at Theo until he nodded, finally opening the door for him to leave. "And do brew yourself some potion for dreamless sleep. My classroom will remain open this weekend. Nights should be spent sleeping, not reading or doing whatever it is you do at the clock tower. Of course, sir. Fortunately for him, he was able to both nurse his lasting headache and brew a couple of vials during the weekend. In a rare show of camaraderie, the Slytherin fifth years had actually spent Sunday afternoon together outside by the lake, enjoying the autumn sunshine while they still could. Theo and Blaise spent most of this time catching up with their schoolwork, all the while lamenting the lack of time they'd had to pursue the answer to the riddle. However, good things often do not last, and the feeling of peace was quickly dissolved by Monday morning, as they all made their way to the Great Hall for breakfast. "Pardon me, Professor, but what exactly are you insinuating?" Umbridge was saying, her voice coming from the entrance hall. Theo caught Blaise and Draco sharing a quick glance at each other before hurrying up the remaining stairs from the dungeon, urging the rest of them to hurry up. "I am merely requesting that when it comes to my students, you conform to the prescribed disciplinary practices," Professor McGonagall said as they finally reached the entrance hall. By then, a small crowd had formed already, prompting them to use Crabbe and Goyle to push their way forward. Both professors were standing on the steps leading to the grand staircase, and Professor McGonagall, despite standing a couple of steps lower than Umbridge, loomed over the other, which almost comically. "So silly of me, but it sounds as if you're questioning my authority in my own classroom, Minerva," Umbridge said contemptuously, walking up a couple of steps to at least be at eye level with the Transfiguration professor. "What disciplinary practices is Umbridge applying?" Daphne asked from her place next to Theo, who didn't answer. He didn't know whether or not Harry's detentions had been a special case, or if Umbridge really was that wicked. "Not at all, Dolores," Professor McGonagall replied, calmly ascending a couple of steps until they were both standing at the same level. She looked down on her disapprovingly before continuing. "Merely your medieval methods," Umbridge scoffed indignantly before gathering herself. "I am sorry, dear," she said, making Tracy gasp at her audacity. "But to question my practices is to question the ministry, and by extension, the minister himself. I am a tolerant woman, but the one thing I will not stand for is disloyalty." "Disloyalty?" Professor McGonagall echoed in an affronted tone, but Umbridge was not yet finished. She calmly ascended a couple more steps before turning to address her fellow professor and the gathered crowd as a whole. "Things at Hogwarts are far worse than I feared. Cornelius will want to take immediate action," she stated, before turning her back on them all and continuing her way up the staircase. Professor McGonagall stared at her with an impassive look before clearing her throat. "Hurry up, all of you. If you desire to have enough time to eat before your classes begin," she said, walking down the remaining steps and heading over to the Great Hall. The second she was far enough, murmurs broke as the students dispersed. "What in Merlin's name is that woman planning?" Blaise wondered in a low voice. Draco just sent him an unpleasant smile. "Does it matter? It's clear the balance of power is shifting at Hogwarts, finally. Perhaps I should talk to our dear defense professor about how greatly Father speaks about her work at the ministry," he laughed, straightening his robes. He confidently walked into the Great Hall, with his usual sycophants walking behind him. Theo snorted in dismissal. "Typical," he grumbled as the remaining four of them followed in their steps, sitting down at the Slytherin table. "Resourceful to the very end. All Draco cares about is his standing," Blaise said, looking over to the staff table. As usual, the headmaster's seat was empty. "Dumbledore's not exactly putting up a fight, is he? He might as well hand over his position." Later, on their way to their first class of the day, they saw Filch standing precariously high on a ladder, hammering a nail and hanging a frame next to the doors to the Great Hall. The next time they walked by, Theo squinted to try and get a clear look at what it said before scoffing and carrying on. Umbridge was clearly going on a rampage, going by her apparent need to showcase the educational degree that appointed her High Inquisitor where everyone could see. The days that followed easily became some of the worst experiences in Theo's stay at Hogwarts. The pink menace that was their new High Inquisitor had taken to patrolling the hallways, taking it upon herself to enforce the standards she deemed important. Theo himself had the misfortune of suffering said enforcement. Crabbe and Goyle might have been the first Slytherins to have Umbridge magically straighten their uniforms for them, but Theo's snickering had drawn their professor's attention to him. Soon enough his laughter turned into coughs when his tie was tightened to the point of choking him. "It's ridiculous," That's what it is, he grumbled to Harry during Thursday's lunch, during which they were both hiding out at their usual meeting place. Well, Theo was hiding out there. Harry had appeared as he usually did. I'm just sad I lost the chance to see that, the Gryffindor teased as he leaned against Theo's arm. They were both comfortably seated on the floor next to each other, the feeling reminiscent of summer days that seemed to have taken place ages ago. Keep on wearing your tie that way, you'll get to experience it firsthand, Theo muttered sleepily, resting his head on Harry's shoulder. His own tie was discarded and left inside his book bag, far away from his sore neck. Pass, Harry shot back. I'm being good, remember? Staying out of detention and out of Umbridge's way. He said that last part with sarcasm dripping from his voice, but Theo didn't pay much mind to it. As long as Harry kept that up, he was entitled to his theatrics. And thank Freya for that, he said, closing his eyes for a second. Just a short couple of seconds. Don't fall asleep on me, Harry protested, moving his shoulder and dislodging Theo's head. I found out who was taking Luna's things, he mentioned, prompting Theo to blink, the sleep away and focus. Who is it then? Some Slytherins? He asked, already preparing how to deal with his housemates. They'd probably be younger. The older ones tended to terrorize their respective year. It's the other fourth-year Ravenclaws, Harry said with a grimace. That's unexpected, Theo answered, his mind reeling. That complicated things. I was just as surprised as you, his friend shrugged. I asked Ginny. She's the one who introduced us to Luna, and generally, her being there to defend her puts a stop to the teasing, but they don't share every class. She doesn't know who it is exactly. Theo hummed as he thought about it. He could either bother a Hufflepuff or bribe a younger Slytherin to report to him. Perhaps Harper would do. He was generally seen trying to get into the good graces of anyone with a decent family name. Leave that to me. I have someone in mind for the task. Harry squinted at him. That sounds ominous. It's like you're in The Godfather or something. Theo sighed and rolled his eyes at the Gryffindor. He could see him fidgeting excitedly from the corner of his eye. Go on then, explain. And so, he was treated to a recounting of an apparent Muggle film classic about a mafia family. Unfortunately for Harry, he needed to take a break in his storytelling every so often as to explain new Muggle terms. By the end of it, Theo had been more interested in recent technology rather than the story itself. I'll tell Hermione to recommend more modern books, Harry sighed as they descended the stairs. You're terribly out of touch with the Muggle world. Well, I've never had to be in touch with it. I'd say I'm acclimatizing at a reasonable pace. Theo shot back, wrinkling his nose. It wasn't his fault there was just so much. Muggles had certainly kept busy the last couple of centuries. Herbology went by quickly, and soon enough they were waiting outside the potions classroom. The Gryffindors had been first to arrive and Theo quickly caught Potter's eye, who then proceeded to make a show of tightening his tie with a smirk. Rolling his eyes, he heard the classroom door opening, as Professor Snape stood on the other side. Inside now, he instructed, and they were all quick to comply. Theo and Blaise hurried over to claim their usual table near the middle of the dungeon and pulled out their copies of 1,000 magical herbs and fungi. You will notice, the potions master continued in his low, sneering voice, that we have a guest with us today. He gestured towards the dim corner of the dungeon and Theo saw Umbridge sitting there, her usual clipboard on her knee. He shared a glance with Blaise, who seemed excited all of a sudden. Self-consciously, Theo tried to subtly check if his tie was placed properly. We are continuing with our strengthening solution today. You will find your mixtures as you left them last lesson. If correctly made, they should have matured well over the weekend. Instructions. He waved his wand again. On the board. Carry on. They all worked in silence during the first half hour, which Umbridge spent making notes in her corner. He nearly spilled his salamander blood when Blaise nudged him in his side. What? Theo hissed under his breath, making sure he had added the appropriate amount. At the very least, his potion seemed to be the appropriate color. The toad is on the move, Blaise murmured with glee, watching behind them as she strode between two lines of desks towards Snape, who was bending over a Gryffindor's cauldron. Just don't get caught staring, Theo mumbled, preferring instead to just listen to their conversation. Well, the class seemed fairly advanced for their level, Umbridge was saying, in that syrupy voice of hers. though I would question whether it is advisable to teach them a potion like the strengthening solution. I think the ministry would prefer it if that was removed from the syllabus. Theo rolled his eyes as he measured his griffin claw. Was there anything in their current curriculum that the ministry would not object to? Now, how long have you been teaching at Hogwarts? 14 years, Professor Snape replied, the direction of their voices changing as they both walked around the dungeon. You applied first for the defense against the dark arts post, I believe? Umbridge carried on, prompting Blaise to let out a low whistle. They were now closer to the front of the classroom, enough for Theo to deem it seem enough to chance a glance at them. The second he caught sight of their head of house's face, though, he turned to look at Blaise with wide eyes. The other boy was already wincing. Every Slytherin knew that post was a sore subject for their professor. Yes, but you were unsuccessful? Obviously, he sneered, his lip curling. Umbridge scribbled on her clipboard. And you have applied regularly for the defense against the dark arts post since you first joined the school, I believe? Yes, Professor Snape answered quietly, barely moving his lips. He looked furious. Do you have any idea why Dumbledore has consistently refused to appoint you? She has a death wish, Blaise whispered in glee, using the fumes coming from his cauldron as cover to continue watching. I suggest you ask him, Professor Snape said jerkily. Behind them, Theo could hear some of the potions hissing menacingly. Apparently, they were not the only ones listening in. Oh, I shall, Umbridge replied with a sweet smile. I suppose this is relevant? Oh yes, she said. Yes, the ministry wants a thorough understanding of teachers' backgrounds. She turned away, walked over to Parkinson, and began questioning her about the lessons. Theo turned to Blaise. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? That she just dropped a nasty hint about his background? Because I do believe we're thinking the same thing. Personally, Theo thought that Professor Snape had nothing to be worried about regarding his less-than-stellar past. Both his father and Lucius Malfoy, alongside many others, had a good standing with the ministry. Their professor wouldn't be an exception, or so he hoped. No marks again then, Potter, he heard from behind them. It seemed that Professor Snape had followed Umbridge's example and had resumed walking around. Theo sighed, knowing there was nothing for him to do there. Of course Harry had been listening in as well, and of course the idiot had neglected his potion. As they left the dungeon later, Theo thanked the Norns his agreed clemency session with Professor Snape wasn't that day. After that conversation with Umbridge, there was no chance he was letting the older man into his head. Who decided iguanas should be studied in the first place? Tracy groaned as she pushed her parchment away from her, nearly knocking over her ink bottle. Theo watched as it spun over itself precariously a couple of times before Blaise reached over to stop it. At least it's an easy O. Don't overthink it, he muttered, lowering his head to focus on his essay. Theo just shrugged and went back to the list in front of him. He was trying to remember which books he had stashed under his bed back at Knott Manor for Wilby to send over by owl. Normally, he would have just taken an entirely unread selection from their library, but this year he'd had 3 categories to consider: riddle solving, Granger pleasing, and light reading, of course. If he'd taken all the books he wanted, he would have indubitably tipped off his father into what he was doing. To avoid any problems, Theo had landed on a simple solution. He'd send Wilby the books he was done with, along with a short list of the books he'd like sent back. It was tedious, but he did have to admit it had its merits. There was no way he could have predicted the loops the riddle had made him traverse. He'd gone from modern books with verified facts to old mythology texts, which were respectable in their own right, but always to be taken with a grain of salt. He'd gotten Granger's requests earlier that day during Ancient Runes. She'd radically changed her usual choices of books about magical law and had delved instead into anything containing defense magic that was not included in the library's extensive catalog. Unfortunately, Theo was quite sure most of his family's grimoires would not be received well. At least not yet. He could send her Finnegan's Mastering Your Cast. He considered as he wrote the title down. It wasn't a spellbook exactly, but it did dive into casting particularly difficult spells and how to achieve the best results. What do you mean it's not a good conclusion? Tracy was asking Daphne with an incredulous look. It seemed that while he was busy thinking, not only had Blaise and Tracy finished their essays, they'd also gotten Daphne to proofread them. A conclusion concludes your work. You just kept writing facts and then abruptly finished, the blonde was saying as she read over Blaise's. nodding absently. Well, I'd reached the minimum length, so I figured I might as well be done with it, Tracy muttered, tapping her quill against her forehead. What did you write as your conclusion, Blaze? Something about how all these facts and more made lizards. Sorry, iguanas. Such interesting creatures that are tragically underestimated by most of the wizarding community, he answered, stretching his arms over his head with a pleased sigh. Oh, but that's just a load of dung. Exactly, Blaze said with a grin. I'm just matching my essay's quality to our professor's. Tracy gaped at him as Daphne sighed. At least it's cohesive. You need to at least pretend you take the subject seriously. The subject is lizards, Daph. That's why I said pretend, Daphne retorted, handing Blaze's essay back to him. Perhaps you should conclude that iguanas are useful, just not particularly interesting, Theo advised, searching the common room for a particular Slytherin. He tried to find Harper during dinner, but as far as he knew, the younger boy hadn't shown. Across from him, Tracy hummed in agreement and set out to correct her last paragraph. They could be somewhat interesting if Umbridge had at least bothered to bring one to class, Blaze said as he took out his exploding snap cards. Daphne laughed mockingly as she helped clear their table. For all we know, the Ministry might not approve of using them in class, she snickered. Merlin forbid us having an iguana to aid us in overthrowing the Ministry. Theo briefly entertained the mental image of Harry menacingly holding up an iguana to a cowering Fudge before letting the thought drift away. Harper had just descended the stairs leading to the bedrooms. I'll be right back, he told his friends before standing up and walking over to the fourth year. Behind him, he heard Tracy eagerly declare herself to be done with her essay. Harper, could I talk to you for a second? The fourth year blinked at him in confusion for a second before nodding, following him to a couple of secluded armchairs in the nearest corner. As they got comfortable, Theo ran a mental checklist of everything he knew about the other Slytherin. He knew the other boy was generally quiet, preferring to have others take the lead. He didn't seem to have any strong personal ideas besides those that he believed were expected of him. He was a half-blood, and therefore didn't have a particularly good standing with most of their house. Theo particularly didn't enjoy throwing the not name around, as he personally believed that everyone should stand by their own merits, but even he had to admit the benefits that came with it. One of those benefits was the nervous look Harper was currently throwing his way. Do you need something not? He asked, fidgeting on his seat. Theo let out a deep breath as he considered the best way to approach the topic. What classes do you share with the Ravenclaws? If Harper was thrown off by the question, he didn't show it, choosing instead to lean forward as he answered, we share transfigurations and charms, but we also see some of them during the elective classes. Obviously, Theo thought to himself, resisting the urge to roll his eyes. Sadly, neither of those classes worked for him. McGonagall and Flitwick wouldn't let their classes get derailed by teasing. If they had shared history of magic, that would have been another story. What electives are you taking then? Do you know any of the Ravenclaws you share them with? Well, I take divination since mostly everyone does. There aren't a lot of Ravenclaws in that class. There's Carter and Matthews. I talk to them sometimes and well, Looney Lovegood, but she's always daydreaming or something. Yes, Theo internally celebrated. Do you share any other classes with those three? Lovegood's in care of magical creatures. She usually sticks around Weasley though, he said with a sneer. That class used to be fun until Weasley began jinxing anyone who teased Lovegood. Since then no one does anything interesting. Why would her own housemates tease Lovegood? Theo asked, feigning ignorance. I don't know, not. I've never cared enough to find out, Harper sighed, resting his arms over his knees. Why do you care anyway? I thought you usually kept to yourself. Theo leaned just a little bit forward, looking at the younger boy with a small smirk as he mentally prayed to Norns for his plan to work. I'll let you in on a little secret, Harper. He lowered his voice, prompting Harper to lean even more toward him. Professor Snape is trying to determine which one of you fourth-year boys will be prefect next term and, believe it or not, he's actually considering you. Harper narrowed his eyes at him, but the trembling in his legs betrayed his excitement. How would you know? You're not a prefect. Yet I am one of his favorite students, not to mention he's friends with my father. You should know most of our fathers run in the same circles. Theo made sure to drop just enough of an emphasis on the word, separating their social standing. It's sort of a tradition, you see, He gets to see how resourceful you are, and you get a chance to prove yourself. This isn't a joke, right? Theo internally sighed. Harper wasn't proving to be as gullible as he'd expected. Do I seem the kind of person who would lower themselves to jokes? He said in a sharp tone. He was getting impatient. Now, are you interested or not? Of course I am, Harper whispered, looking around shiftily, worried someone was listening in. He didn't have to. It was late enough that most Slytherins had gone to bed. He could hear Daphne, Tracy, and Blaze in the background as they played Exploding Snap, and the remaining students were trying to study, throwing nasty looks at his friends every time they got particularly wild. What do I need to do? You mentioned Lovegood is getting teased, yes? Find out who it is. Prefect should always stop bullying, as you well know. But she's a Ravenclaw. Ask her above. This boy was going to be the death of him. Of course she is. Who else do you expect us to run trials on? The Hufflepuffs stand up for each other, and Gryffindors? You're more likely to get caught in the crossfire of some ridiculous duel, Theo muttered, focusing on remaining pleasant. Threatening Harper would do no good, at least not yet. No, Ravenclaws are more individualistic. Besides, the situation is ready for you to sneak in and find out what you need. Are you actually going to let it go to waste? Or even have somebody else do it? He clenched his jaw tightly as the other boy considered it. Nearly done, and he wouldn't have to deal with Harper until it was absolutely necessary. What about other Slytherins? Are you considering going against your own house, Harper? Theo lowered his tone, leaning back a bit, actually letting his feelings show on his face. Harper's eyes widened at the motion. No, I was just making sure it was the best option, and it clearly is, he hurried to say, leaning into the space Theo had just retreated from. Is that what I have to do? Just figure out who it is. For now, if you're even capable of that, Theo thought to himself. If you're successful, we can see about going a step further, just to make sure you get some advantage on the other fourth years. What's in it for you, not? Theo breathed in to hide his annoyment. This was the perfect example of why he hated dealing with people. I get to shove it in our housemates' faces that I chose better than them, of course. Breathe in, breathe out. He tried his best to put on a slightly pleasant look back on his face. Money's not of importance of us, so bragging rights is the currency of choice. And you chose me? For Freya's sake, why couldn't he just do as told? I arrived late, and there weren't many of you left to choose from, he sneered. Are you interested or not? Fine. I'll do it, and I'll let you know as soon as I can. Harper actually had the gall to look pleased with himself as he wiggled in his seat. If only the poor idiot knew Professor Snape couldn't care less about him. Good. Do hurry up, though. The clock is ticking, Theo said, finally able to stand up and leave. Spewing such bull's height, he thought as he walked away from the younger boy, was a finer art than he'd initially thought. It did make good practice for Umbridge's essays, though. He hurried over to his friends who were now putting away their cards. Tracy's bangs were looking a bit singed. What were you talking to Harper about? Blaze asked him as he came to stand next to them. Professor Snape asked me to pass on a message. Apparently Harper's skills and potions are dangerously close to Longbottom's, Theo sighed, ready for the night to be over. He could feel his heartbeat drumming around his head. Bloody Harper. Are they now? Daphne smiled at his comment. Theo would have worried about damaging the younger boy's reputation if he hadn't been so bothersome. How terrible for him. Whatever. I'm going to bed, Blaze yawned as he stretched his arms over his head. A sound idea, Theo thought, and wished both girls good night before walking up the stairs with Blaze close behind him. They both made small talk as they changed into their night clothes and climbed into their respective bed, pulling their curtains closed. As he sat there, Theo briefly considered downing one of his vials of sleepless potion before shrugging and deciding to do some reading before going to sleep. It wasn't that late after all, he thought as he checked his watch. Just past midnight. Quietly, he leaned over his bed and felt for the familiar binding of his current book, grinning in the dark as he came across it. The Mabinogion was one of his favorite books, if only due to the fact that his mother used to read some of its stories to him before he went to bed. Her favorite had always been one of the 3 romances it contained, Pereator's Son of a Frog. It was essentially a departure from the Arthurian story. Perceval, the story of the Grail, except there was no such Grail. He couldn't recall the last time he had read it, eagerly whispering lumos and settling back on his pillows to read. Soon enough, Theo lost himself in Pereter's journey to kill a vile creature, the Adank, to increase his fame and honor, even meeting the Queen of Constantinople. The Queen then told him that the creature would slay Pereter through cunning, as it was invisible and killed using poison darts with their victim none the wiser. As he read, his brow furrowed as the Queen gifted Pereter a magical object that once he looked through it, would render the beast visible. An object that would make him see, he whispered and traced the words with his fingers, feeling his brain turning, everything falling into place. A magical object that would enable him to see Blaze. Chapter end notes. Your kudos race to tell Blaze the answer to the riddle before Theo can, and your comments plot with Theo about what to do to those Ravenclaws. What did you all think? Have you guessed the answer already? Because you've officially run out of time, the answer will be included in the following chapter. I just had to tease you all a little. Here's a friendly reminder: we have a Discord server, https://discord. GG/TPKuruUXDB. Everyone is welcome. We're a quiet bunch, but we're nice. As always, take care and see you next time. XX. Let's disappoint each other. Chapter notes. Hey, I'm late again, sorry. At least it's still November. My semester just ended, and boy, was it a wild ride. As always, the most heartfelt thank you to my beta, Miss Freya, who keeps on being awesome and making sure this story is the best it can be. The next chapter is almost halfway done, so if everything goes to plan, you'll be seeing more updates from me. Here's to hoping life is kind to me this December. Anyways, I hope you enjoy this chapter. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Could you go through it again? Theo asked as he scanned the index of the book currently in front of him before flipping over to the desired section. As he reached it, he carefully took a gulp of his tea, wincing at the burning feeling as it went down. One moment, Blaze muttered as he smoothed over the parchment in which the riddle was written. In a serpent's nest I am born, and out of venom my heart is carved. Forever drifting in eternal mirrors, always aware of your heart's desire. Always open, never closed. Point me, and what you wish for, you shall acquire. Tracy interrupted him as she swallowed a bite of her eggs. You know it. We know it. Why do you even feel the need to read it? What crawled up your arse and died, Davis? Blaze grumbled as he set aside the parchment and scooped some oatmeal into his plate, a slight blush spreading over his cheeks. You're not usually this moody so early in the morning. Before Tracy could answer, Daphne slid into the seat next to her. Theo looked up at her to see if both girls were sharing the same early morning affliction, but the blonde looked as put together as always, despite a barely noticeable tightness to her eyes as she nodded to him in greeting. Do you remember when I told you I hoped Pansy would run out of her perfume soon? I wish I could take it back, she sighed, filling her goblet with pumpkin juice. Beside her, Tracy let out a whimper as she carried on eating. It was nothing compared to her new one. Across from her, Blaze winced in solidarity. You two seem to be in a good mood, though, Daphne continued as she helped herself to a couple pieces of fruit. Do share. I need something to look forward to. We've had a breakthrough on the riddle, Theo told her eagerly as he went back to the contents of the book. I was reading the Mabinogion last night, and it mentioned this stone that permitted someone to look through it, and you woke us up by screaming like a lunatic because of a fairy tale? Blaze groaned next to him. You didn't tell me that's where it came from. You deserve that pillow Malfoy threw at you. Theo shot him a glare before continuing. They're historical tales. Besides, it's not the story that matters but the mention of this particular stone, one that allows you to see something that is invisible to the eye. He grinned at his friends, only to sigh when he was only met with blank stares. An adder stone. See here, he said, turning the book so the other three Slytherins could look at its contents. It showed a picture of a small rock with an indent in it. Theo? I don't want to ruin your excitement, but, Tracy said hesitantly as she read the title, her face contorting in a grimace. That doesn't spell Adderstone. Well, not exactly, Theo conceded as he leaned sideways to read it properly. The section was titled Gloin and Druid, and while he could read Scottish Gaelic, he really didn't want to try and pronounce it. That stands for Druid's Glass, another name for Adderstones. They have plenty, to be honest. Some call them hag stones, which stones and pay attention here. He grinned widely at Blaze before continuing. Serpent's eggs? Oh, in a serpent's nest I am born, Daphne recalled with glee, prompting Blaze to shoot her an affronted look. Why do you two have it memorized? Why don't you? Daphne shot back with a smug look, cradling her goblet close to her chest. However, how does venom come into play? That's where druidic history comes in, Theo answered, turning the book once more so he could read from it. Listen to this. When a vast number of snakes are twisted together in summer, an artificial knot is formed from their venom and slime, and this is called the serpent's egg. Eventually, they reach running water, where they will swim against the stream until they've matured. That's where they may be found. Forever drifting in eternal mirrors means they're floating in water, and all that fits together because only a true adder stone floats. When he looked up, his friends were staring at him wide-eyed. You're an absolute beast, Theo. Tracy beamed, reaching over the table to grab his hands, shaking them in excitement and nearly knocking over several items. But what body of water is eternal? Blaze asked, pushing away a jar of jam before Theo's elbow, prompted by Tracy's version of a victory handshake, took a dive into it. Water that is still enough to show a reflection worthy of being called a mirror, Daphne mused, pulling the other girls back into her seat. Ponds, lakes, those can last for years, but they can be made or unmade. But a body of water that has been around ever since the beginning of time. She trailed off, looking over to Blaze, who was practically vibrating in place. An ocean. They have changed a bit, yes, but they remain. Eternal, natural mirrors, he gasped. They're floating in the ocean. Any ocean? Tracy asked, looking over to Theo, who hurried to swallow the sip of tea he had just taken. The closest and, ironically, the most common place to find true adderstones is actually quite close. The coast of the North and Baltic Seas, in northern Germany. Danholm, to be precise, he said, turning the book around so she could see a small map at the end of the right page, is said to be quite the spot. The four of them sat in silence for a moment after that, taking in the feeling of achievement. They ate for a couple of minutes in silence before Blaze finally spoke. It's not that I'm not glad. This really seems to be the answer, but what about the other half? He asked, taking out the parchment once more. Before reading it, he shot a quick glance at Tracy, who motioned, zipping her lips shut. Placated, he read the last lines. Always aware of your heart's desire. Always open, never closed. Point me, and what you wish for, you shall acquire. Do we just hold the stone? How is it supposed to get us what we want? What if it's like those sticks muggles used to find water? Mum told me about those. They have 3 ends and you grab 2 of them, leaving the third to guide you. Tracy offered with a grin, only to falter when the other 3 looked at her in confusion. Muggles have those? Theo asked in confusion. Going by what Harry had told him, Muggles were more technology-oriented these days and didn't precisely believe in magic. Well, they don't have them exactly, Tracy said sheepishly, scratching the back of her head and leaning back. Mum hasn't been in touch with her family in a long time. Perhaps I shouldn't have mentioned it. I don't know if they're real or not. Maybe Granger knows. Any idea is better than no ideas, Daphne soothed her, grabbing her hand and stroking it with her thumb. You're our best source of information regarding Muggles, but I really don't know much, do I? Tracy said in a small voice. Theo felt a knot in his throat. He never really knew what to do when her ever-present confidence faltered. Being one of the only half-bloods in Slytherin, she was often stuck in between, always scratching the surface of everything they had grown up knowing and only knowing what her mother had told her about the Muggle world. It's fine, Daph, really. Besides, maybe it's about time I begin learning about the Muggle world on my own. You know? Hit the Muggle towns, learn something new. As for the wizarding world, I've got you 3 walking encyclopedias. I can always ask you guys, she continued with a small smile. Or, you could read a book, Blaze muttered offhandedly, wincing when what was probably a well-aimed kick from Daphne landed. Theo just focused on pouring himself more tea. Blaze knew what he was doing with that remark. Besides, the thud he heard wasn't loud enough to be serious. After all, it did work very well, sending Tracy into a fit of giggles. Daphne sent Blaze a reluctant smile, as their friend finally relaxed and leaned into her. "I'll do it when you do it," she shot back. Glad that she was back in her usual spirits, Theo lifted his cup only to sigh when he noticed it was empty. "I learn better by listening to something, not reading," Blaze sniffed, crossing his arms over the table. "What is our excuse for your marks in history of magic, then?" Daphne teased with a smirk. Blaze spluttered at her in indignation. Theo sighed as he poured himself more tea. "Could we get back to the riddle? You may both terrorize Blaze later. I've actually got a theory," he said before taking a sip, finally closing the book. When he saw he had their attention, he cleared his throat and put the cup down. "Adder stones must be called Druid's glass for a reason, and well, glass is see-through, made to look through and, well," Theo trailed off, not sure of how to bring up Lovegood's crazy magazine and Harry's theories. He shook his head, chasing away the feeling of doubt. He should know better by now. "There's this muggle object Harry told me about," he started, ignoring the look Tracy shot at him. "It seems to be inspired by an adder stone, given its shape. Some muggles believe that if you look through its hole, you can see," he faltered, not wanting to delve into spirits and whatnot. He was trying to get them to understand where his idea came from, not derail everything. "You can see things that are invisible to the naked eye." Good enough. So the pointing is merely holding it up in the general direction? Why wouldn't the riddle just say so then? Blaze said, resting his chin on his hands. "Are we sure that we're interpreting pointing correctly? Riddles aren't straightforward." Blaze. "Although," Daphne muttered, absent-mindedly thumbing the ring she usually wore in her left index finger. "We usually refer to pointing with a finder or with a wand. But what happens when the object being pointed doesn't have an end to point with? How do you point a stone at something? Who cares?" Tracy butted it, leaning forwards and resting her arms on the table. "Get the stone and try it the way Theo suggests. If it doesn't work, think of another solution. I think you guys are getting stuck on the details when you should be getting a move on." Theo let out a pleased laugh. "Where would we be without Tracy?" he asked, watching fondly as Daphne beamed at her. "Stuck overthinking everything, as you usually do," she replied with a grin. "You know, I like to consider myself." Whatever Tracy thought of herself was interrupted by a woman screaming from somewhere outside the hall. Theo could only hear a muffled commotion coming from what he thought might be the entrance hall. "What the?" Blaze began, but was interrupted by another scream. Thinking fast, Tracy grabbed Daphne's hand and gestured for both boys to follow them. They had the advantage of the Slytherin table being the closest to the doors, allowing them to be among the first students to rush out of the Great Hall. However, the screams weren't coming from the entrance hall. They followed the crowd through the hall and into the paved courtyard, where a crowd had already gathered. Hurrying, the four Slytherins followed a couple of Hufflepuffs onto an empty space, where other students were already gathering in hopes of catching sight of whatever was going on. Professor Trelawney was standing in the middle of the courtyard, clutching a knitted bag with both her hands so tightly her knuckles had gone white. Her hair was sticking up on end. Her glasses were lopsided, so that one eye was magnified more than the other. Her innumerable shawls and scarves were trailing haphazardly from her shoulders, giving the impression that she was falling apart at the seams. Two large trunks lay on the floor beside her, and she was staring, apparently terrified, as Filch walked over carrying a third one. Mutters burst, and as Theo turned to see what had prompted them, he saw Umbridge approaching the divination professor with a pleased grin on her face, sending Trelawney into a new bout of tears. "No!" she shrieked, taking a couple of steps forward only to knock over one of her trunks. "No, this cannot be happening. It cannot. I refuse to accept it." "You didn't realize this was coming?" Umbridge asked, sounding callously amused. She walked down a couple more steps before coming to a stop right in front of the sobbing witch. "Incapable though you are of predicting even tomorrow's weather, you must surely have realized that your pitiful performance during my inspections and lack of any improvement would make it inevitable that you would be sacked." "You can't," Trelawney cried in a broken voice, tears streaming down her face from behind her lenses. "You can't sack me. 16 years I've lived and taught here. Hogwarts is my home. You can't do this." The more she cried, the more her spine curved over, as if her own body was retreating into itself, leaving her a sad, hunched figure in front of Umbridge's blindingly pink smugness. "Actually, I can," Umbridge said. Her face contorted into such a fake illusion of sympathy, it made Theo's blood boil even as he held no love for Trelawney. "An hour ago, the Minister of Magic countersigned your order of dismissal. Now kindly remove yourself from the grounds. You are embarrassing us," Trelawney wailed even louder, and Umbridge's fake smile turned into one of blissful enjoyment, her features stretching and making her look more toad-like than ever. "Oh, dear." Theo watched as Professor McGonagall broke away from the wall of spectators, marching straight up to Professor Trelawney as she drew a large handkerchief from within her robes, which she promptly handed to her. "Something you'd like to say, dear?" Umbridge asked, cocking her head as she regarded both women in front of her. Professor McGonagall shot her a scathing look before answering. "Oh, there are several things I would like to say," she said firmly before turning to pat Trelawney firmly on the back as she continued sobbing. "There, dear." "Shua, shua." Umbridge opened her mouth to reply, but whatever she was going to say was interrupted as the oaken front doors swung open. Immediately, all whispering ceased, and all that could be heard was Trelawney's soft whimpering as Dumbledore strode forwards. "Professor McGonagall," the headmaster spoke in a loud voice, "might I ask you to escort Sybil back inside?" The hope Trelawney had in her eyes as she watched him made Theo feel sick to his stomach. It occurred to him that this was the first time he had ever heard a faculty member refer to Trelawney by her first name. "Of course," McGonagall hurried to say, as she gently began leading Trelawney toward the doors. "Sybil, dear. This way." As they passed Dumbledore, Trelawney reached over to grab their headmaster's hands. From his place, Theo couldn't hear whatever she was saying to him, but the repetitive sounds and the way Dumbledore bowed his head to her assured him she was thanking amidst her tears. "Dumbledore," Umbridge finally spoke, her lip curling in displeasure. "May I remind you that, under the terms of Educational Decree No. 23, as enacted by the minister himself, you have the right to dismiss my teachers," Dumbledore interrupted her. "You do not have, however, the authority to banish them from the grounds. That power remains with the headmaster." Professor Umbridge was standing stock still, staring at Dumbledore, who continued to look at her impassively. "And what," she asked, "are you going to do with her once I appoint a new divination teacher who needs her lodgings?" "Oh, that won't be a problem," Dumbledore answered pleasantly. "You see, I have already found us a new divination teacher, and he will prefer lodgings on the ground floor." "You found?" Umbridge said shrilly. "You found? Might I remind you, Dumbledore, that under Educational Decree No. 22, the Ministry has the right to appoint a suitable candidate if, and only if, the headmaster is unable to find one," Dumbledore said. "And I am happy to say that on this occasion I have succeeded. May I introduce you?" He turned to face the stairs leading to the boathouse, and those nearest to it hastily moved backwards, some of them tripping over in their haste to clear a path. Through the early morning mist came a figure with white blonde hair and astonishingly blue eyes, the head and torso of a man joined to the palomino body of a horse. "A centaur?" Tracy whispered from somewhere to his right, but Theo didn't turn to stare at her. He could hardly believe his eyes. "This is Firenze," Dumbledore was saying to a dumbstruck Umbridge. "I think you'll find him suitable." A centaur, Theo thought tiredly later that night, as he walked out of Professor Snape's office. Dumbledore had somehow managed to get an actual centaur to teach the divination class. Theo had never even considered taking that class before, but now, centaurs knew and practiced a different kind of magic than that of wizards, and his three friends had a front-row seat to it. He silently seethed in envy as he descended the stairs. Perhaps they would be kind enough to lend him their notes. Well, perhaps not Blaise. Daphne's notes were always thorough. Perhaps he could get hers. Tracy was another option, even if hers were often lacking. However, his friend had always looked forward to that class, and now, with a centaur as her professor, divination might easily become her favorite subject for the rest of the term. He groaned as a sharp pain burst from behind his eyes. That night's occlumency lesson hadn't gone badly, but it hadn't gone great earlier. He had gotten better at holding Professor Snape off, but he still wasn't able to push him out. Perhaps that first time had been a fluke, a random burst of strength combined with the fact his professor had gone easy on him. He tugged on his sleeves as he walked, worrying his lip. His father always said he had absolutely no mental fortitude as a child, but to think that hadn't changed after all those years. Theo, he started as his name was called out from the shadows. To his left, the air seemed to ripple as Harry shrugged off his invisibility cloak from his shoulders. "You nearly gave me a heart attack," he sneered. The pain he felt earlier grew as his heart pounded away wildly. "I whispered your name 3 times." Harry defended himself, pulling them both into a nearby corner. "You seemed so out of it I actually got worried." Theo blinked away his headache and tried his best to focus. "A clemency is just more tiring than I expected. No need for you to worry." Harry frowned at him for a couple of seconds before sighing. "If it's this hard for you, I'm dreading it when you and I eventually begin practicing." "You'll do just fine," Theo smiled at him, feeling some of the tension bleed out of him. "From what I've gathered, there's a couple of techniques you may choose from, but at the end it all comes down to your will. I remember you resisting the Imperious Curse last term. You'll be all right." The dark made it hard to tell, but Theo was quite sure Harry was blushing. Well, that's..." Harry's voice broke, forcing him to clear his throat before trying again. "Thanks for having faith in me, Theo. Anyways, I have something to tell you," he continued with a wide grin. Theo nodded at him to continue. "We're giving the whole teaching ourselves a try," the Gryffindor breathed out. "Ron and Hermione have been sounding out people who they thought might want to learn some proper defense against the dark arts, and there are a couple who seem interested. We're meeting tomorrow in the Hog's Head, and I thought I might extend that invitation to you." Theo opened his mouth to answer, but his mind had gone blank. He couldn't get past the pounding in his head to form a decent sentence. As the silence went on, Harry's smile began slipping from his face. "Theo? I thought you'd be pleased," he said in a soft voice. "I am pleased," Theo blurted out. "For you. I'm pleased for you, really." "Well, you don't sound pleased," Harry frowned, narrowing his eyes at him. "We can finally learn how to defend ourselves properly. I don't get why you're not more excited about this." No, give me a moment. I am glad you get to do this. It's just, well, tomorrow in Hogsmeade. Who exactly did Granger and Weasley talk to? Does it matter?" Theo sighed, digging his thumbs into his brow bone, trying to alleviate the pain. "Does it?" "Harry, of course it matters," Theo grumbled. "You do understand that more than half this school loathes the idea of a Slytherin, don't you? You're asking me to place myself directly into the line of fire." "You're being dramatic," Harry replied, digging his hands through his hair as he took a couple of steps around. "Really? Last year, would you have agreed with me joining a secret defense club created behind a professor's back? Would you have trusted me?" "That's besides the point, Theo." Harry looked scandalized at the idea. "I trust you now. That should be enough for them. You don't even know who is going tomorrow. How do you know that they're trustworthy? Ron and Hermione could perfectly be mistaken, and they could perfectly be right. But what if it isn't? If someone says something, You have no idea how much I stand to lose here," Theo said desperately. Meeting with Harry was one thing, but being publicly, albeit in a secret sort of way, was asking for word to get back to his father. The Slytherins weren't the only ones with family members in the ministry. The risk was too high. "Are you worried your image of the big, bad Slytherin might get damaged? It's always this with you. You never take any risks." "That's not what I'm worried about, and you know it. Besides, you'll have to forgive me for wanting to spare myself the embarrassment of having everyone publicly turning their backs on me." Harry's eyes went wide with hurt, but before Theo could even bring himself to take back what he said, the other carried on speaking. "Oh, because I don't know what that feels like?" Harry snarled before sighing and taking another step back. "You know what? Don't come. We'll settle for those who will actually do something when things get rough." Any thought of apologizing disappeared as the pounding in Theo's head grew even louder. "I'm sorry we can't all be as brave as Gryffindor's golden boy." Theo threw back, his eyes beginning to sting. "You can't always settle for watching from the sidelines as you wait for everything to settle down, Theo. If you stand by and do nothing, when horrible things happen, that's on you." Harry angrily whispered his last few words before tugging his invisibility cloak over his shoulders and disappearing from Theo's sight. He stood there for a couple of minutes, breathing heavily and feeling like a rock had settled on his stomach. Eventually, he fixed his robes with trembling hands and silently walked back to his common room. "You must admit it is a decent idea," Blaze was saying as he took a swig of his butterbeer. The Three Broomsticks was crowded as always, full with Hogwarts students enjoying their visit. Theo, Daphne, Tracy, and Blaze had settled on a table near the right corner, just beside one of the windows. "I do see its merits, but leaving the choosing criteria to two people? What if word gets out?" Daphne shot back. Theo just settled for morosely staring at his butterbeer, watching as the foam slowly dissipated. Earlier that morning, his friends had pried the basics of his argument with Harry. While he wasn't exactly expecting them to take his side, their silence after he had explained said enough. He'd handled the conversation terribly. "Well, they can say they're forming a club. It's not illegal," Tracy added. "People form study groups all the time." "For now," Daphne sighed. "It's only a matter of time before we see more changes. Anyways, where is this obviously a study group meeting? They won't find any room here." Theo sighed, resting his head on his hand before answering. Harry mentioned the Hog's Head. He wondered if they were there already. Blaze nearly spit out his drink. "Why would they go to that dump? Do they not know the type of people that place caters to?" he asked in shock. Across from him, Tracy shrugged. "There's rarely anyone there at this time. Maybe it's so they won't get spotted or overheard?" "No." Daphne shook her head as she leaned back. "If there's something you want to discuss, you never do it in public, nor in a deserted place. It makes it easier for others to listen in, and a group of Hogwarts students will stand out." "I don't believe it was a good idea." "Whatever. I'm bored already with this. On to more interesting things. Back to the riddle." Situation. Blaze sat straighter and rubbed his hands together before taking out his wand. He turned to Daphne before continuing. "You wouldn't have mastered the imperturbable charm yet, would you?" The blonde's lips twisted in displeasure. "No, I haven't," she said dryly. "We whisper then," he said, shooting her a wink and leaning forwards, resting his hands on the table. Beside him, Theo moved his untouched bottle and mimicked his friend's position. "We know what we need and where to get it. The question remains, how?" "You wait until Christmas break and your mother takes you?" Daphne suggested, only to back down when three identical glares were directed at her. "Very well, doing the sensible thing is out of the question. Any more ideas?" "We can't wait until then, Daphne. Besides, we need all the time we can get to find the store. Even with the stone, that is going to take us some time. No, what we need here is a master plan." "We're sneaking out of Hogwarts," Blaze whispered with a wild grin. "Are you out of your mind?" Daphne shot back angrily, her eyes narrowed into slits. "Do you have any ideas of what will happen if you get caught?" "Well, they won't get caught. Problem solved," Tracy grinned. "They just need a day where no one will look for them. A day when students roam around out of Hogwarts and return for dinner." Daphne turned to Theo, perhaps looking for support, but all he could was shrug back. Despite his effort, his mind kept wandering about, focusing on people he shouldn't be focusing at that moment. "A Hogsmeade visit then," he concluded, tugging his sleeves over his hands. "You two will cover for us while we search for it, and we'll all reconvene before heading back to Hogwarts." "What's in it for us?" Tracy wiggled her eyebrows at both boys, who shot her an incredulous look. "You're joking, right?" "Daphne, set her straight," Blaze said. "No, I do want to know. You've been awfully presumptuous, not even asking us if we would do you the favor of covering for us." "What do we get out of this?" she asked, cocking a blonde eyebrow with a teasing smile. "Our everlasting love and affection?" "Try again, Blaze. We'll let you know what we find in the store," Theo burst in, before the two of them began bickering. "It's supposed to be Firenze, in their magical district. Once we found it, the four of us could go. You two might find something useful." Daphne smiled fondly at him. "Deal. See, Blaze? That's how you negotiate. Now, how are you two leaving Hogsmeade?" she said over Blaze's spluttering. "We could bribe someone into letting us use their flue." Tracy's suggestion was received with 3 shakes to the head. "That leaves a trail," Theo told her. "When you bribe someone, you need to keep in mind that it only means they can be bought and then proceed to sell your secrets. Point taken. What if you ask Wilby? Blaze asked and was met with silence as they all pondered the idea. Manbay is always at Mother's side, so getting him could be a problem, but Wilby is often alone at your manor, is she not? She is. It always hurt a little to picture Wilby wandering around the manor all alone. Father is barely home during the summer, but I have no idea what his schedule is when I'm away. There's our plan then, his friend said with a grin. Write to Wilby and get everything sorted out. After this, we can go scout a location where she can meet us on our next visit to Hogsmeade. Great. Tracy sighed as she leaned back, stretching her arms over her head. Leaning over like that was killing my back. Oh, you'll never guess what Daphne found out. Go on, Daph. Tell them. Theo turned his head slightly to stare at a couple of students walking through the streets, hearing as Daphne sighed and gave in to Tracy's demands. You all know Seamus Finnegan, right? The Gryffindor? Apparently he was playing gobstones in the courtyard this morning, during Professor Snape's rounds, and one of them rolled away. Finnegan proceeds to run after it, but Snape bent down to see what it was, and it actually burst in his face. The poor boy is probably serving detention tonight. Leaning back and grabbing his bottle of butterbeer, Theo tried his best to pay attention and pretend like he wouldn't like to be anywhere else.